Stella, your storyteller Neko. I will read Tales of Freedom for you. Happy listening! The content of this chapter was written 10 years ago and wasn't changed since. Writing style differences may occur as the story goes on, only the translation is recent. The ones who own the might of strength, the gift of bravery, and the willpower of justice will be blessed with the wings of freedom and empowered to turn dreams into reality. The end of the beginning, the ancient war of light and darkness, yin-yang era. Thousands of lifeless bodies covered the ground and blood made its way to sink into the earth. The sky commanded the clouds to cry for the extinguished flames of the lost souls, and only the deafening loud rain broke the dead silence. Grief and despair covered the land like fog, hid the metal armor and the dead bodies in them. From time to time the painful screams of the surviving were to hear. The battlefield had become a graveyard. The light had challenged the darkness to a battle. The resulting fight between the most powerful forces of time and space for this one of many worlds had tainted the soul of humanity and led them to war. This battle of giants left its marks and erased half of all mankind. In the heat of war, revolutionary weapons were developed, which were the main reason for the mass extinction in the end. Battle forces of light and dark met each other on the field. Atoms merged and destroyed whole kingdoms with a single explosion. Blinded by pride and thoughts of revenge, the human beings didn't let go of their war plans, and they kept ruining their world further piece by piece. In this time, both sides left countless documents and records to make sure this cruel war will go down in history. The most precious records were sealed in the safest tablets for posterity. On the battlefield, the last surviving rose to fight against the little remaining enemies. Their exhausted legs almost couldn't carry them any longer. Some couldn't even walk anymore and tried to move forward in different ways. But before the half-dead warriors ran into each other, two sparkling hours appeared in the sky. A strong wind blew away the fog and gave sight onto the moon that just showed itself on the horizon, and at the sun that set on the other side of the world. On the side of the warriors of light, the bright white was descending and showed its true self as the god of light. On the opposite side of the shadow slaves descended the calm black and showed its true form as well as the goddess of darkness. The god's empty white eyes stared at his opponent. The people around him came to a halt and spectated the situation. The rain, which had been falling from the skies just a moment ago, stopped in mid-air. The room stood still. The eyes of the goddess were closed while her feet came to touch the ground. For a while she stayed like that, but then a dark lightning glowed up in the sky. In just that moment she opened her deep black shining eyes, and now time has stopped as well. It didn't take long until the one who was surrounded by white light challenged the one who was surrounded by black shine to a battle. For a long time he thought his power was equal to hers, until she tricked him and robbed him of the win he had hoped for. Now there was not only the blood of thousands of fallen fighters, but also the white-blue blood of the god and the black-red blood of the goddess. In that moment she could have killed him with her sword, but she didn't. The Dark Queen helped him get back on his feet and stepped back. They looked each other in the eyes. The hatred in the eyes of the Emperor of Light faded, and they mirrored now the pretty head of the goddess. Life and spirit returned to his soul. With a nod, they renewed the once broken pact of peace, and they worked together to bring back the dead and revive the destroyed land. Where there was black and white blood before, there were now flowers, and trees began to grow. Time and space were coming back to life, and the foundation for peace was made. But the foolishness of mankind knows no bounds. Even when they were happy to see their fallen comrades back alive and witnessed the before-ruined world being green and lively again, their pride was hurt, since they couldn't witness the pact, and again they made plans for another war. When the gods noticed this, they decided to get rid of anything that may trigger this war between light and dark. They made the sun, which was just brightening up the day a moment ago, a dark tornado-like hole high up in the sky, which would be called Nox Astrum Vitae, or source of life from now on. It also should be serving the purpose to give and take life. The moon was bent out of reach from the planet, and the nights were now so dark as before on new moon days. Since life was being used to light, the goddess of darkness gave the stars around the source of life a powerful glow in the colors of the rainbow to brighten up the day. They should be called chrome stars. Finally, the gods merged their powers and erased the memories of every human being. A new world was born. God and Goddess left the world to get some rest and to regenerate their powers. Everything seemed to be perfect now. People were unified and lived in harmony. Former enemies now worked together to make this new world the best place for everyone to live. All was well, but something was neglected. From the time of war there were still those records in the safest temples, hidden and waiting for someone to find them. They contained the events that had happened, the war plans, and the fact that the world once was different. And one day those records will be found, and they will be the trigger for the final war of light and darkness. Midnight. Black clouds covered the sky, and soon it should be raining. They brought upon a message of disaster. Single raindrops started their journey to the ground, ready to shatter on the earth. A woman was running between the alleys of the mighty upper city for her life. She was being chased, but the goal of her pursuers was not she herself, but the baby which she held in her arms. She held it tight within a blanket out of silk that protected the baby from the upcoming rain. The only guidepost she had was the path of chroma lanterns. Without the colorful shine from their hearts, she would not be able to see where the path led her. And yet it was not of great importance that the chroma shine accompanied her, since she didn't know where she was anyways. One thing the chased one knew for sure. She needed to get this child to safety. The drizzle changed into a from the sky pattering waterfall, a merciless rainstorm, which made it hard for the woman to run. The ice-cold air inside her lungs was painful and made it hard for her to breathe. At the same time her legs burned like fire, and with every step further she got more insecure, almost falling down. Behind her she heard the rattle of weapons and armor of her pursuers, but she wasn't brave enough to turn around to see. The woman could only guess how close her enemies had been. path was getting more and more narrow before it turned out to be a dead end. She forced herself to come to a halt. Despair and fear boiled inside her, and her heartbeat was getting faster and louder. She was afraid that her pursuers could hear it, but the only noise besides the rattling of the weaponry was her sad sigh. She wouldn't be able to make it, wouldn't be able to protect the child in the future. She would fail, and then everything would be over. The hope of this world, of the living and the dead, it would have all been for nothing. It mustn't get to that point. Without knowing where she'd found this determination, she turned around wildly, searched the dark alleys with her eyes. In vain. By now her clothes were drenched by the rain, and so was the silk coat around the baby in her arm. It started to whine a little, but stopped again moments later. The woman looked at the little bundle in her arms, and the raindrops on her cheeks mixed with her tears. Her whole body was shaking, and she was right before breaking down, when suddenly she saw something bright flashing in front of her. Startled by what just happened, she tried to fix her eyes onto the bright light. It took her a few seconds until she could make out what being stood before her. It was a boy, hardly 3 years old, with ice blue hair and emotionless eyes which stared at the chased one. A cold shiver ran down her spine, much colder than the falling rain and frostier than the fear she had sitting in her back. She returned the gaze of the other, and for a moment everything that was threatening before was gone. The boy tilted his head and released himself from the rigid posture. He seemed to ignore the noises that came from the dark alley. He stepped closer to the woman and stood still when he saw what she held in her arms. He fixed his eyes on the drenched baby that just opened its eyes and stared at him now too. For the first time the woman saw the eye color of the child, red like blood. The boy turned around and gazed apathetically in the direction from where the noises came, then stumbled a few steps towards the house wall. He stood still and gazed at the woman, meaning she should come with him. Now they could even hear the heavy steps of the hunters, and the ground started to shake a little. The boy was probably the only hope left for the woman to get away from her followers and to save the baby. So she started moving and followed him. Behind the house wall was a little gap, just big enough for her to fit, that she had noticed earlier. She ran as fast as she could to keep up with the boy. He ran unbelievably fast for his age and seemed to know exactly where he's headed. There was no chromoshan in this narrow alley, but the woman could still see the way. It was enlightened by the one that led her. But never had she seen this kind of glow before. But now was not the time to worry about this, and still she couldn't get rid of the feeling that she knew this boy somehow. But sadly she couldn't remember where she knew him from. The alley ended at stairs which led to the undercity. This was the home of the woman, and now she knew the way further to bring the baby to safety. The boy stopped moving and just stood there, as if he knew all that. The weapon rattle of the enemies was very close now already. The hunted one nodded to thank her brave, mysterious savior and hurried down the huge stairs. The boy with the ice blue hair watched her for a brief moment before he disappeared behind the ruins of an old house. Hope returned to the woman and gave her the necessary power to move on. Soon she had reached her destination. In the undercity it was even darker than in the upper city on the surface, especially in the slums which she had reached now. She glided down the hillside to an old run-down yard where the parents of the woman lived. She now could hear the calls of her pursuers, thirsty for blood, and she knew she would make her last breaths. Her life was destined to protect this baby, and she almost made it now. She ran into the barn next to her parents' house and hid the baby underneath of some hay in a secret second floor underground. The woman laid the child that carried the hopes of all living souls within it into the niche together with the prophecy written by darkness. She looked at the baby one last time. Then she closed the little hedge, ran to the front window of the house and knocked to warn her parents and let them know that she was successful. From now on, the fate of the child would be in their hands. The woman's mother moved to the front door and started crying. The father came too, but they could do nothing more for their daughter. The pursuers of the hunted one already got her cornered. They stood in midst the yard and let their leader step forward from the back line. The event got the neighbors' attention, and their sudden words of sadness, together with those of her parents, accompanied the last breaths of the woman. She knew she would die. She knew it for a long time now. While she was interrogated by the leader of the hunters, she felt no fear. She closed her eyes and refused to answer any of his questions. For that, she paid with her life. The blade of her sword sang its song one more time and decapitated the defenseless woman. With a dull knock, her head fell to the ground. Her lifeless body collapsed too. The parents closed their eyes. The only one who was still watching besides the murderers now was the boy with the ice-blue hair, who had witnessed the event from a rooftop a few houses away. His eyes showed no emotions, no disturbance or sadness, not even tears. A moment of silence. The rain washed the red blood as a little river from the yard. The murderers robbed the dead body of its last dignity by kicking it one by one. Then they stepped in front of the parents, laughing. The old couple fought with their tears, and they had to force themselves to stay calm, to not offend or even attack their daughter's murderers. Because now they carried the responsibility for the baby in the barn and for the fate of this world. The murderers searched the parents' house and the barn, but found nothing, so they went on their way, vanishing into the dark. They left the dead body right where they had killed it. The river of blood had dyed most of the ground there already. Slowly it was washed away by the rain, though, that had mixed with the fresh red color and carried it away down the hill, together with sadness and despair. The parents entered the barn and lifted the hatch to the hidden second floor. Underneath it lay the child of future. They took it into their loving arms and read the prophecy written by darkness. The prophecy that should tell the fate of the chosen of darkness. From the blood of the sacrificed dead, from the hope of the desperate souls, and from a piece of the heart of darkness itself, did I create you, to save this world from doom. From now on, your name should be Cheyenne le Blesse, a name soon known as the second word for hope. The path chosen for you will be full of pain and despair, and it will teach you wisdom and prudence. You shall not be alone on your journey. The ones that still hope will fight at your side. Your fate is your duty, so never forget the goal, and never let someone die for naught. Destroy the evil and protect your word, Terra Nox Libertia. My blessings be with you, chosen, goddess of darkness. The green leaves of the tree waved gently in the wind, and their rustle sang the song of evening, which would soon cover the land. Slowly the deep black source of life set, and started wandering off to the other side of the planet. It was accompanied by chromostars, which were always surrounding the dark matter, and would never leave its side. With them, the shine that brightened up the world at daytime started to vanish too. They would just leave a black sky eventually, which would make it hard for people to see. But as soon as the next day would begin, they should return and glow in their most beautiful colors for the life of this side of the planet. Underneath a tree, which had grown on a small hill, rested a girl blessed with blooming beauty. She laid still and took deep breaths in her sleep. Her deep black hair danced in the wind, and the green strands began to slightly glow a little in the increasing darkness. She wore a dress also in a black color that couldn't match her hair's blackness and intensity. Above the dress she was wearing a light jacket in the same color, but almost transparent. Around her neck she had a necklace made of thin black metal, which was so long that its ends reached her belly. The lace was crowned with the deep black crystal. The girl's name was Cheyenne, Cheyenne le Blesse. On her lap rested the head of a wolf-resembling being, with long turquoise sensors that made a nice color contrast to the silver fur. It had its black eyes open and gazed with a worrying look at the girl. Eventually it stood up and made a whining noise, touching the girl with its nose until she opened her eyes. Her eye color was the same as of fresh blood. The girl woke up slowly from its sleep and stared at her trustful four-legged companion with half-closed eyes. Cheyenne didn't seem to know where she was at first, since she was still so sleepy. Silent words came over her lips. "Why did you wake me, Adocaz? I was having such a nice dream." The fairy wolf whined guiltily, but then gazed at somewhere far away. He stared at the horizon, hoping that the girl would too. And she did. Following the Adocaz gaze, she now watched the wandering of the chroma stars. Did you just wake me up because of the nightfall? We see that so much, even though it's so beautiful every time anew. When the chroma stars vanish beyond the horizon and everything slowly gets dark. Wait, dark? Night? Oh no, this can't be happening. Adocaz returned his look to the girl and turned his ears forward in her direction. Finally, the girl seemed to understand. Cheyenne got up and searched the surrounding with her eyes to find her horse Falconheart. I promised grandfather to help him get his mortgage stand tidied up. I was supposed to help him sell as well. Adocaz, why did you not wake me earlier? The fairy wolf whined concerned. Cheyenne sighed and bowed down to her companion. She stroked his back fur, and he knew she wasn't mad at him. It's all right, it's not your fault that I forget the time, huh? But now we really need to hurry home. I hope grandfather had some business at the market and could make some money. I hope he's not too angry with me. Cheyenne got back up and walked a few steps away from the tree to be able to look better for her horse. She whistled and Adocaz barked loudly. A brief moment of silence followed by slow hoofbeats from the back of the hill. She turned around and saw her dark brown horse coming up to her. In its short mane it had dark blue, long strands that looked like Adocaz sensors, and it could canter incredibly fast. But she didn't know exactly if it's really sensors or something else. But it was a fact that the horse wasn't a normal one. But Cheyenne knew that anyway, since she rescued it from a research facility. Ever since that day, it gave her its utmost trust. There you are, finally. I was starting to get worried. Now we need to really hurry up and get back home as fast as we can. Can you do it? I'll reward you with an apple. Cheyenne whispered in the horse's ear and smiled. Falconheart snorted and started to dance impatiently. Guess that means you're ready. With a swing, she hopped onto the saddle and remembered how much she had to practice that because she had never enough power to get onto the horse since it's so big. She sat up and asked Falconheart to start moving. The chestnut stallion lifted its front legs for a brief moment before starting to trot. Cheyenne could feel his incredible power in his movement, almost like a ticking time bomb that would explode any moment now. But exactly that was her goal. With that speed, they would be home in no time. But before she sped up her horse, she turned her head around to check where Adocaz was. In just that moment, the fairy wolf ran in front of Falconheart and startled the big animal a little. All right, let's go. Cheyenne gave the signal to canter, and the sensitive Falconheart jumped ahead and started galloping. Within a few seconds they left the hill behind, and they came across the path they had used to get here. Forests and fields were blurrily passing by, almost like they weren't real. Instead, it felt like a dream. But Cheyenne knew the feeling already, and she knew it wasn't a dream. More like dreamful reality. Again it came to her mind how beautiful her life was, even though she had lost her mother right after her birth 17 years ago and never saw her father. But she's got wonderful grandparents who always sacrificed everything they had just to take care of her, ever since she was born. The only thing that really bothered her was that her little family had a hard time paying the taxes. Since they lived in the slums, they had to pay taxes to the king of Excidoma Magna regularly. Even though he had enough money anyways and didn't help his people in any way, unlike a good king would. Sometimes Cheyenne wished to not live in the capital city of this world, Terranox Libertia, but that's how things were and she couldn't change it. Her thoughts were interrupted when they came closer to the village La Sepia. They had to get through this place in order to reach the capital city, but the streets were crowded with people. I forget they had market day here as well. Those people are probably all tidying up their stands. Cheyenne slowed her horse down to a quick trot and tried to think of a tactic to pass the village as fast as possible. Suddenly, Adocaz started barking and got the girl's attention. She stopped Falconheart and saw her companion standing a few meters next to her. He pointed his head in the direction of a wooden box which he jumped on seconds later. He barked again and threw a plank down which landed in a way that someone could just get up to the box he was standing on easily. Adocaz entered the rooftop of a house from the box and stumbled to the highest point of which. Huh? You want us to ride on the roofs? You're a genius! Come on, Falconheart, we can easily do that. Cheyenne was proud of the intelligence of her fairy wolf, but the stallion tilted its head and refused a little before walking onto the wooden plank. Adocaz waved his tail, turned around, and started trotting over the roof. This is surely the fastest way to cross the village. Carefully the horse took one step after another and laid his ears back. I'll get you 2 apples if you can do this, the girl on its back promised. That was supposedly enough to encourage Falconheart since he jumped ahead, and they were standing on a big box. From this point it was easy to get to the rooftop that was almost the same height. Cheyenne concentrated her look to the front and saw Adocaz yawning on one of the rooftops ahead. He just sat there, but got up when he saw the stallion and his girl were getting closer to him. Falconheart stumbled quickly over the roofs, and every time he jumped from roof to roof, Cheyenne feared that they would crash down together with it. But they didn't. Although people started noticing the loud noises coming from the rooftops, but they couldn't make out what exactly made the noises. The stallion now moved quick and had a goal in front of his eyes, which was the end of the rooftops where the silver wolf just chased off a cat. He jumped down and was out of sight. When they reached the end of the rooftops, it was easy for Falconheart to get down, since there were a few boxes standing next to the last house, sorted by size, which made it safe to get down to the earth again. No, that was pure luck. As soon as the horse reached the ground, it started picking up speed again, and before one of the villagers noticed them, they were out of sight already. Adocaz was running ahead again. Fairy wolves belong to the fastest being in the world. He could have never even stood a chance on keeping up with Falconheart's speed if it was just a regular wolf. In front of her, Cheyenne now saw the capital city, which was gigantic and built on a huge stone platform-like phenomenon. No one knew exactly how this happened and how its balance worked, since it's home of hundreds of houses and even castles. It's perfectly stable and doesn't crash down. Everything above the stone plate was called Upper City, which is where the rich and middle class lived, and everything underneath it Undercity. The Undercity was built around and in the stone pillar, which got bigger at the foot and smaller, closer to the plate. Down there in the slums at the foot of the pillar was Cheyenne's home. The way they took led them through a little forest, and the trees hid the magnificent capital city. Almost all of them carried apples. Cheyenne remembered the promise she made to her horse. This was the perfect opportunity to collect the 2 treats. She slowed down Falconheart and took her unfoldable bow from the saddlebag. She pushed a little button on it, and it unfolded to full size, which was above 5 times as much as the folded version, and was now a full operational bow. It was almost as big as the girl itself. As soon as she brought her weapon in the right position and laid her finger onto the bowstring, a black arrow appeared. It was surrounded by something that looked like black fire but was not hot. She aimed at 2 apples that were being in a row behind each other and tried to sit as calm as possible on the cantering horse. When the right moment came, she let go of the bowstring and the arrow shot forward super fast. It cut the first apple and right after that the second. In the meantime, Cheyenne had already folded back the bow together and had put it back into the saddlebag. Now she had both her hands free to catch the apples falling from the trees. Perfect timing, could not have been better. She was happy about it and put the treats for her horse into the saddlebag. As soon as she was done with that, a loud thunder sounded and left the world shaking. Falconheart got scared and stopped running immediately. The abrupt loss of speed caused a balance issue for Cheyenne, and she fell on the neck of the nervous horse. Frightened and loud, it whinnied and lifted up its front legs into the air. Back on earth with all 4 hoofs, it began to dance around, snorted noisily while the girl sat back into the saddle. She whispered in a calm voice to the horse whilst patting his neck. "Hey, Falconheart, it's all right. It was just thunder. Calm down. Shh, shh." Then she looked for Adocaz. She found him sitting a few meters away at the edge of the forest. He was staring into the distance, but due to the narrow and dense treetops, she couldn't see where his sight was pointed. Again, the growling of the upcoming storm shook the land, but this time the horse remained quiet and calm. The girl on his back gave off a calm and trustworthy feeling and seemed to be not worried about the thunder. Due to this positive aura, Cheyenne could motivate him to go on. The hoofbeats on the ground didn't seem to be of much interest to the fairy wolf, which just twitched its ears and kept on staring in the distance. As soon as he noticed that his owner and her horse came closer, he got up and turned around. He spectated the stallion's long legs and how expansive every step was, especially in the walk, the slowest gait. Cheyenne now could make out the capital city between the tree crowns again. Above her home city were dark blue clouds, which told her that it would be raining soon. Lightnings were to see, and so they had found a source of thunder. Oh, not this too. A thunderstorm is the last thing we need now. She remembered that the last storm wasn't that long ago, and it left its marks on the old house which she lived in. There had been a terrible thunderstorm, and the wind had loosened some rocks above the houses of the Undercity. Some of those stones hit the rooftops, also Cheyenne's home, and her grandfather didn't have the time yet to fix the issue. There was way too much damage on the field to take care of first. The field was the most important possession of the family, since it was the only opportunity to make some money. But almost everything that Cheyenne's grandfather had raised there had been destroyed in the storm. Only very little of grain and vegetables remained in good enough state to sell, but on the market they would only get low prices for their products, since there were a lot of other merchants with better-looking foods. The amount of money he would get would by far be not enough to buy new seeds to grow in the field, not even enough to buy some food for the time in between the selling periods, not to think of the taxes they needed to pay. Poor grandfather, as if he hasn't got enough to worry about. But he never takes the help of other people and always feels responsible for everything. I really hope he could sell at least some of the wares and got enough money to buy new seeds. Also, the last storm had turned the wind so that the rain would fall directly into the Undercity instead of the Upper City, which sometimes works as an umbrella for the people that live down there. Even though it happens a lot, everybody had their hopes up that it wouldn't happen at that time. But the hope had been in vain, and the water came into the houses through the holes in the roofs and flooded the area. The cleanup took 2 days after the event happened, and there are still a lot of things missing. Cheyenne's grandmother lost a cooking pot, which probably was washed away into the river, and by now it should be sunken deep in the ocean. I hope it doesn't rain into the Undercity today, not until all our roofs are fixed. That was another reason for Cheyenne to come home as soon as possible. As if Adocaz could read her thoughts, he sprinted forward as she let Falconheart gain speed again. Soon the horse had reached its full speed, and the three of them continued to hurry towards the city. The ground started to be very even and led to a paved street, which again led to a guarded security gate. Everyone who wanted to get into town had to pass through here and show their identification papers. And not even then it was guaranteed that the person could get in. The gate was guarded by 2 soldiers of the knights who didn't have the qualification to be a fully accepted knight to serve the king. This was pure luck for Cheyenne though, and a huge advantage. Since she lived in a despised undercity of the most important city in Terranox Libertia, she had no identification papers and had to trick the soldiers all the time to get through the gate. This was not always a child's play, but there were by far more difficult things to handle in life. But the gate was the only opportunity to get into town, except for someone could fly or build a tunnel like a mole. Since the capital city was surrounded by a 5-meter high voltage fence, which meant immediate death at the moment you touch it. Many people lost their lives to this one already. Again, Cheyenne noticed how cruel the king was indeed. Going to such means just to make the life of those who don't belong to the rich and popular hard for them. Poor people don't get ID papers, and the king made it no secret that he hated these worthless, pathetic rats of the undercity. Shouldn't it be the purpose of a king to love and appreciate his people and help them when they're in need? Guide them into a safe and good future? This king is unworthy of his role, an absolute idiot. I really hope he's gonna be thrown off his throne very soon. And then let's hope that the next king will be a better one. Cheyenne now came closer and closer to the gate, but none of the soldiers had noticed her yet. She slowed her horse down again and called back her fairy wolf to her side. He heard her, even though she hadn't made a loud noise. He was now trotting next to the horse. The girl reached for her bow in the saddlebag, and as soon as she put her fingers onto the bowstring, the black arrow appeared again. She aimed at a spot in the grass next to the guards and let the arrow fly away. The noise which it made when it crashed into the earth and the black fog similar to fire attracted the attention of the two knights, and both went to see what was going on with no second thought. "What the hell is that?" I don't know. Let's go check it out." "Hey, you're right. What a brilliant idea you got there. I wish I would be as smart as you too. But shouldn't one of us stay back here at the gate? Could be a trap, you know." I don't know. Let's go together. You got a lot to learn if you think that's a trap." Beginner. "Oh yes, of course. How could I doubt your experience? Forgive me." Cheyenne and her pets used that opportunity to rush through the gate. One of the soldiers noticed them, but these guys didn't seem to be so bright, based on what she just witnessed, so she wasn't worried that they would come after her. "Hey look, someone just passed through the gate. So much for experience, huh?" I don't know what's your problem, boy. That must have been your imagination. I ain't seen nothing. You're getting too hot under that armor of ya or what? Beginner. Learn to do your work before you're assuming things, will ya, idiot?" I'm very sorry, master. You're so right. How could I ever doubt you? It must have been my imagination." Cheyenne couldn't hold back a laughter. Never had she seen such unfit guards before. And their talking was really funny too. They had made it through the gate, and now they would only need to pass the bridge to arrive in the Undercity. Above their heads the night sky was barely visible, also no chroma stars could be seen no more. But since it wasn't pitch black yet, there were supposedly some stars left at the horizon. The lightnings gave evidence that her theory was true, because they lit up the sky with their flashy colors, which meant they were still affected by chroma shine. If there were no chroma stars left in the sky, the clouds and lightnings would be pitch black and one could barely see them at night. You would only hear the thunder growling, but Cheyenne was sure that she could see lightnings in the dark as well, since they felt darker than the night. She could swear on that. Loud thunder shook the earth again, and Falconheart snatched his head into the air, but that's all he would do. His hooves were beating on the wooden bridge, and the river flew wildly and was calming at the same time. At the other side of the bridge, Cheyenne looked up to the sky, but the stone plate took away her sight at the clouds. A strong wind came up, and the grass around her sang a hope-robbing song. The wind will bring the rain to us again, I'm pretty sure of that. Damn it. Cheyenne now passed the first few houses and came to the main path. It was not very broad but very steep and rough. Inside the houses you could see chroma candles, and the chroma lanterns on the way partly lit up the darkness. Some of them were burned out though. The Undercity couldn't afford to buy new ones. The chroma lamps and the street lanterns glowed through fragments of chroma stars, which fell from the sky from time to time. But that was such a rare event that researchers took the challenge and invented artificial chroma fragments. And opposite to the real ones, the artificial ones stopped glowing after a while and had to be renewed. Lately, their selling price has been rising drastically, but no one in the Undercity knew why. Artificial chroma fragments used to be very cheap on the market, since they were of great need. Many people couldn't see well at night, especially not when they lived in a city where there are glowing lights everywhere, and they got used to it. Cheyenne didn't have a hard time seeing in the dark though. Even in the darkest night she could see very far. Her grandparents kept on saying that that must be a miracle, since they couldn't even see their own hands in front of their eyes at night, let alone see colors in pitch blackness. But logically, Cheyenne couldn't see colors at dark as well, since there would be no chroma shine. But she could see silhouettes and different stages of black in the darkness of the night. Finally, she arrived at the alley which led to her yard. Falconheart jumped the stairs, and that meant that from now on there would be even ground, so no more steep and stony road. Cheyenne's grandparents shared the yard with their neighbor Rosie, an old widow with a good heart. Ever since her husband was killed by the Knights, she lived alone in her big house and had a good relationship with Cheyenne's grandmother. When those two were together, even the old Rosie could laugh, and she's a lot happier when they spend time together. But now she sat by her window on the first floor of her house, and she stared with empty eyes at the girl which was riding into the yard with her horse. Oh my, what happened to her? I haven't seen her so sad in a long time now. And around this time she's usually with my grandmother. How very strange. She jumped off the saddle and tethered the reins of her horse's bridle around the post in front of the barn. One more time she looked up to Rosie, whose rigid gaze resolved. Then she slowly turned her head until she looked at Cheyenne directly in the eyes. She had definitely cried and seemed very disturbed and desperate. But why? The old woman rose proudly from her seat and closed the curtains. What was that? As if she'd seen a ghost. Why did she stare at me like that? And why did she close the curtains all of a sudden? Such strange behavior. That's not the Rosie I know. The girl got a very bad feeling and her heartbeat grew faster. All of a sudden she felt the need to see and hug her grandparents, to know that they are safe. Cheyenne left the stallion in the yard, even though she should have brought him into the barn first to cover him from the rain that was soon to come. But she didn't think of that at that time. She ran to the front door and saw that it wasn't closed, but a little opened. She stood still and noticed some red spots on the door handle. The girl got goosebumps and figured out that it was blood. What? Cheyenne couldn't form a complete sentence. She breathed heavily and fast and started shaking. Her heart felt heavy and seemed to shatter into pieces every moment now. She had to know what happened here, but at the same time she was very scared of it. She wanted to step into the house, but she couldn't. Presentiment was in the air. Adocaz came to her side and poked her hand gently, but determining. The girl put aside her fear. This was probably just her imagination, and there was surely going to be a logical explanation for this. Her grandmother would explain everything to her in a second, and made her a hot cocoa to calm her down. Everything's all right. No need to panic. I'm just imagining things. Maybe this is not blood, but... Cheyenne took a deep breather and stumbled a few steps closer to the door. With a loud squeak, the door cut the silence and gave sight into the inner parts of the house. Cheyenne's eyes widened as she saw how much blood there was on the floor. She just stood there, heavily and noisily breathing. "Grandmother? Grandfather?" She cried out for them, but no sound came out of her mouth. Her breathing became faster and irregular. She forgot everything around her, and she didn't know what to do anymore. "Where are you?" Her voice was broken and sounded desperate. There came no answer to her question. She couldn't feel anything anymore, not the cold of the night, not even how exhausted she was by now. "Grandmother? Grandfather? What? Where are you? Grandmother!" Her cries sounded shrill and hysterical. She lost her balance and fell against the door. Her eyes filled with tears, which ran across her cheeks as she closed her eyes. Sobbing, she stood against the front door and asked herself the same question over and over again. What should I do now? Never before she felt this empty and disturbed. Her heart was aching so much that she would just like to scream out in pain. Her legs didn't seem to be able to carry her weight any longer, and she was ready to break down on her knees at any moment. Inside the house it was dark, pitch black. Adocaz sat next to Cheyenne. He seemed to want to protect her. From time to time he touched her gently with his nose and tried to comfort her, but the girl just sat there at the entrance door, crying and numb of soul pain. Outside, rain started to fall. Falconheart whinnied as the cold water hit his back. The fairy wolf started shaking. So did Cheyenne, but she wasn't shaking because of the cold. She was right before a mental breakdown, but she would never admit to that, and she tried to be strong. Slowly she got her thoughts back under control and tried to figure out what had happened. Okay, what happened here? A robbery? Housebreaking? Where are they? Why? If only I had been here earlier. If they are dead, then where are their bodies? Are they even dead? Who killed or took them? Maybe there is another explanation for the blood. Will I ever find out? What am I gonna do now? I have to find them. I just have to know what happened. Maybe they need me to save them. Maybe someone saw something. But who? Wait a second. Maybe Rosie saw something. Maybe that's why she was so weird. I have to ask her. Cheyenne slowly got up and almost collapsed again in doing so. She hadn't felt this weak in a long time now. She tried to keep on standing upright and hoped to gain back her balance. Finally she made it, and could stand without leaning against the door again. Suddenly, light hoofbeats sounded from the yard. That's not Falconheart, but a lighter horse. But who? She turned around and hoped that her assumption was correct. The girl went into the yard. The wind had grown stronger and the ice-cold raindrops hit her face. It hurt a little. In front of her, there was a horse, not as big as Falconheart and obviously more delicate and nervous. From the mane and fur of the horse, Cheyenne could tell that it was the mare of her best friend Xaver. Now she could make him out clearly. He jumped off his horse and came up to her. Cheyenne, are you okay? Cheyenne ran towards him and hugged him before he could say more. She started crying desperately in his arms. Xaver! She could only whisper. The friend didn't say nothing and just hugged her back. He always exactly knew how to handle Cheyenne, so she would feel better. His blonde short hair was drenched, also was his clothing, but that didn't matter to Cheyenne at the moment. She was already wet from the rain now as well. But she didn't care. She had other issues to attend to. She was so happy that he was here now, that he came. How did he know she would need him? Maybe he saw something too. Xaver was 18 years old, and ever since they could think, they had been friends. Those two had always done everything together, and their friendship was indestructible. They could trust each other blindly and always rely on each other. To Cheyenne, Xaver was like a big brother. She tried to pull herself together and told him what had happened, how she overslept and hurried home, and what she found by the time she had arrived. And now I don't know where they are, and if they are even still alive. She saw in the green eyes of her childhood friend that he was now worried as well. Best is probably if we ask Rosie. Come on, that's what we'll do now. Then we'll know for sure. Cheyenne, before we're not certain about what happened here, we should just hope that it's a big misunderstanding and that the two of them are fine. Cheyenne admired the calmness of her friend. He stayed calm most of the time, especially in situations like these, and always knew exactly what to do. She thought herself very lucky that he was here. Xaver stared at her for a while, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. Adocaz whined a little and drew the attention of the two friends on him. He stood in front of Rosie's door already and scratched it. Some raindrops fell from his wet fur, and he had to blink all the time so the raindrops didn't get into his eyes. His senses hung down, and the ends of them laid on the stoned ground. Xaver and Cheyenne stepped closer to the wooden door, but before they could knock, the old lady already opened up. "I heard the dog scratching at the door." The old woman confused the fairy wolf with a dog all the time ever since she knew him, even though Cheyenne kept on explaining how that was not the case. "Are you here because of—" She had to pause and gulped. Her voice sounded old and withered, smoky, shrill, and desperate, and it shook. The widow collected herself again and began to tell what had happened without waiting for Cheyenne and Xaver to ask her first. "Your grandparents are gone. The knights—" Again she gulped. "The knights came here in the afternoon and collected taxes. Since your grandparents didn't have a good day at the market, there was no money left. These damned villains searched your entire house, but they found nothing valuable in their eyes. Then they took them with them. They said they're now sentenced to pay their debts on the human ranch. They took your grandparents. Cheyenne, I must deeply apologize. I couldn't do anything. But there was a moment when the knight's attention was distracted while searching the house, and in that moment your grandmother gave me this. She said that in case something would happen to her, I should give you this scroll, and you have to promise to take good care of it." With that being said, she ended her report and gave Cheyenne a small, slightly yellowed scroll. Without opening it, the girl thanked Rosie and said goodbye. She turned around and started running towards her horse. Xaver thanked and said goodbye as well, then hurried after his friend. "Wait, where are you going?" Cheyenne already sat on the drenched stallion. "Well, if they are at the human ranch, then they might be still alive. I will not give up on them as long as there is hope left that they might be still alive. I may be able to save them. It was my fault that they were indebted, and I could never pay taxes. They should not suffer for my misdemeanors." A thunder sounded loud and Falconheart reared. In the shine of the chroma lamp, Xaver could see how determined she was, and nobody could have stopped her from her plan. He always wanted to be as brave as his friend. "It's not your fault that you can't earn money, and it's not your fault either that they had to take care of you. And it's also not your fault that the harvest was so bad. Oh, please, just be reasonable for once and stay here. This is suicide." But Cheyenne didn't listen to his words, and while he was still trying to stop her, she chased off the yard with her horse. Adocaz followed. Oh, sometimes she's so unreasonable. In the midst of the night, without any preparation, riding towards a certain death, just to help someone. Typical Cheyenne. But I won't let you go alone. Otherwise you won't stand a chance at all. At least someone must be smart here. Damn, why is everything always so complicated? Oh, come on, Shiva, let's hurry after them. Rosie was left behind, standing at her door. "Be careful, Cheyenne. You are so important to us all. Be on your guard, our last hope." Cheyenne drove her horse to top speed and headed for the city gate. The 2 soldiers were right about closing it for the night, so no one can go in or out. Just some further unnecessary security measure of the king. But she couldn't take that into account right now. Without slowing down, they came closer and closer to the gate, and in the moment the guards noticed them, Falkenhardt had already rushed through, having the guards jump aside so that they wouldn't be ran over. As soon as she passed the gate, she steered her horse to the right, and she took a northern direction. She looked behind her to see where Adocaz was. The fairy wolf ran closely behind them, but he didn't seem to be the only one. A few meters away from him the girl saw another horse galloping. It was very fast and carried a blonde rider. Xaver. It didn't take him long to catch up with her and cantered next to Falkenhardt. Shiva, Xaver's mare, was a little faster than the brown stallion and smaller. She had sensors as well in her long mane, but hers were pink. Just as Cheyenne's horse, Shiva came from a research facility, but one could tell that just by seeing her. She had no ordinary color. In the laboratory, research for the Knight's purposes took place, and those who are known under the name of Light Knights had owned the color they called white. There are legends and rumors about it in the Undercity, and it was called the Forbidden Color. And that's no exaggeration, since it was an artificial color that couldn't be found in the nature of Terranox Libertia. Oddly enough, though, there was one single spot where the color white could be seen, in the vitreous of the human eye, and nobody in the Undercity could explain why that's a thing. In the laboratory there was a lot of research for this color, and it became the trademark of the Knights. And they wanted to have horses in just that color so that everyone would know who they're dealing with. Shiva was such a horse, but something went wrong with the experiments, which happens a lot, and the Knights don't want horses which are not entirely white. Today most of them have got horses whose genes are manipulated, so that they carry the forbidden color, and due to that they are surely sentenced to a short life. Xaver's mare would also never become as old as normal horses would become, but at least she got better chances than the white horses of the Knights. Falkenhardt's experiment went wrong as well, since his body didn't take the forbidden color, and thus both horses were sentenced to death. They got lucky though that Cheyenne and Xaver always visited the horses in the research facility back then, and they noticed what had been happening, what should happen to Shiva and Falkenhardt. So the 2 friends freed them by night, and ever since then the horses were at their sides. The Knights didn't think it was necessary back then to regain the horses. The only thing they did was closing the research facility for publicity. Sometime after that they had built the high-voltage fence around Excidoma Magna and the city gate. Ever since that they started experimenting with humans too. Many people that couldn't pay their taxes had been transported there instead of being decapitated at once. In the Undercity, the research facility was known as Human Ranch due to that. There were rumors about the most cruel things about the ranch. Never had someone returned from there, and exactly to this laboratory they took Cheyenne's grandparents. "Xaver, what are you doing here?" But instead of answering Cheyenne's question, he let Shiva run in front of Falkenhardt and cut his way. Then he suddenly stopped his mare. The brown stallion had no choice but to stop as well. The girl fell on the neck of her horse and got back up. Both horses were dancing around nervously and seemed to be confused about the sudden loss of speed. Shiva lifted up her front legs and whinnied shrill and powerful. Falkenhardt answered with an indignant snort. "Are you nuts? What are you doing?" Cheyenne's eyes narrowed and looked angry at Xaver. "I had to cut your way there, otherwise you would have never stopped." He tried to get the situation under control. His friend had to become calmer, but she didn't even think about calming down. "I don't have time for this, and you know that. Let me pass this instant. If I come too late because of you, I will never ever forgive you." Cheyenne, calm down, will you? Do you really think you could save them if you just go there without any plan and without any care? Do you really think they will just let you walk in and watch you free two of their test persons? Are you really that naive? The girl looked away dejected, then stared at the ground. No, but what else am I supposed to do? If you got any better idea, then tell me! A few seconds they both remained silent. The only things that were to hear were the panting of the fairy wolf and the snorting of the horses. Xaver broke the silence at first. Listen, I know how much you wish to save your grandparents, but don't you see that the situation is, pretty hopeless? Cheyenne gazed at him sadly before she started saying something too. I was taught to never give up hope. There is always a way. It seems to be difficult to save the two of them, but if I only believe enough in this and don't surrender, I will be able to do it. She was surprised how convincing and strong her voice sounded. Xaver looked at her seriously, then nodded. Very well. I guess I can't stop you, but then at least let me come with you, okay? Cheyenne was fine with that, even though she was worried. It was good to have Xaver at her side. She wasn't alone and she felt better with him around, but at the same time she had some worried thoughts. I hope we can make it somehow and save grandfather and grandmother, but I really get him into a dangerous situation here. But he is as stubborn as I am, and he would never just stay behind and let me go alone. To discuss things with him would only steal more time. Besides, he always remains calm, no matter the situation. He can think clearly, and I guess that's necessary there. And if it's the two of us, that's better than being alone. Besides, I feel safer with him around. Cheyenne and Xaver moved on, cantering side by side. The merciless rain fell down on them, and the wind made the grass rustle. The bright shine of Excidoma Magna that lit up the path up until now slowly faded. I can barely see anything now. It's way too dark. I can only make out the silhouettes of our horses, especially Xaver. One can see her bright color well even at night. Xaver regretted the thoughtless departure. He should have taken his chroma flashlight with him. I can see enough. Really weird how you are blind like moles in the night. I can't even imagine. Well, but you're hearing the hoofbeats on the ground, so you know where I am. Good that I know where the lab is, right? Cheyenne thought it was a pity that her friend couldn't see the beauty of the night. The plains they were riding along now were dyed in a pretty black that was brighter close up than in the distance. The grass's height was varying. In the distance she saw the beginning of the forest. The rain made it difficult, though, to see very far. Xaver sighed. Blind like a mole? I would like to know how you see things in the dark. I can barely see my own hand in front of my eyes. His voice sounded sad and full of longing. He would really like to know how it feels to see well in the dark, but he certainly knew that that would never be happening. He shook his head and got rid of his thoughts right away. For a while the two remained silent, and Cheyenne had to think about her grandparents again. She really hoped that they were still alive, and that she would be able to save them. Her thoughts were disrupted, though, as she could make out some sort of light source in the distance. But at closer look it wasn't that far away, and the two friends stopped their horses. Adocaz laid down in the wet grass and spectated the shine too. The shimmer came from a huge building that seemed similar to a fabric, and it lit up the night there. But it was no chroma shine, but white shine. This building was without a doubt the laboratory from which they rescued Falconheart and Xaver, and where they took Cheyenne's grandparents. Is that? But I thought it only exists in the upper city's noble quarters. Cheyenne was confused and unsettled because of the unnatural shine. Xaver stared at the color as well, in which the building was dived into. Yeah, you're right. It looks like the lamps in the noble quarters, but I thought they were made because the nobles ordered them. I heard they wanted to show their loyalty to the king that way. But why would they use them here? Chroma lamps shine way further than this white light. Cheyenne winced hearing that last word coming from Xaver's mouth and glanced at him angrily. "You dare speak out the forbidden word?" In the Undercity, the word light was connected to the nights and to evil, so it was never spoken out and forbidden. Children are learning this since their birth, that the word must never be spoken. If they do it regardless, a little punishment awaits them, so they don't do it again. Xaver knew his friend was correct with that one and was intimidated. "Oh yeah, right. But I heard how some of the knights called the lamps and the street lanterns that." Cheyenne sighed and looked at the lamps more accurate. They seemed like the chroma flood lamps at the marketplace of the capital city. Those were special lamps that had bigger chroma fragments in them so they could shine brighter and wider than normal chroma street lanterns. Just that these lamps here gave away some white shine, which was enormously bright but didn't shine very far. Chroma shine, though, reached very far. Against that, this light just reached a few meters. Also, there were no chroma fragments on these lights, but some kind of glass vessel with some kind of device which produced the shine. The longer Cheyenne looked at the large lamps, the more her eyes hurt. She no longer felt well and even got a headache. She could look at chroma shine for hours without feeling bad in any way. Xaver also seemed to feel something slowly because his eyes began to tear and he often blinked. Then he shook his head. "This light is terrible. You can't say that out loud. My eyes burn like fire." Cheyenne averted her gaze from the lamps and rubbed her eyes. The two rode on. Some large boulders surrounded the farm, and Cheyenne and Xaver decided to hide the horses behind one of them. Adocaz slowly crept closer to the lab like a cat, the two friends close behind him. The building was huge and surrounded by separate fences. They almost looked like enclosures, and in some of them there were people and also creatures that the two had never seen before. The entrance was marked by a huge gate and a subsequent transparent tunnel. An enormously large triangular wall with transmitters at the top rose into the sky. Behind it were two differently large high walls, which were also separated by a large pyramid-shaped wall. The building behind the partition walls was larger than the one in between, and the enclosures emanated from it. The entrance was guarded by 3 knights. A lot has changed since we were last here. I would guess that they are holding their test subjects in the large hall. This means that we have to walk through the whole complex, but without anyone discovering us. That will prove difficult. Xaver surveyed the entire building and then rested his gaze anxiously on the entrance. These soldiers don't look friendly either. They won't just let us walk in. As he finished speaking, Cheyenne rose from her crouching position and ran back to the horses. From her saddlebag she grabbed the black white belt and put it on. Then she took the unfoldable bow and attached it to the sling provided for this purpose, which the girl had specifically sewn on, so she did not have to hold the combat tool in her hand all the time, but could still have it with her. Cheyenne went back to Xaver. He also had a belt and had already strapped it on. Just like herself, he also sewed on a fastening option for his old scratched sword. She remembered both sitting at his mother's kitchen table and doing their best to turn the simple belts into real weapon belts. It had taken a long time before the snares could actually hold their weapons instead of letting them fall through. But when it actually worked out, the friends had been very proud and happy about it. To this day, the homemade battle belts have served their purpose, and there were no signs that the snares would break or go off. "What are you up to?" Xaver watched his friend open the bow and aim in the direction of the soldiers. "I distract them so we can get to this front gate unnoticed. Or do you want to go to them and ask them if they mind if we go in there for a moment and deprive them of 2 test subjects?" Without taking her eyes off the intended goal, Cheyenne teased her companion with the last sentence he had also said to her a few minutes ago and waited for his answer. However, he didn't say anything, and she took it as a no. She concentrated as best as her current situation allowed and shot the black arrow into the grass a few meters away from the entrance. The spot was just so in the glow of the white float lamp, so that the knights had to take a look to be able to see more precisely. The friends hoped that the three guards had seen the arrow, because the air was pouring far too loudly on the metal building complex to hear the rupture of the air during flight or the impact of the dark object. The knights actually seemed to have noticed something. It looked like they were discussing what to do. However, they did not seem to consider it important enough to leave their post. Adocaz glanced briefly in the direction where the two friends were squatting behind the rock, and then trotted off in the direction where the arrow had fallen. There he barked, attracting the full attention of the guards. Two of them slowly moved towards him to look. One pulled his sword out of his scabbard and held it menacingly aside, ready to attack. The other walked a little behind his colleague and rested his hand on the hilt of the sword. Cheyenne didn't think twice and started running. The grass was wet and slippery, and she almost fell. Xaver, who was puzzled and annoyed by his friend's hasty, unreasonable and haphazard action, had no choice but to run after her. She ran straight towards the entrance of the building, hoping that the third guard standing slightly to the side would continue to observe his colleagues and not notice them. But when she tried to open the gate, but it didn't move an inch, the knight turned around and discovered her. He approached Cheyenne and drew his sword. The guard was quite tall, and his armor shone silver and white in the bright glow of the float lamp. He growled like a dog, and the girl stared at him. Her heart was racing, and she was terrified. She gasped, saw that she could not avoid him, and ran away, and turned to the front gate. Desperately she tried to open it. The only way to escape the night was to escape through this gate into the interior of the building. But the huge metal door just wouldn't open, and Cheyenne felt the man in armor grab her by the waist. Then he gripped her body at this point with one arm. With the other hand he held his sword to her neck and pressed so that she could no longer breathe. Cheyenne was shaking and gasping for breath, but was not allowed to move too much, because then this sharp sword would cut into her neck. She felt stabbing pain and the strong grip of the knight, which also affected her. She would not be able to stand under these conditions for long, but she had to persevere. The sharp cold blade was slowly moved by the guard, and she felt blood flowing down her neck. She felt the warm breath of her enemy on the back of her neck as he began to laugh softly. Cheyenne desperately tried to remove the sword from her neck with her hands, with the result that she slit her hands and the blade cut even more. Nevertheless, she saw this method as the only chance to free herself and kept trying. The pain was unbearable, and she would have liked to cry out loudly, but the only thing her voice gave was a few hoarse, gurgling sounds. Cheyenne felt her heartbeat pounding in her throat, and her vision became blurred. She felt weak. "Let go of me! I can't give up now! I have to hold on, and I have to save them!" Her legs were about to give up when she suddenly heard a muffled noise, and the knight let go of her. Cheyenne fell to her knees and gasped for air. Her eyes teared up, her heart threatened to burst. She was shaking like crazy, and the wound on her neck hurt, but somehow the guard had let go of her. She turned around and saw Xaver standing with his sword behind the knight, now lying on the ground. The man in armor was not dead, for he was still breathing and moaning a little. He just seemed to be unconscious. The girl could see that her friend was upset, but his concern still outweighed considerably. He hurried towards her and knelt down to Cheyenne. "Why didn't you tell me when you were going to run? This could have ended pretty badly. How can you be so unreasonable?" Without finishing the sentence, he sighed and closed his eyes briefly to collect himself and clear his head. "Are you okay? This cut must hurt a lot, huh? I'm sorry I couldn't free you faster, but until I realized you started running and I could follow you a few seconds past." And you can really run fast, you know that? His reaction was understandable. After all, he had been worried about Cheyenne. If he hadn't been here now, then a guy would have killed me for sure. Xaver, thank you. Slowly she could breathe normally again and looked at her friend remorsefully. His stern and worried look relaxed a little, and then he looked at her wound. The girl carefully placed her hand on it and flinched in pain. Then she looked at her fingers and examined the blood that was now stuck on them. I'm fine, don't worry. Think about how we can quickly open this door, it doesn't move an inch. And the other 2 knights will be right back. Cheyenne stroked the floor with her bloody hand to wipe off the red liquid and flinched again. I had forgotten that I cut my hands on the guardian's sword. The damp soil brought dirt into her wounds, and this hurt her. The girl stood up staggeringly and tried to find her balance. It wasn't long before she could stand safely again. The rain was still falling relentlessly from the sky. Cheyenne opened her palms and let the cold water patter on them. It burned like crazy, but at least it cleaned her wounds. Meanwhile, Xaver went to the fainted knight and searched his armor. Cheyenne watched his actions curiously. What are you doing? Without turning to her for answering, he searched further and finally found a metal bracelet on the knight's wrist with a round, shiny plate on it. He stood up and examined it more closely. Do you see the device next to the entrance gate? Xaver moved towards it, and Cheyenne's gaze followed him. I don't think the door will open until we scan this red chip there. The girl tilted her head, hoping he would be right. Why didn't I notice that? Xaver's friend admired his quick comprehension. The boy scanned the chip without any problems, and a beep sounded. It was almost as if he had done this many times before. The huge metal door opened, and the 2 friends entered. As soon as they passed through the gate, it closed again. At just the right time, because Cheyenne could hear the 2 guards coming back. She sighed in relief, as did Xaver. That was really close. The friends looked around. In front of them stretched a long, large tunnel, the bottom of which was made of glass. Underneath, white flashes flashed and illuminated the way. There were no knights to be seen, far and wide, and so the 2 started moving. As they walked across the glass floor, Cheyenne noticed that the door at the end of the tunnel had also a scanning device. Xaver, how did you figure out how to open the door so quickly? That was really impressive. He looked embarrassed to the side and blushed a little. Oh, that was nothing. I think in situations like right now I can think very quickly, you know. I didn't deserve the praise. He smiled at Cheyenne. Yes, you deserve it. I hope I can think as fast in the future. She wanted to return his smile, but she couldn't, given the situation. Instead, she sighed and walked faster. Xaver also opened the door at the end of the tunnel, and they entered a huge hall. The walls were made of metal, illuminated by countless white lamps. In the middle of the room there was an elevator, which probably took people to the higher 2 floors above the heads of their friends. Cheyenne had never seen so many doors in a room before. They were all the same except for one, a large gate behind the elevator. On it something was written in large letters. Research. Human and animal research. Sectors A to G. Comply with safety measures. That's where we have to go, Cheyenne whispered. She did not dare to speak aloud in this great hall. Her words would echo quite loudly from the metal walls, and surely someone would hear that. However, the 2 friends were currently the only ones in the large room. How curious. I had actually thought it was teeming with researchers and guards. Xaver also spoke very quietly and let his gaze wander around worriedly. Maybe they'll all sleep, who knows? But we don't have time to think about it. Come on, we have to hurry up and go to the research area. With that, Cheyenne ended her friend's thinking phase and moved on, holding Xaver's hand, dragging him along behind her. It's pretty cold in here. Does this white light not warm up? Chroma shine would light up the room in no time. Suddenly, a door was heard above their heads. It was opened directly above them. Fortunately, the 2 friends stood under the higher floor and would not be discovered if they were quiet. As if rooted, the two stopped and listened to the footsteps. A second door opened and closed again, then calm returned to the great hall. Cheyenne and Xaver breathed a sigh of relief and were glad they were walking along the edge of the hall. Without talking, they crept to the large metal door that led into the research complex. Xaver opened the gate and they entered the next hall. They were presented with a sight of horror. The room was considerably larger than the previous one and had several floors. On each of the levels there were candles that made up the majority of the complex. In them were half-naked, emaciated people, here and there even some without any robe. Some cried desperately for help, cried in their pain, shook the cages, and some just sat apathetically in a corner staring in front of them. On the top levels were children calling for their mothers. On the lowest level where Cheyenne and Xaver were, there were not only people in the enclosures, but also animals and even creatures that looked like a mixture of both. The monsters growled, hissed, and tried to break open the cages, but each attempt was punished with an electric shock. In the middle of the hall was the only area, illuminated by white lamps. It stretched over all floors and was divided into many rooms. Through windows you could see the procedure in it. People who were forcibly tied to couches and chairs, who were operated on, or who were instilled with something. They wriggled and whirled wildly, but in vain. They did not manage to free themselves. Animals could also be seen in the rooms. They shared the fate of the people. This area had to be the research center, and another metal door seemed to be the entrance for it. The smell of medicine and blood was in the air. Only now did Cheyenne notice the different letters on the stone floor. Presumably, they marked the different sectors, as was previously written on the large metal door, through which they had entered this very room. The two friends stood there stunned. They had not expected so much cruelty. Xaver looked down and closed his eyes. "This is terrible." He could not say more and fell back into speechlessness. Cheyenne was breathing quickly and had started shaking again. She ran off again without thinking, desperately searching every lower level cage with her eyes. Instead of stopping her, her friend accompanied her. He seemed to sense that her worries about her grandparents had just increased drastically. Between the enclosures of the different sectors, there were corridors that led outside. "I can't see them anywhere. They're not here. What am I doing now? What am I doing? I have to find them. I just have to find them." Several times now she had walked past the cages of the lower level, but could not detect her grandparents. She would have liked to call out loud for them, but she didn't dare. Knights would come immediately and discover the friends, and the girl did not want to get Xaver into more trouble than she already did. Cheyenne stopped. She didn't even try to hold back her tears and let them roll down her cheeks. Her friend caught up with her and took her in his arms. For a few seconds they stood tightly embraced. Suddenly, a loud noise and a rough voice sounded. It came from a speaker mounted on the outside of the research area. "This is Researcher 137 speaking. The preparation of subjects 278 and 279 arrived this afternoon. 74 and 70 years old has just been completed. I ask you to monitor them from now on and to record the reactions to the experiments in writing. One of the lower researchers should deal with it and then report back to me. The subjects are located in outdoor sector D, enclosure 7. End of announcement." Cheyenne broke away from Xaver, looked at him hopefully, turned around and rushed towards the corridor leading to the outer area of sector D. The friend followed her immediately, and as fast as her legs carried her, they ran outside. It was hardly colder than inside the hall, but it was still raining. Flood lamps were located to the left and the right of the separated enclosures, and so everyone would be able to discover the two friends without difficulty. Cheyenne didn't care at that moment. She forgot everything around her, because at the end of the corridor, surrounded by enclosures, there was one with the number 7 on the front door. Behind it, she could even see her grandparents. Her heart jumped and she ran faster than ever. Feelings of happiness flowed through her body, and she was so happy to have finally found the two. Cheyenne forgot the rain and the cold of night, and couldn't wait to embrace her beloved grandparents again. She would save them and everything would be fine again. The entrance gate of the enclosure was closed by a metal chain, and was now the only thing standing in the way of family reunification. Cheyenne shook it, but to no avail. Xaver drew his sword. "Go aside and let me do it." She did as he had told her. The boy lifted the scratched metal weapon and hit the blade with full force on the chain. It shattered with a metallic sound at the point of impact, and the lock fell to the ground. The door to the enclosure opened a crack before it was pushed completely open by Cheyenne. The loud noise had alerted the grandparents, and they spotted their granddaughter in disbelief. She ran towards them crying and fell into their arms. An incredibly strong feeling of happiness and joy flowed through the girl and warmed her from within, so that she no longer felt the cold rain. Xaver watched his friend and her grandparents and sighed with relief. It was nice that they were still alive. The two elderly people wore soaked rags and metal bracelets and collars, shivered from the cold, were pale in the faces and looked very sick. The faded brown hair stuck to their wrinkled faces, dripping with rain. Their condition did not make a good impression, and this worried the boy. Perhaps they had already been subjected to experiments that had a fatal consequence, but he remained silent and kept his guess to himself. Cheyenne's grandmother stroked her granddaughter's soaking wet hair and then lifted the girl's petite head up a bit with her hands so they could look at each other directly. The old lady also wept with joy, despair, and sorrow. She whispered a few words to Cheyenne in a shaky, rough voice. "Girl, what on earth made you come here? This is far too dangerous. Now, if something happened to you, your grandfather and I would have never forgiven ourselves. Oh my goodness, what happened to your neck? Dear, that must be very painful. What kind of things do you do?" The grandmother spoke softly and with concern for her beloved granddaughter. Cheyenne noticed how weak the old lady was. It took her 2 attempts to finally answer and find her voice again. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there this afternoon. I am so sorry I got you into this trouble. I am so sorry." The grandfather stroked his granddaughter's head reassuringly and made her understand that he did not blame her in the slightest for the whole misery. He just seemed happy that the girl was doing reasonably well. Cheyenne saw the old man shed tears for the first time in her life. Guys, I don't like to disturb this touching family reunion, but I think we should slowly get out of here, don't you think? After all, a researcher is supposed to show up here." Xaver spoke up worriedly. Everyone in the enclosure knew he was right. Just as Cheyenne turned to her friend, he was pushed to the side from behind and fell to the ground. Where the blond boy had previously stood, there was now a tall, menacing-looking knight. His armor suggested that he was quite muscular and strong, and was very different from the other knights who drew their swords behind him. It was golden and decorated with white plates connected by embellishments of the same color. A turquoise-green cloak was attached to the shoulder plates, which made this man look special, striking, and honorable. His hair had a strange cut, looked like 3 hung-up triangles, and could be seen on the sides and back of his head. His hair color was dark brown with highlights consisting of different shades of green. The tips were dyed white, with the exception of a hairpiece of the same color which covered half of his right eye. The knight's eyes were light brown, almost orange, and only the left pupil was in black. On the right side it was white. His gaze was empty, but at the same time wise and determining. The man's face was marked by scars and showed no sense of guilt for knocking the boy over. The knight stared directly into Cheyenne's eyes and pinched his to frighten in slits. He averted his gaze from the girl and looked at Xaver lying on the ground. Without saying a word, the fearsome man drew his mighty water-blue sword and pointed at the boy. He wrinkled his nose and touched Cheyenne's friend with the sharp blade on his neck. Xaver gritted his teeth and bravely, but at the same time frightened and disturbed, stood up to the knight's gaze. Cheyenne, like her grandparents, was horrified, unable to do anything, and she tried to gather her thoughts. With ease, the man in armor could now kill her childhood friend. She wanted to do something to help him, but didn't dare to make a move. She was sure that if she tried to help Xaver, the knight would not hesitate long and pierce the boy with his sword. She was powerless and had to wait and see what happened. Against all odds, however, the knight let go of the boy and gestured for him to get up with his blue blade, whose inner metal seemed to move like water, and go to Cheyenne. Xaver did what the powerful man had told him to do, jumped up and stumbled over to his friend. Protectively he stood sideways in front of the girl as the knight in the golden armor walked a few steps towards her and ordered his troop, consisting of 6 other knights, to surround the 2 friends and the grandparents. Cheyenne's grandfather became angry. "What on earth is this supposed to be? Haven't you already made us suffer enough? Who are you anyway?" However, he received only mocking laughter from the ordinary knights instead of a response from the man in golden armor. None of this seemed to interest him in any way. The golden knight stood 2 meters in front of the friends and stared spellbound at the black crystal of the girl she wore around her neck. Cheyenne noticed this and covered the sparkling object with her hands, taking a step back, intimidated. The man closed his eyes briefly, then grinned and finally decided to say something. His voice was bossy, powerful, and decisive. "Stupid girl. Are you really carrying your crystal around with you all the time, huh? How careless. What if you lost it?" He paused for a moment and laughed a nasty, eerie laugh before grinning again and turning back to Cheyenne. He seemed to notice that the girl didn't understand why he was talking about the crystal. Either you're very difficult to understand or... They haven't told you yet. What a shame. Before the knight could continue speaking, the grandfather intervened again. "Just leave her alone." Again the man in golden armor laughed and raised his hand. 2 of the surrounding knights moved towards the old man and held him, roughly pulling him away from his wife, and he groaned, with a pained face, when one of the 2 men in metal stepped on his foot. Cheyenne's grandmother sobbed when she saw her beloved husband suffer. However, her granddaughter was rigid and did not know how to deal with the situation. It was all too much. The talk of the great knight, the sufferings of her grandparents, she was confused. Without paying attention to the old man, the knight continued to speak. "Well, at least you fell nicely into our trap. Your grandparents have also proven to be a wonderful bait. Your love for them is truly gorgeous. It was clear that you would try to save them, so we just had them brought here and waited for you to show up. Didn't you have any concerns that you could easily reach the research complex without being discovered? We have made sure that no one crosses your path. All the while we were able to make out your position from the control room. Didn't either of you notice the security cameras? Oh, that's right. In your slum you probably don't know anything like that." He paused for a moment to laugh. And didn't it seem strange to you that the researcher called out the exact data of your dear grandparents? I had more expectations of you, more than just a stupid, naive girl. Cheyenne looked down to the ground. Now it also seemed strange to her that they had no difficulty finding the old couple. Her grandfather was outraged and could no longer contain his anger. "What do you think, using us as bait for Cheyenne? You are a heartless scoundrel, a miserable bastard. He didn't get any further. The Golden Knight raised his hand again and moved his fingers, a fatal sign that triggered the cruel order. One of the two knights stood in front of the old man, drew his sword grinning, and rammed it with full force into the old man's chest. The blade pierced the entire upper body and reappeared dripping with blood on the back. The red juice of life stained the armor of both knights, and they laughingly enjoyed the agonizing moans and screams of their defenseless victim. The four remaining men in armor also began to laugh unrestrainedly, and the mighty man in gold could be heard whispering, his eyes closed, "I have no time for your thankless insults." Cheyenne's heart stopped for a moment. Her ears ached from the death cries of her dying grandfather. Then he fell silent forever and collapsed until he lay motionless on the red, cold ground. His blood, together with the relentless rain, now soaked the earth. The girl was unable to move. She was so shocked that she couldn't even cry. She breathed abruptly and stared at the dead body of her beloved grandfather, from which his murderer was drawing his sword and drilling it into the old man's flesh again. Cheyenne felt nothing but a tingling emotion. It was depressing and erased all her thoughts and other feelings. Then it was like ramming a knife into her chest, directly into her heart. She flinched in pain and moaned briefly and softly. She could no longer hear the laughter of the knights. Everything fell silent. With a blank stare, she watched as the knights kicked the old man one after another and robbed him of his last dignity for his insults. The rest of the environment was no longer noticed by the girls. Suddenly, her grandmother, who was holding on to Cheyenne, pulled her down and sank to the ground. Cheyenne realized that her grandmother was no longer aware of what the knights were doing to her former lover. Still shocked but worried about the only remaining family member, the girl knelt down next to the slumped grandmother. Her condition seemed to have deteriorated a lot, but it wasn't just because she had just seen her husband die. Cheyenne wanted to ask what was going on, but couldn't find the words and couldn't bring herself to say anything at all. She saw blood dripping from her grandmother's mouth, and it was getting more and more. "Grandmother, what is going on?" But she didn't have to ask the question or hear an answer to know that these were the last breaths of her beloved grandmother. She too would have to go away forever and suffer before that. The old lady groaned and gurgled before she could quietly stutter a few words. "Are these the impacts of the liquid which they instilled in me? Cheyenne, you have to get to safety. I can't go on. I can't be with you and watch over you. You must live. You are the world's last hope, beloved child." The grandmother coughed and spat out a lot of blood. Then she stretched and couldn't breathe. She gurgled again, and then she did not move. Her eyes were open and empty. There was nothing left to see in it. Cheyenne sat emotionless and apathetic next to the dead body. She had stopped crying and felt nothing, absolutely nothing. Neither soul pain nor cold nor fear, simply nothing. The world seemed to have stopped. Everything was like in slow motion. Her blank gaze wandered around. Everything was as slow as if it would freeze at any moment. All she heard was screaming inside. Then her gaze remained fixed on the man in golden armor. She thought she saw a trace of sadness in his eyes and pity, but that was certainly just imagination. The knights were still busy laughing, and Xaver took the opportunity to pull Cheyenne to her feet. If there was a way to escape from this hopeless situation, it would be now, when all the knights were still distracted. But Cheyenne stumbled powerlessly over her feet and fell to the ground again. "Come on, Cheyenne, pull yourself together. We have to get out of here." The boy pulled her up again and held her, staring into her empty eyes. "You're not going anywhere." The Golden Knight clenched his hands into fists and then turned to his troops. "You useless worms have a more important task than killing yourselves with laughter. Bring me this damn girl or kill her and get me the crystal." He rebuked his men, and everyone approached the two friends. Xaver drew his sword. "That's it." But before the blades met, Adocaz jumped over the metal grid into the enclosure and barked so loudly that a gigantic sound wave went into the direction of the knights and caused them to fall backwards. "Adocaz!" Perfect timing. Xaver was relieved that the fairy wolf had appeared. The boy took Cheyenne, who had meanwhile found her balance but was still distraught, by the hand and hurried with her to the end of the enclosure. "Adocaz, destroy this fence so we can get out." Xaver gave the order to the silver four-legged friend, and immediately afterwards he whistled through his fingers to call the horses. The fairy wolf meanwhile gathered his inner strength in front of his open mouth, and when it was strong enough he unleashed it in a magical turquoise glowing beam. In no time a huge hole had melted into the fence, and the three ran outside, where the horses had just arrived on a hill and danced nervously. As fast as he could, Xaver dragged Cheyenne up the hill, pushed her onto Falconheart, and gave the horse a slap that made it run. His friend was still apathetic and just had enough strength to stay in the saddle, even if she leaned more on the horse's neck than sitting. The boy also swung on Xaver and rode after the girl, followed by Adocaz. The wind seemed to wake Cheyenne slowly, and she pulled herself up in the saddle. Apparently the friends had ridden into a forest. Noises came from behind. "Damn, they're chasing us!" Xaver rode next to Cheyenne and looked back. Then he seemed to think and finally have an idea. "Cheyenne, we're breaking up here. Give me your crystal." Puzzled, she looked at her chain pendant. "Why?" More than the breathing whisper she did not bring about. "We shake them off more easily when we split up. They only split up when you give me your crystal. They are not only after you, but also after your crystal, so give it to me." Xaver's voice trembled with excitement and concern. Cheyenne had never experienced him like she did at this point. The trees flew past them, but Cheyenne didn't like her friend's plan. "He's the only one I have left. I don't want him to go away too." Then Xaver rode closer to Cheyenne and tore the chain off her neck. The girl lost her balance and almost fell off her horse. "What are you doing?" But her friend did not answer, rode away from her, held up the crystal, and shouted loudly that he now had the object of desire. Although it was dark, the knight seemed to see something. But Cheyenne didn't care how they could see. She was just desperate. Xaver moved further and further away from her, but then he shouted something to her. "We'll meet in Saralay village in a few days. I'll be there waiting for you." Then he disappeared behind the trees. Cheyenne heard the knights behind her consult as planned, and then split up. 3 pursued Xaver, and the other 3 chased after her. Crying desperately, the girl rode through the nocturnal forest. The rain subsided and went into a drizzle before it completely stopped falling to the earth. The dark blue clouds cleared and it became brighter. On the horizon appeared some first chroma stars, whose pale glow slowly became stronger. The treetops allowed a sparkle in some places into the dense forest. The night was over and morning was dawning. Some birds chirped happily, full of anticipation for the warm glow of the chroma stars after a cold, rainy night. Only an exhausted panting and snorting disturbed the harmony of nature. The sound of hoofs on the wet forest floor scared away some animals that were looking for food. Cheyenne had spent the whole night on the back of her horse, fleeing from her hunters. Adocaz had been faithfully by her side all this time, even though he was now so exhausted from all the running that he could hardly breathe and stumbled with every second step. Falconhide was not much different. It had taken a long time before they could finally leave their pursuers behind, but now they seemed out of danger. At least for now. The girl parried the stallion from the gallop into the walk. The brown horse made its neck long and gasped for air. From time to time it coughed. The body of the big four-legged friend trembled, and his legs threatened to buckle at any moment. The fairy wolf also slowed down, lowered his head, and stuck out his pink tongue. Staggering, he put one paw in front of the other, tried not to stumble or even fall. Cheyenne leaned on her mount's wet neck and looked blankly at the wound on her right palm. Her eyes burned from the many tears she had shed, and so she closed them. The girl was tired. She would love to fall asleep and never wake up. She had lost everything that was important to her. Her grandmother, her grandfather. She didn't even know if Xaver was okay, and if he could escape the nights, and after last night she couldn't go back home. For some reason, incomprehensible to her, the nights seemed to want to kill her. If she were to go back to the Undercity, all the inhabitants there would be in danger, because the nights seemed to stop at nothing, and anyone who stood in their way would probably have forfeited his life. Cheyenne had seen that with her grandparents. The memories of the previous night came back to her mind. She saw in her mind's eye again her beloved grandparents dying right in front of her, in an agonizing way. Those had been the most terrible minutes of her life. The girl remembered the words of the knight in golden armor. "Well, at least you fell nicely into our trap. Your grandparents have also proven to be a wonderful bait." Cheyenne couldn't believe all this. What was suddenly wrong with the world? Yesterday everything has been so beautiful and in order, and now all of a sudden such terrible things happened. Why is all of this happening? Why do they want to kill me and have my crystal? Why did my grandparents have to die? Why didn't I realize it was a trap? Could I have done something differently? Change something? If I hadn't been so unreasonable, they might be still alive. She blamed herself for everything. She must have done something to incite the knights, but with the best will in the world, she didn't know what. Hopefully Xaver is doing well. He must have escaped them. He must. If the crystal is so important to them, then they should have it. But leave him alone. It's anyway just a necklace that my mother gave me for my birth. For as long as she could remember, she always wore this black pendant around her neck. Her grandparents had told her that the last thing her mother had done before she died after giving birth was to put this crystal on her baby. Since then, Cheyenne was told she had never taken off the necklace. Although in the beginning she always had to put the jewel twice around her neck because it was so long. Over time, the girl grew taller and was able to wear the crystal normally. What do they find in this chain? I just don't understand all of this. It's just a crystal pendant. You can even buy them cheaply on the market. Cheyenne racked her brain, hoping to distract herself from her grief. But it wasn't long before she got a headache. She became dizzy, and the events of the previous night caught up with her again. The glow of the chroma stars which sparkled between the treetops became stronger. Slowly but steadily it became warmer, and the morning glow had a calming effect on the sad girl. Her wet hair and dress were slowly dried, as was the fur of the two four-legged friends she was traveling with. Cheyenne straightened up to see where they were, but they were in the middle of the forests of luminous trell, and these were known to extend over the most of the continent. So they wandered around completely disoriented. Cheyenne had never been here before. She didn't even know if there was a village nearby, if anything was nearby, had no idea where she was. And even if they found a village or a town, she wouldn't even have money to buy food and drink for herself and her two companions. She had never been so far away from home. The situation seemed hopeless, and the girl thought she could not be more desperate than she already was, but she seemed to be wrong. Just when she thought it really couldn't get any worse, she heard a growl. It definitely didn't come from Adocaz. Falconheart laid his ears back completely flat, pulled his head upwards, and stopped in shock. The fairy wolf at his side put up his neck fur, raised his tail and sensors, and also began to growl threateningly. As if spellbound, he stared in the direction from which the sound came. There was a rustling bush there. Adocaz moved slowly towards it, but Cheyenne whispered an order to him. "Stop! Maybe it will leave us alone if we go on and pretend we didn't notice." As soon as she uttered the words, she also knew that this would certainly not be the case. Suddenly, a wolf-like creature shot out of the bushes and jumped at Adocaz. He narrowly avoided the creature's claws, and the two were now facing each other. The fairy wolf protecting his companion and her horse, his attacker in front of the bush. Cheyenne could hardly believe her eyes as she looked at the creature. "But that... it doesn't exist!" The wolf-like enemy shone in all white and was surrounded by fog, signs of the same color, which looked like those of her black arrows. "What the hell is that? There is nothing white in nature, except for the small spots in our eyes, and it is surrounded by a shimmering fire-like aura. Maybe an experiment that escaped from the research lab?" Cheyenne's thoughts were interrupted, however, when the white something pounced at Adocaz again and began a wild brawl. It seemed incredibly strong and took a toll on the already exhausted fairy wolf. He managed to free himself from the clutches of his attacker with great effort, and Cheyenne took the opportunity to escape. Before the white wolf could attack again, Adocaz was already out of reach. The three companions were chased for the second time that day, and the girl wondered how often they would have to run away today. The trees flew past them again, and Falconheart ran as fast as he could. The fairy wolf had fallen a bit behind the stallion, but continued to do his best to keep up. The white creature didn't seem to chase her anymore. Probably it wasn't fast enough. But to make sure they were safe, Cheyenne kept up the pace. In the distance she saw a fallen tree trunk lying down. Falconheart will probably have to jump. Quite risky in his current state, but we have to get over there. The idea of just riding around outside just didn't occur to her. The girl was currently unable to think clearly, so she let her horse run directly towards the tree trunk and prepared for the jump. The stallion did not seem to agree with her plan, but he trusted his owner and did what she asked of him. They came closer and closer to the fallen tree. Only now did Cheyenne realize how big this log was, but it was too late to stop. Falconheart jumped off. However, he was far too exhausted to pull his legs wide enough. With a muffled sound, his left hoof hit the obstacle and the horse stumbled in the air. Cheyenne fell abruptly to the left forward on the neck of the stallion, but managed to stay in the saddle. As if that wasn't enough, it went further down on the other side of the tree trunk than expected. Behind the tree was a slope as steep as Falconheart was big, and they fell down. The horse did his best to regain his balance and prepare for the hard landing, but his legs could no longer withstand the weight of the four-legged friend, and immediately after the rough approach they buckled and he fell to the knees of his front legs. The girl on his back slid on the horse's neck, and Falconheart raised his head to prevent his owner from falling. When Cheyenne climbed back into the saddle, the mount rose snorting and then made a neighing sound. It seemed to be in pain. "Oh no, this is all my fault. I should have taken a closer look at that tree. I'm so sorry, Falconheart." She didn't get out more. The stallion, however, shook his head as if to contradict her. "Yes, of course it's my fault. I should have paid attention to your signals. I'm so incredibly sorry." Again, the horse seemed to deny her statement and snorted. At that moment, Adocaz came to slide down the slope next to the tree trunk, and then laid down, panting violently next to the four-legged friend. "The two of them absolutely need to rest. I demand far too much from them. I shouldn't have dragged them into this whole thing. I should have left them at home. Then they wouldn't be as bad off as they are now. But how would I have gotten to the lab and escaped? And Adocaz would have followed me anyway. I hope I can make up for this sometime. I'm so sorry." Cheyenne had a huge guilty conscience. The feelings of guilt were unbearable. Everything seemed to be her fault, and she wished at that moment that she had never been born. For the sake of her companions, she would grit her teeth. She finally had to be able to think clearly again, but this was easier said than done. Despair threatened to overwhelm her again as she looked ahead and discovered a forest path leading to a village. At first the girl thought it was just a daydream or a hallucination, but when, after several blinks, wooden houses could still be seen in the distance, Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief. "A village! I don't believe it. So we still do have a little luck." She made Falconheart go on, and he limped towards the wide forest path. Adocaz ran beside the horse, and the extent of the scuffle with the white wolf came to light. Some bloody wounds sparked on the fairy wolf's neck and chest. The girl did not know what she could do for her two four-legged friends. There was no money to pay a veterinarian or buy remedies herself, and she did not know which herbs would be needed to make a homemade wound ointment, and would probably have to buy the ingredients as well. But she was responsible for her pets, and these wounds had to be treated. Somehow she would manage it. Maybe there was work in the village, or she could exchange something. However, she quickly discarded the latter idea. The only thing I have are 2 apples, my bow, and my pocket knife. I don't want to give up my bow, and my pocket knife neither. I need the 2 things. And who would want to trade for apples? Besides, I promised them to Falconheart. She just had to wait and hope. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the village. At the first 2 small wooden huts, a large yellow cloth was clamped, which greeted the passerbys. The brown lettering revealed the name of the village. Welcome to Media Silva, the village in the middle of the forest of Luminastrel. Media Silva? I've never heard of that name before. Still, Cheyenne was glad to be here. It was a small village, no bigger than La Sepia. Some of the houses looked like trees. They were all brown and green, built of wood and of different sizes. Some rose into the air while others had only one floor. Above the girl's head were wooden bridges that connected some houses. It looked like the area up there was accessible to everyone through stairs to the side of the houses. Cheyenne saw a few stalls and shops where people lined up to the wooden bridges. The sandy road they were currently on seemed to be the widest in the village. From it went some alleys that led to other houses. Down here there were not as many people to see as above, and further ahead stood a carriage with 2 horses harnessed. The whole village seemed warm and welcoming. The girl discovered a stone trough filled with water, which served as drinking trough for the mounts. She steered Falconheart towards it and jumped off his back. It felt unusual to stand on the ground again, and after the long time in the saddle she had slight pain all over her body. But she suspected that it would be gone right away. Cheyenne tied the stallion to the post next to the trough, and she greedily began to drink. Adocaz also came next to the trough and shoveled the cool water into his mouth with his tongue. Next to the stone mold was a small staircase leading to a house behind it, and the girl sat down exhausted. She looked at her companions for a moment before resting her head in her hands and just sitting there. For a few minutes she was unable to do anything. Then she raised her head again and examined the wounds of the fairy wolf, who had meanwhile laid down next to her. They were not very deep and did not look as fateful at the second glance as they did some time before. These few scratches would heal well on their own and did not necessarily need treatment. Cheyenne now turned to the injured leg of her horse. The stallion's foot was bent, and he kept pulling it up a little as soon as the hoof touched the ground. This doesn't look good. Falconheart really needs help. The girl looked down and stared at her feet. The feelings of guilt came back, and she did not know how she could have helped her horse. She was so absorbed in her mental reproaches that she did not notice how someone approached her. A meter in front of Cheyenne, the person stopped and looked at her. The girl noticed the 2 feet in front of her and looked up to the stranger. In front of her stood a young man with impressively beautiful ice blue hair. On the sides of his head they reached almost to the ground. In front they stood off in almost all directions, and at the back of his head they seemed to be fluffy and shoulder length. The hair was very well groomed and made the man look noble. His eyes were clear and also ice blue. Rarely had she seen someone so beautiful. If this guy lived in the capital, he would certainly be a nobleman who would never even think of even looking at someone from the Undercity. So Cheyenne could hardly believe that he was talking to her. "Hey, pretty angel, you look like fate hasn't been kind to you." The girl didn't say anything and stared at her feet. Was she just imagining it, or had this guy seriously tried to flirt with her? How first impressions can be deceiving. Or are all aristocrats in such a mood? I really don't care, he should just leave me alone and disappear. But the young man stayed, and after a few seconds of silence he spoke again. "Why so sad, huh? Is everything all right with you?" Cheyenne raised her head again and looked at him. She really hadn't expected that. So this guy had noticed that she wasn't feeling well, and yet he had tried to flirt with her. What's wrong with the world? But the girl didn't feel like talking. I'm fine. I don't want to be rude, so thank you for caring about me, but please, just leave me alone. Her counterpart tilted his head and did not make the slightest attempt to leave. Well, if a girl who is doing well looks like that, I must have missed something. Cheyenne's request to leave her alone the young man did not even respond to. On the contrary, he even took a few steps towards her and, with some distance, sat down next to her on the small wooden staircase. The girl looked at him and perceived his smell. A strong scent of flowers mixed with that of a fir forest and pine cones. The image of a frozen small lake surrounded by ice-covered flowers in the middle of a snow-covered fir forest came to her mind. The idea was strong, clear, and beautiful. He turned back to Cheyenne. What happened? You don't live in this village, am I right? His previously cheerful, serene attitude turned into a compassionate one. The girl gave herself up and sighed. For better or worse, she would have to talk to him, knowing that he wouldn't just leave like that. Quietly, she gave him an answer. No, I'm not from here. The young man nodded, and Cheyenne lowered her head. Oh, how rude of me. I haven't even introduced myself to you. My name is Glacio, and what is the name of the beautiful angel next to me? He closed his eyes halfway and smiled a little. He can't be serious. What's wrong with him? She would have liked to roll her eyes now, but she didn't. If by beautiful angel you mean me, my name is Cheyenne. Nice to meet you, sweetie. And you don't need to speak so formally. We don't need that. Glacio closed his eyes and grinned, so he couldn't see the girl's annoyed look. Now also, sweetie? Do these compliments work for other girls? And I am always said to be naive. At least the young man managed to distract Cheyenne from her grief, and somehow she felt a little better since he was around her. Whether it was really because of this guy or simply because she wasn't alone at the moment, she couldn't say. Cheyenne liked his suggestion and accepted it, because she found it difficult to speak so formally and politely with someone like him anyway. Glacio opened his eyes again. He looked at Falconhard's leg, which the stallion had still lifted up in the air a little bit. The girl followed his gaze. He stood up and walked closer to the big brown horse to take a closer look at the foot. Is this your horse? The leg doesn't necessarily look very healthy. Before Cheyenne could say anything, her new acquaintance was already looking at Adocaz. His gaze briefly stopped at the fairy wolf, and he seemed surprised. He examined the wounds on the silver wolf's body and finally looked at the girl's neck and hands. So, I would be very interested to know what happened to you, but I doubt you will tell me just like that. Embarrassed, Cheyenne avoided his gaze. Glacio seemed to feel confirmed in his suspicions, but he would certainly bring up this topic again later. Cheyenne knew that. He continued to speak. And isn't this a fairy wolf? Where did you find such a rare animal? Above all, how did you manage to keep it by your side? A fair question. Fairy wolves have been the rarest animals in the world since dragons became extinct, and they would just trust one person in their entire lives if they have associated with humans at all. But if this is the case, they stayed with the confidant of their choice all their lives, and did not leave their side. Cheyenne knew all this, and therefore was very proud and happy to have Adocaz with her. I found him buried under snow a few years ago, in winter, as a little puppy. He was close to death, so I took him home and nursed him back to health. Then he apparently decided to spend the rest of his life by my side. As if the fairy wolf knew he was being talked about, he stood up and happily pressed himself against Cheyenne. She hugged him and stroked his fluffy fur. But as soon as the girl touched some of the wounds, she had a guilty conscience again. Adocaz, you too, Falconheart. I'm so sorry for what happened. She looked at the injuries of both animals and Glacio crouched down in front of her. He looked at the girl sympathetically. I'll make you an offer, Dolly. You seem to be quite desperate, so I want to be your savior in need and help you. But in return... He looked deep into Cheyenne's eyes, and the way he said it, she almost expected him to demand something from her for his help that she didn't want or couldn't. But as he continued talking, she relaxed and was even a little relieved. In return, I expect you to tell me what happened to you. The girl was reluctant to admit it, but at the moment she was happy about any help and would not hesitate to accept it. All she would have to do is tell what happened yesterday. She really hoped that she could do it. Cheyenne agreed. All right, I agree. If you can help me, I'll tell you what happened yesterday. But that's all I can give you for your help. I have no money. She suspected, however, that Glacio had more than enough of that anyway, the way he looked. She was all the more surprised when his answer came. Hey, Angel, when I say I just want to hear your story, I mean it. Don't worry, I'm just curious and want to help pretty girls in need. By the way, I too don't have any money right now, so you're not alone. Believe me, you can get along well without it. So, not a nobleman after all? I was so sure. But I don't really like the way he said the last sentence. What does he mean by that? Glacio turned to Cheyenne's wounds. Well, first of all, I'll take care of your wounds on your hands and neck. Without them, you're sure to be even more stunning than you already are. You can trust me, I am a healer. Cheyenne opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth a little in surprise. A healer? Incredible! I've never seen one before. Healers were people who could cast healing spells. The ability to control those spells was even rarer than fairy wolves and only given in very, very few people in the world. There should also be elves who supposedly differed from humans only by their ears and cleverness, and it's rumored that they would be even more gifted in dealing with healing magic. Apparently, it took enormous intelligence to cast healing spells. In addition, it was said that it would take many years of research and practice to properly handle healing spells. There were rumors in the Undercity that until a year ago there was still a healer in the Upper City who belonged to the knights and the king, but the girl had never seen him. When she went to the Upper City, which was quite rare because her grandparents had forbidden her to do so, she had to be careful not to be seen, and could never get to the royal castle. She often helped her grandfather at the market though, but he stood directly by the staircase from the Undercity to the Upper City, and therefore she could not see much of the Upper City. Cheyenne was stunned and with the best will in the world could not imagine that she just had one of those highly intelligent, rare human healers in front of her. She just couldn't understand how someone who called her Angel and Sweetie was one of the smartest people in the world, and that she just met one like that in the village. It was incomprehensible to her that he did not even want money for his healing arts. Glacio grinned again before slowly and gently touching Cheyenne's wound on her neck. His hand was freezing, but the girl didn't flinch. She was more surprised, and even though this young man was actually a total stranger to her, she thought she felt a trace of security in his touch, and became calmer. Doesn't it bother you that my hand is so cold? He avoided Cheyenne's gaze. The way he said it, she knew he was uncomfortable. This was the first time she had experienced him so seriously, and he seemed sad for a brief moment. The girl slowly felt that Glacio's whole body radiated an abnormally low temperature. But Cheyenne lived in a lower town and was used to the cold. There were countless leaks in her house that allowed nights and winter to enter. Nevertheless, she felt sorry for him when he looked so sad to the side. "No, I'm used to the cold and I don't really have any aversion to it." "But why do you have such a low temperature? That's not normal." He looked into her eyes again. "Just the facts of a failed experiment that I once went through. Hey, I'm glad that it doesn't bother you, sweetie." Cheyenne gave up. He would call her sweetie and angel forever. Did he still know what her name was? "My name isn't Sweetie, okay? And I'm not your angel or doll or whatever. My name is Cheyenne, got it?" But Glacio still seemed glad that Cheyenne didn't seem to have a problem with his low temperature, and her resistance to his nicknames amused him. He smiled, and for the girl this was a clear sign that he would not stop giving her these names. She would learn to ignore it and get used to it. Cheyenne wondered how long the young man would be with her. Although he was the most annoying guy she had ever met, she still liked him somewhere, somehow, a little bit, and was glad that she had met him. After all, he helped her. But of course the girl did not forget that her friend Xaver had promised to meet her in the village of Saralay, and therefore she wanted to get there as soon as possible, as soon as she and her companions felt better. However, she had no idea where this village was and how she would get there. Cheyenne would simply ask her new acquaintance later. Now, at last, she was allowed to see the healing spell. Glacio closed his eyes, and on the ground at his feet appeared a white magic circle, which turned, and from the middle of which a kind of white fire emerged. It traveled over the young man's body to Cheyenne's wound, where it burned briefly, coldly, and a little painfully. "Something with the color white again? In the end, it's not a trademark of the Knights. Or why do I see it here again? This white fire just looks like the white mist that surrounded that wolf that attacked Adocaz earlier. Is this even fog or fire? I should ask Glacio. He certainly knows that." Glacio, how exactly do these healing spells work, and what kind of white fog is this?" The young man just took Cheyenne's hands and cast the healing spell there as well. Her wounds had completely healed and disappeared as if they had never been there. She thanked him, and then he explained to her what she wanted to know. "I use a healing spell to transform the luminium from the environment into the body's own, and then let it flow into the bodies of the wounded. So the body's own luminium does not have to be produced in your body to heal the wound, because I provide it to it, and an immediate wound healing occurs. The white fog, as you call it, is luminium, which I just sourced from Earth." "Luminium? What's that?" Cheyenne had never heard this word before, but it seemed to be represented in nature. That was enough reason to learn more about it. "What is luminium, and why is it white? I thought this color didn't exist in nature and it was artificially produced." Glacio tilted his head slightly and raised an eyebrow slightly. "You don't know what luminium is? Didn't pay attention to geography at school, huh? Luminium is one of the two forces or energies that keeps this world alive. All of Cherenox Lubetia is built on these two. All living beings and objects are made of this energy. The luminium is responsible for the shape of something, so for example your body is made of this force, or a tree or a sword. Each physical form is made from luminium. The second force, Umbrauror, is responsible for all life. It forms our souls and our will to live, ensures that trees and plants grow, and if someone has an enormous amount of umbra in his body, he is able to work elemental magic. So as an example, I can think of only one thing that you might know. Surely you've ever seen those street performers creating fireballs and making them dance in the air. These fireballs arise from their body's own environment. Lumenium is white in its unphysical form, until it takes the form of something, and umbra, if not transformed into magic, is black. I hope I was able to answer your question. He winked at the stunned Cheyenne. She had not expected so much knowledge. In addition, Glacio had explained it in such a way that she really understood it. The reason for her ignorance was probably because she had never attended school and her grandparents had taught her everything so far. But it seemed they had not known everything either. But he couldn't know that, and the girl didn't want to tell him yet. She already felt quite ignorant. Cheyenne was grateful that he had explained this to her. Maybe she would ask the young man later what it was about that Lumenium wolf she had seen. He would certainly notice too. In the twinkling of an eye, Glacio also healed the injuries of Cheyenne's 2 four-legged friends, and then sat down next to her again on the stairs. Now he surely wanted for her to keep her promise and tell him what had happened. She was exactly right in her guess. So, pretty angel, then tell me what happened to you. You have my full attention, sweetie. Cheyenne closed her eyes briefly to think about how she would begin the story. Then she came up with an approach and lowered her gaze until she only saw her feet. So, a promise is a promise. I'll tell you everything what happened to me last night. But it's not so nice, and forgive me if I have to take a break from speaking from time to time, to collect myself again. Well, then I'll start now. Actually, yesterday everything was as usual. I got up, I helped my grandmother a little bit in the household. I lived with my grandparents until yesterday. Then met briefly with my best friend Xaver, and then rode out with my horse. It's called Falconheart, by the way. Adocaz, my fairy wolf, came along as always. I wanted to be back in the afternoon to help grandfather at the market. Until then I rode to my favorite place and unfortunately fell asleep there. Adocaz woke me up at some point, but there were almost no chroma stars left in the sky. So I had overslept and the market was certainly already over. I thought to myself that grandfather would surely be angry with me and would already have prepared some moral sermon because of being late when I rode home as quickly as possible. When I arrived home, it was almost dark and it started to rain. I had a bad feeling because my neighbor looked at me so strangely. When the door was open and there was traces of blood in the apartment, I thought my grandparents were dead. But nowhere were their bodies to be found. And I could have imagined right away that the knights were there and wanted to collect taxes, but we had no money to pay them. A few weeks ago there was a storm that had destroyed most of our harvest, and grandfather could no longer earn much money on the market with the rest of it. But I was so confused at the moment that I couldn't think clearly. Luckily, Xaver came and stood by me. We then asked my neighbor Rosie if she had seen something. Of course she had noticed something, because my grandmother had been her best friend. Anyway, she said that my grandparents had been taken to the laboratory near the capital, gave me a small scroll that my grandmother had entrusted to her, and told Rosie to give it to me. But I really didn't care about that paper at the moment. I rode to the laboratory to free my grandparents. Xaver accompanied me. The building was of course guarded, so we had difficulties getting inside. 2 out of 3 guards could be distracted by Adocaz, but the 3rd caught me and gave me the wounds you just healed. Thanks again for that. If Xaver hadn't been there to took out one of the guards with his sword, I would be dead now. Then we got into the building, through his cleverness, and actually, I should have noticed something, because there was no one to see in the whole complex. Normally it would have been teeming with explorers and knights. But I suspected They were all asleep. After all, it was night, and I didn't think about it any further. Then we came to this horrible research room, where a researcher made an announcement coincidentally exactly with the whereabouts of my grandparents. It should have seemed weird to me, but I just ran to my grandparents and was happy to see them alive. Cheyenne paused, for she trembled again, as she had to recall the terrible events she wanted to repress. She breathed deeply in and out, tried to collect herself, and suppressed her tears, because she did not want to start crying in front of Glacio. Then she continued. Suddenly, a knight in golden armor came. He had 6 other knights with him. I think he was a higher-ranked knight. He also had a cloak and a funny haircut. Without introducing himself, he had his men gathered around me, Xaver, and my grandparents, and started talking crazy stuff. He said I was stupid to wear my necklace with a black crystal attached to it all the time. Then he said that my grandparents hadn't told me something, and that he only used them as a bait to set a trap for me. My grandfather was so outraged that he insulted the Golden Knight, and he then has given the order to 2 of his men that they should kill my grandfather, and they did exactly that. Cheyenne swallowed and paused again. Now she could no longer hold back the tears, and they rolled down her cheeks. The girl wiped them away with her hand, sobbed, and tried to be strong. She closed her eyes and continued talking. Yeah, and then my grandmother died next to me, as a result of some stupid experiment. She said something about I was the last hope for the world or something. From then on, I can only vaguely remember the things that happened afterwards. Somehow Adocaz was suddenly there and destroyed with his magic the enclosure grid where my grandparents were imprisoned, and Xaver called our horses and dragged me to them, helped me on Falconheart, and then we fled into the forest. But the knights followed us, and Xaver said if we split up it would be easier to leave them behind. And because they were obviously after me and my crystal, he needed my chain, so that they really followed him. Then the 6 knights split up, and I was on a run all night until we finally left them behind. They had these fast white horses, but luckily Falconheart is an incredibly fast horse. I rescued him from the lab a few years ago. He was to die there because of an experiment that, as so often, had gone wrong, and the knights could not use him as a riding horse. Xaver's horse Xaver is also such a case. But I just don't understand all this. Why would anyone set a trap for me? For what? I never got into debt. Now I can't even go back home and I don't know where Xaver is. And why does anyone want my necklace, which my mother gave me for my birth? By the way, Mother died at my birth, and I never met my father. I absolutely know nothing about him, in case you want to know that too. Cheyenne looked up at the sky and looked at some of the colorful clouds and chroma stars among the treetops. They were calming, and the girl was able to stop crying. Glacio had listened to her the whole time. Not once had he interrupted her. Cheyenne was surprised that he had listened to her story so silently. Now he seemed thoughtful. The young man also seemed to have some questions, which he asked now the girl. First of all, Angel, I'm honestly incredibly sorry for what happened to you. I had already thought that something bad had happened to you, but that it would be that bad for you would have not occurred to me. I know how you must feel. I also lost my whole family in one day about a year ago, thanks to the knights. I can't go home anymore either, because, well, yeah, they burned down the house where I had lived and chased me out of town. I certainly wasn't the only one to whom something like this happened. When the knights get bored, he looked around before finishing the sentence quietly. Nothing good comes out of it. Speaking of the city, you're from Excidoma Magna, am I right? The capital is the only place nearby where taxes are levied, and only from the poor people in the undercity. I didn't believe that someone as pretty as you would come from the slum. Cheyenne nodded and lowered her eyes sheepishly. She didn't know if Glacio had meant it as a compliment or if it was more like the opposite. He seemed to know the capital well. Cheyenne had never been ashamed of her homeland, but now she wasn't so sure. Even though the young man next to her had been chased away, he seemed to have come from a noble home, and her origins were a bit embarrassing to her. She couldn't resist the feeling, even though she still liked her home. Cheyenne was relieved when Glacio apparently did not talk bad about her homeland. Still, with a thoughtful look, he continued to speak. Don't worry, I don't really care where you come from. Besides, you can't help the king rule over you and play with your life. I hate to say it, but maybe it's even better that you're away from there now. Well, I have some questions for you, and I very much hope that you will allow me to ask and answer them, Angel. Cheyenne nodded. It was probably the least she could do for him after he had healed her and the wounds of the two four-legged friends. Then Glacio spoke again. Very well, so the knight in golden armor you mentioned was talking about a trap. He wanted you and your necklace with a black crystal on it as a pendant that you've had since your birth, yes? That's quite strange. You can buy such necklaces everywhere. And what do the knights want with a black object? A black crystal. As it all sounds, the knight will continue to pursue you, darling. They seem to find something about you that you don't know yet. What is certain is that from now on you have to be very careful in everything you do. Glacio seemed to know, or at least suspect, more than he wanted to say. Again, someone was hiding something from her. Something that was probably important to her. Why do other people always seem to know more about me than I do? And why the hell don't these people ever want to tell me what's going on? It would certainly be good to know and guaranteed important for me. After all, I was hunted and my crystal seems to be somehow special. Why had grandmother's last words been that I was the last hope for the world? In the end, did she perhaps no longer know what she was talking about? Nah, I finally want to know what's going on here. Just as Cheyenne was about to ask Glacio what was going through his mind and what he seemed to know, he was already asking his next question. The knight in golden armor with the funny haircut and cape. Can you describe it to me, sweetie? The girl would try to give him a detailed answer because, after all, she had promised to tell him everything he wanted to know. She would simply ask him her questions later. She tried to remember the cruel man who had her grandparents killed. So, he was quite tall, his golden armor was trimmed with white plates, his hair looked like suspended triangles or squares, very funny anyway, and the hair color was brown with strands that had a greenish color, and a hairpiece and the ends of the hair were white. His brown eyes were also quite strange. One pupil was white and the other was normal. His cloak was also in green. I can't remember more. Cheyenne hoped that Glacio would suffice her description. He seemed to be able to do a lot with it, because he recognized the knight. As you described him, Angel, the knight is the ruler of Halonia, the continent bordering Luminastral. His name is Adocaz, and he is the boss among the 5 most powerful and important knights in the world. He therefore also bears the title Commandant. But what would he want here? Luminastral is not his area of responsibility. Perhaps a meeting of the 5 rulers at the headquarters of the knights in the capital? Glacio seemed to be an expert in the field of knights, and that unsettled Cheyenne a little. Again, he seemed to know more than she did, but he made no effort to initiate the girl into his thoughts. Everything he said at the moment was absolutely new to her. Maybe he knows so much because he is a healer. He attended a demanding school, and that's probably why he knows so much about the knights. She wanted to know why he didn't share his thoughts with her, so it seemed important to her. But she had to wait until Glacio had no more questions for her. His gaze became more and more thoughtful, and he asked Cheyenne something again. Why was he so interested in her? Your story is taking on strange proportions, sweetie. Oh, and now what was that? Your grandmother's death words were that you were the last hope in the world? She bequeathed you a scroll, you said. But you haven't read what's written in it yet, have you? May I have a look at it? Cheyenne nodded and stood up. The scroll was in her saddlebag, so she went to Falconheart and got the piece of paper. She herself had not yet seen what was in it and had now become curious. Besides, her grandmother wanted the girl to get the document. Cheyenne pulled the small scroll out of the saddlebag, went back to Glacio and sat down again. She rolled out the paper and held it in such a way that she and her acquaintance could see something of it, in equal measure. Astonished, the girl found that absolutely nothing was written on it. Why did grandmother give me a blank piece of paper? The young man next to Cheyenne also seemed surprised and tilted his head. For a few seconds they both looked at the blank scroll and searched every nook and cranny with their eyes, but there was not a single letter to be seen. Just as Cheyenne was about to roll up the paper again, something strange happened. Out of nowhere a black writing appeared, moving slightly, as if it were water startled by waves. It took some time until letters could be seen spread all over the note, but there were only a few. The only legible thing that could be seen on the scroll was Cheyenne's name in the upper half of the paper. Glacio seemed a bit confused now, and he shared his thoughts with the girl. So this is strange. These block letters look as if they were written with umbrauro, but it takes an enormously strong and powerful spell to describe a piece of paper with it. Apart from that, the art of labeling something with the power of life has been lost a long time ago. As far as I know, there is no one left in the world who can still write with umbrauro. So your full name is Cheyenne Leblesse. What a beautiful name. Leblesse means the blessed in the ancient Yin-Yang language. Before you ask how I know, I had to learn this in my training, but you don't see much more here. Only the first word is legible, from. Well, I guess we can't do much with that, or what do you think, doll? Cheyenne shared his opinion and rolled up the paper again, but the scroll kept her busy. Why does someone write something for me on a piece of paper? Especially with such a strong spell. But Glacio has said that no one can use this forgotten spell. That's weird. That my surname is the Blessed was also unknown to me. My grandparents also had this last name. I would have loved to learn the language of the Yin-Yang age. The ancient Yin-Yang language was no longer spoken by anyone today, but sometimes it is still taught in schools. However, these few places of learning were very expensive, and most of them could only be visited by children with noble parents. Glacio must have had it good. He was able to learn so much, and his parents must have read every wish from his lips. Cheyenne obviously had to be very easy to see through, because Glacio could read her mind. You would have liked to learn a lot too, wouldn't you, little angel? I see that you would have liked to go to a good school, but the normal one would have been enough for you, I know that you undercity people have no money left for learning sites. What a pity, if you ask me. The king deprives you of all possibilities for a future, and the knights make sure that you don't have the money to emigrate. Now he has found out for himself that she had not attended school, but instead of despising or laughing at her, he sighed and shook his head. This man was not like others, Any nobleman in Excidoma Magna would make fun of the people in the Undercity, insult them, and completely side with the king. But Glacio felt sorry for them, and Cheyenne was sure that if he had the means to do so, he would help them. Even though he was the most annoying, indecent, and sometimes rude guy she had ever met, and who gave her nicknames, even though she had pointed out to him that she had already a name, he still had a good heart. When she heard him speak, anger built up inside her, and she said what she thought. "I hate the king, and especially the knights. One makes our lives into a hell and the others kill innocent people." She had said that louder than she had intended, but she didn't care. She made no secret of her dislike of the knights anyway. After all, they had destroyed their lives. But Glacio next to her winced at these words and looked nervously in all directions. But there was no one nearby who could have seen who insulted the knights. He breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to Cheyenne more seriously than ever before. "Hey, I don't know how it used to be in the Undercity, darling, but you're not home anymore. In the real world it's a bit different. As soon as you insult a knight here, or even say anything or do something that could be understood as such, you are already as good as dead, especially in Luminastrel. Outside the capital the knights hold back with their tyrannies, and have many more followers who believe in their ideals of a better world, and these people betray you immediately. As a rule, it is like this. If someone insults a knight or does something that the knighthood does not approve, it endangers that person and their family, because anyone who is against the knights could belong to the other side. You probably don't know anything about it. In the capital you don't get so much of the outside world. So, to put it briefly, not everyone is satisfied with the knights and their machinations, and therefore an organization was founded, which has been waging war against the knights ever since. You've probably never heard of the war between the Knights of Light and the Shadow Servants. The Shadow Servants are freedom fighters whose goal is it to free the world from the rule of the knights. The dear knighthood intends to change the world. You could also say that they intend to revive the yin-yang age. They want the world to return to what it was before the destructive apocalypse. But now the Shadow Servants think that this is complete nonsense, since everything changed then, and they believe that if the world is changed again, it is doomed. That's why they fight against the knights. But at the moment these freedom fighters are not yet strong enough and have too few members to be able to assert themselves against the knighthood, and new followers are hard to find, because many who joined the Shadow Servants were murdered immediately afterwards, and the knights intimidate everyone anyway. People are too scared to change sides, but I don't know more about this whole thing, Angel. While Glacio had quietly told her all this, Cheyenne's jaw dropped. She had never noticed any of this since she was born. Apparently she had lived in a completely different world. Her grandparents didn't seem to know about the war either. But even if they did, they had never told her about it. Since she had arrived in this village and started talking to Glacio, she had learned so many things about the world. Everything was so new. Cheyenne was simply stunned. Within a day everything had changed. It was as if her life so far was a crystal ball that broke into 1,000 shards. She never thought there was going on more in the outside world than in her wildest dreams. The girl had become curious and also a little excited, but at the same time she was frightened, because the world seemed very dangerous. So the knights weren't just there to bully and kill people, but because they had a serious task? But even though Cheyenne seemed to know nothing about this world, she was eventually taught by her grandparents about the apocalypse that had led to the end of the yin-yang age. At that time, the whole cycle of life had miraculously changed, and all people who had lost their lives in the war before were miraculously given a second life after the world change. After that, there was peace for a long time. No one knew what this miracle was, and archaeologists and historians worked hard to find out, but they never found a useful clue. Glacio watched Cheyenne as she pondered. He seemed worried but said nothing. To get the girl away from the gloomy thoughts about war and change, he asked her a question instead. "Doll, you haven't even told me how you got here in the first place. I mean, it was night, you couldn't see anything, you were disoriented and confused, and you were being haunted." Cheyenne paid attention to him again. It was clear to her that he was just trying to distract her. "He certainly thinks I shouldn't worry so much about the world. But how would he react in my place? This is all so confusing." But she had promised to tell him absolutely everything. Yes, well, I know everyone finds it hard to see something at night, but it's easy for me, honestly. I see pretty well at night. When Xaver was gone, I just tried to escape the nights, and when morning came, me, Adocaz and Falconheart were in the forest, and that's where I realized where I was. Suddenly, Adocaz was attacked by a strange white wolf. I believe it was made out of luminium because it was made of the same white mist as your healing spell before. The two fought, and that's where the wounds came from. The white wolf did not pay attention for a moment, and we took the opportunity and fled. But there was a huge tree trunk on the way, and I let Falconheart jump over it. Since he had been running all night, he had no strength at all, and hit his leg on the tree. On the other side, it went down so far that he came up again hard and buckled. That's where his injury came from. From the place where we were, I could see this village, and we ended up here, and, well, right after that I met you." Glacio thought for a moment, then said something again. "You can see very well at night, huh? Exceptional. Well, it sounds like you met a luminium demon in the forest. In Luminastrel, however, they are rather rare, because they are constantly eliminated by the knights. You don't seem to know anything about demons, do you, Angel? Well, then I want to explain that to you. There are luminium and umbral demons. They appeared one day within the last 20 years. Luminium demons arise from a lack of luminium in the world. There is a cycle, but it is disturbed by too many experiments with this force. So, to illustrate, the bodies of humans and animals are made of luminium. You already know that. So when a baby is born, luminium is taken out of the earth for his body and borrowed. When a human or animal dies, however, it takes about 10 years for the dead body to convert the structure of human or animal luminium into earth luminium. As long as it's not transformed, the world cannot take it back. But because researchers experiment so much with luminium, there was a lack of this power. Because less and less of it was available for the world, the dead bodies transformed faster, with the result that there was not enough time to completely change and adapt the structure. The corpses therefore became luminium in its non-physical form, and its structure is so flawed that it can no longer even take on a physical form. The result is called a demon. It takes on a form, for example, that of a wolf, as you have seen it, but cannot hold it in the long run, and cannot take on the color of it. Terranox Libertia cannot produce enough of the power to bring the world back into balance, and as long as so many people die and the experiments do not stop, the earth will not recover, and the demon plague will get worse and worse. Here in Luminastrel, the knights try to keep the demons at bay, but these beings don't die. The luminium is only separated for some time until it reunites and forms a new being. Once the demon has formed, it loses the ability to change the luminium structure and can no longer become Earth's own luminium. Therefore, the number of living beings is decreased more and more, and that of demons is increasing, of course. These monsters have no souls and no will to live, so no umbral. But even this force has to be processed. When someone dies, his umbral leaves the body, and looks for something new where the life force can work. But if so much luminium goes to waste for demons and not for new human or animal bodies, the Umbraro has to look for something else. As a result, there are such weather fluctuations. It gets colder or hotter in some areas, that some people have far too much Umbraro and therefore, for example, are enormously temperamental or even crazy, or enormously strong elemental spells can work, which have devastating effects in war. However, all this is still not enough to use the whole life force, and there is powerful surplus. Not everything can be used, and therefore demons also form from the Umbraro. But they are easier to get rid of because you can use their Umbraro. Luminium demons appear more during the day because they are not as strong but have more defensive power than Umbraro demons, which you tend to encounter at night. They take advantage of the darkness to fight their victims with their enormously powerful attack, with little defensive power. Because at night most people and animals do not see as much as you know. Unless someone invents a luminium structural converter or something similar, the situation of the world will not improve. You surely want to know why these monsters are so aggressive, don't you, doll? Well, there is still no answer to that in the fields of research as far as I know. Some say that the forces themselves are so enraged, others think that there is a logical explanation, namely that the forces work too much. So, the luminium tries as quickly as possible to appropriate another structure, even as a demon, although it's no longer possible, and this is supposed to make the being so jittery that it attacks. Umbraro demons too. Only that they are desperately looking for a use and a purpose, and are therefore so jittery and aggressive. Please don't ask me if these theories are true or what I think about them, sweetie. I really don't have the faintest clue about demons. All I know is that they are there, and that they are dangerous. Glacio finished his lecture, and again Cheyenne had become wiser. She found it interesting to learn so much about the world, but at the same time the situation Terranox Libertia found itself in was terrifying. Hopefully someone will invent this luminium structural change thing he was talking about. It was already around noon and Cheyenne had told her helper enough. She had also learned a lot from him and thanked him. Glacio, it was very nice to make your acquaintance. You helped me a lot. Many, many thanks. Thank you for healing me and my companions. And thank you for telling me so much about the world. Thank you also for asking about my story, because telling it helped me a lot and I feel better now. Even though I still don't fully understand some things, such as why I'm being hunted. But even if I think you might know more about me than I do, I think I certainly can find out myself. Because you won't tell me anyway, at least that's how I got to know you. I really thank you very much, but I have to get to Saralay as soon as possible. I really need to meet Xaver there and know if he's okay. I don't know the way, but I'll find it somehow. I just have to believe it enough. Thank you for everything and farewell. I hope you have a beautiful, long and happy life. I'm serious. Cheyenne got up and went to her horse. To strengthen it a little before leaving, she gave him the 2 apples promised the day before and packed the scroll she had held in her hand back into the saddlebag. Adocaz had also got up and was already walking around the street a little restlessly. Glacio also stood up and seemed a little surprised. You want to go, darling? He came to her and looked at her questioningly. But Cheyenne only had her friend on her mind, and she really had to go. She actually wanted to rest a little, but had no money for a place to stay anyway, and she wouldn't be able to sleep with all the exciting things she just had experienced. She ignored her hunger. The only thing that mattered was to get to Saralay as soon as possible. Adocaz might catch a few birds to eat along the way, and Falconheart would settle for some juicy grass too, so Cheyenne didn't have to worry about them. But Glacio didn't let himself be brushed off so easily and somehow felt responsible for Cheyenne. "Hey, Angel, I happen to go to Saralay too and could accompany you. I even know the way, so you wouldn't have to wander around anywhere. In addition, if the knights catch up with you, you'd have a problem. You don't really look like you can fight well. I would also like to thank this infamous Xaver for saving my pretty Angel's life here. So what do you say, doll?" Cheyenne was actually happy to finally get rid of this exhausting guy. But he was absolutely right in everything he said, and it would be better for her if he came with her. She liked him a little. He wasn't a stranger anymore, and they had the same goal. So she accepted his offer again. But whether Xaver welcomed meeting this man was uncertain. "Well, it would certainly be better if we could get there together. Thank you for your help." Glacio seemed pleased and walked down the street to an old pale brown pony tied to a post. He untied it and awkwardly climbed into the saddle of the little horse. "Oh my goodness! He can't ride at all! Oh, now it's almost embarrassing. I looked even better when I climbed Falconheart for the first time, but he's huge and Glacio's pony is, well, small as a pony is. Oh wow, he managed to get into the saddle. Can he even get it to walk? Well, somehow that will work, but why does he want to stay with me? He had very good arguments to accompany me, but why do they only seem to me as an excuse? Well, I'm sure I'll find out." Cheyenne also mounted her horse and then rode to her companion. Somehow, even if it looked awkward and strange, he managed to encourage the pony to run, and the journey to Saralay could start. Adocaz trotted in front of Falconheart while Cheyenne and Glacio rode side by side out of the village. Adocaz trotted leisurely in front of Falconheart and the brown pony. The path slowly led them out of the dense forest of Luminastrel and became steeper from time to time. It seemed to lead them to higher realms. Cheyenne didn't know where she and Glacio were, or what lay ahead. Only a few minutes ago they had left the village of Media Silva and then taken this direction. Her companion did his best to steer his pony and keep it at pace. All this went too slowly for the girl, but she was afraid that if they switched to a faster pace, her acquaintance would land on the floor in the blink of an eye. She had never seen anyone ride so badly. Why does he have a horse if he can't ride? He would be 1,000 times faster if he walked. She decided to talk to him about it. "Glacio, why do you have a horse? I really don't want to be rude or anything, but I've never seen such a bad rider and you're really untalented when it comes to handling your pony. I'm sorry, but honestly, you give him signals that contradict each other and don't even pay attention to what he wants to tell you." Glacio grinned and looked at the small head of his mount. He agreed with Cheyenne. "Angel, tell me something new that I don't know yet. I feel sorry for the little one here myself, but I've never learned to deal with these animals, and I only bought it so that I don't have to walk all the time. It doesn't even have a name." It was a bargain, and actually, you can even say that I saved it from the butcher. The seller said it was so old and no longer any good. He wanted to have it processed into sausage. That's why he sold it to me at a ridiculous price, saying it would only live a few more years anyway. I gave him all the rest of my money for it, and well, I'm not faster with the little one here either, but at least I don't have to walk every day anymore. I've had the pony for about 2 weeks now. Cheyenne looked forward again and sighed. Sometimes she really didn't know what to make out of Glacio. On the one hand, he had saved the nameless pony. On the other hand, he had only done so out of complacency. The young man looked at her horse. You and your falconherd here, you seem to get along very well. I didn't know that you could keep such large animals in the Undercity. How long have you had him? Cheyenne thought for a moment before giving him an answer. I think for 3 years. When Xaver and I freed the horses, I was 14 and he was 15, so yes, I've had falconherd for 3 years. In the lower city it is unusual to have such large animals, but next to my house there is a barn where I could store him, and Xaver has converted an empty building next to his house into a kind of stable so that Shiva could live there. Hey. Wait a minute. You're 17? So 3 years younger than me. Huh. Glacio had interrupted Cheyenne and stopped his pony. Now he turned his head away and seemed to be thinking about something. The girl stopped falconherd as well, and it seemed strange to her. There it was again, the feeling that he knew more. She asked him about it. Yes, I'm 17, and when you're 20 years old, I'm 3 years younger than you. But what's so special about it? With a reproachful and questioning look, she waited for the answer of her companion. Oh, nothing. I just realized how old I am and how young my beautiful little angel here is. Cheyenne already regretted that she was traveling with him. She rolled her eyes. Does he really think I'm so stupid? As if I didn't notice that he was hiding something from me. This excuse was just so transparent and lousy. But if I continue to impute such secrets to him, I'll only get back such cheap excuses. Cheyenne decided to play his game and get one over him in the process. Okay, but if you're that old and feel so old, then you should act like that and not keep flirting with me like a teenager and giving me these stupid nicknames. That's not appropriate for such an old man. She rode off again and looked back with a grin. The sight that presented itself to her was worthy in adoration. The girl had actually managed to silence Glacio for a brief moment. He sat on his pony and was stunned, dumbfounded, and for the first time since the two had met, he seemed speechless. Then he tilted his head, raised an eyebrow a little, and smiled mischievously. Hey, doll, now you've really given it to me. Ouch! Man, that really sat here. But if you have had a good upbringing, you would also know that you have to respect the old age and not make fun of older people. Checkmate, baby. Cheyenne had to giggle. Her companion probably had a saying ready for every situation. With all his efforts, he managed to get the pony running again, and they rode on. The forest was now thinning, and the girl admired the beautiful view. To her left was a deep, rocky abyss. You could overlook part of luminous Strel and see all the way to the sea. To their right were some trees and shrubs. Behind them rose a large, wide, and high rocky mountain. In front of her, the now stony path tilted steadily upwards. Glacio noticed her enthusiasm and explained to her where they were. I thought you'd like it here. When I saw this for the first time, my eyes almost fell out. At that time I hadn't seen anything of the world, and then something so stunning. There would be another way to Saralay through the forest, but it's not half as beautiful, and the travel time would be about the same. By the way, we are here at the foot of the Klisav Mountains. There used to be a village up there, but it was destroyed. A few years ago it was buried under boulders that had come loose due to lumanium shortages. Since then it has been forbidden to go further up and deeper into the mountains. While Cheyenne knew that the lack of lumanium did not bode well, the fact that it was already so bad that entire villages were wiped out was frightening. But she couldn't do anything about it and chased away the gloomy thoughts. The girl let her gaze wander into the distance. The light blue sea reflected the chroma stars and the source of life. Her eyes wandered from the water up to the sky, and she was now staring directly at the beautiful night-black structure. Cheyenne thought and came to the conclusion that it must be made out of umbrauror. It was at least surrounded by a black mist, and the interior moved like water startled by a wave. Glacio followed her gaze, and then confirmed her reasoning. "Ah, you're looking at the Nux Astrum Vitae, huh? Beautiful, isn't it, Angel? Almost as enchanting as you are. The name Nux Astrum Vitae is in the Yin-Yang language and does not mean source of life. People only introduced this name because they found it more appropriate. The correct translation would be Night Star of Life, which in my opinion sounds actually nicer than source of life. You've probably never known what it's made of before, but since the smart, lovely Glacio told you something about the life force umbrauror, you're guaranteed to be able to guess it. But, my pretty angel, that's not all. Nux Astrum Vitae is not only composed of umbrauror, it even is the origin of this power. There, new life is produced and old is processed. When a body dies, all life force and soul emerge from it, atomize into microscopic particles that no longer can be seen with the naked eye, and rise to become the night star of life. There, the umbrauror is regenerated and processed, splits up again and returns to Earth. The cycle of life is fascinating, isn't it, sweetie? Cheyenne nodded. I wonder how the world came to be. It is hard to imagine that everything was simply there, or that nature itself is so clever that it invented these cycles, without which there would be no life. But before the apocalypse, the world was also very different. I would love to know what happened back then. Will I ever know? Glacio rode on to catch up with Adocaz, who was already trotting quite far ahead of the trail. However, the girl continued to look at the source of life and was lost in thoughts. Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her right foot and shortly afterwards on her right forearm. Before she could even look in that direction or realize what was going on, she was torn from her big horse and landed with her back on the hard stone floor. The impact was tremendously painful, and she could not breathe for a short time. Cheyenne narrowed her eyes in pain and heard only the startled neighing of Falconheart and Adocaz barking in the distance. Again she was grabbed and pulled up until the girl was on her feet. She coughed and gasped. Then she opened her eyes and saw two men in metal armor. A third, stronger one stood behind her and held her tightly. He dragged her to a tree, pressed her tightly against it, and held a knife to her neck. The other two laughed and rejoiced. Finally we found you! Ha ha ha! Little bitch! Because of you we had to sit all night on these wretched horses, and now we feel every single darn bone. But at least we finally have you, and we are guaranteed to be promoted. I'm sure the commander will be pleased. The Knights of the Research Laboratory! Cheyenne breathed abruptly and groaned in pain. She got scared and could already see her life passing by and fast forward. She couldn't even move to try to fight back. The knight who held her down pressed her so hard against the tree that she felt like it was going to break every single bone of her. As if that wasn't bad enough, the knight also delighted in the sight of seeing her pain-distorted face. Suddenly, one of the rear two men in armor was knocked over. Adocaz had jumped against his back and growled at him threateningly. The other knight, frightened, took a step back and stared at his colleague, threatened by the fairy wolf. He couldn't stay anymore because he fell too to the ground. Behind him stood Glacio with a large, beautiful sword that looked like it was made of ice. He had slashed the knight's back with it, even though he was wearing metal armor. The cut was apparently very deep, for the enemy lay motionless on the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth and coming out of his wound on his back. The eyes were wide open and empty. The second knight next to him had thrown Adocaz away, drawn his sword and ran towards Cheyenne's companion. He raised his sword and with all his strength attacked Glacio, whose lowered sword pointed to the ground. He didn't even seem to notice that the knight was about to attack him, for he stood with his back turned to his enemy and looked at the corpse. "He's about to kill Glacio! Why don't you turn around?" Cheyenne wanted to warn him, but couldn't make a sound. The pain was too great and the grip of her counterpart was too strong and constricting. She would only be able to watch desperately as the knight kills the young man, and then she would be next. The attacker's sword went down and would hit Glacio's head right away. The idea of his head being split into two was cruel but real, and it would happen at any moment. Cheyenne sobbed and felt tears rolling down her cheek. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Glacio. I shouldn't have allowed anyone to accompany me. Now he has to die because of me. And I'll never see Xaver again. He will wait in vain for me, and then I will find him too and kill him. Oh!" When the girl had already given up all hope, the young man turned around in a flash and blocked the attack with his sword at the last second. His ice blue hair rose into the air as it turned, before hanging down quietly again. He took advantage of the element of surprise that arose and stabbed the astonished knight with his ice sword into the heart. This time, too, the armor did not bring the knight any protection, and he sank to the ground, gasping for air, chuckling and dying. After Glacio pulled the sword out of the enemy's chest. The last man in armor looked back, curious by the sound of the fight. He saw that his colleagues were no longer alive and that their killer was slowly walking a few steps towards him. His sword pointed at him defiantly. Cheyenne's companion looked really scary and dangerous at that moment, and she was glad that he was on her side and wanted to save her. Adocaz had pulled himself together again and came to the healer's side, growing menacingly and baring his teeth. But when the knight made no attempt to let go of Cheyenne, Glacio issued a warning. "Let go of this girl right now." The enemy began to sweat and pulled Cheyenne forward, only to push her back again with a tremendous force. She cried out in pain as she crashed into the tree and sank to the ground, trembling. Then the knight came up to the young man and attacked him. The man in armor did his best to put all his strength into the attack, but Glacio always dodged elegantly or blocked. It almost looked like he was dancing and just playing with the knight instead of fighting seriously. For him, it seemed like a no-brainer to trick his enemy, and maybe he just wanted to make the sluggish man tired. Apparently, this was exactly his plan, because when the young healer noticed that his opponent's attack was waning and his attention as well, Glacio put a leg on him and the knight fell over, falling to the ground. Before he knew it, Cheyenne's companion pointed the ice blade at the enemy's neck and whispered a few words. "I would love to see you suffer and slit your throat, watching as you can't breathe and suffocate miserably. Just as you always watch your victims suffer and laugh at them. But I'm not on the same level as you, you're lucky. I give you a quick death." Glacio closed his eyes briefly, opened them again, lifted his head a little and rammed his sword into the knight's chest. As he pulled it out and walked towards Cheyenne, Adocaz was already with her, licking her face. Her rescuer inquired in a calm voice how she was doing. "Is everything all right, little angel?" The girl didn't know what to say. She was in pain, but it was only a minor matter to her at the moment. A few meters in front of her lay 3 dead knights, defeated by her companion, who was also a healer. Shouldn't he actually save lives instead of taking them? But on the other hand, he saved her life from certain death. Cheyenne was confused and at the end of her rope. Once again, someone had risked his life for her, Trembling, she sat leaning against the tree and pushed Adocaz slightly away from her. He whined uncomprehendingly and lay sadly on the floor next to her. Noticing this, the girl averted her gaze from the corpses and reached out to the fairy wolf. He happily stumbled back to her and sat down protectively next to her. Cheyenne almost couldn't move and still had to breathe jerkily. Meanwhile, Glacio has laid his blood-dripping ice sword on the grass and had come closer. He seemed worried. "Angel, everything all right?" "Everything is fine. These people can't harm you anymore. They will never hurt you again. Are you in pain?" He took the girl's head with his cold hands and lifted it so that he could see into her deep red eyes. However, these were clear, and the healer knew that Cheyenne was fully conscious and only slightly shocked. However, before he let go of her head, he took a closer look at the eyes, and his gaze became thoughtful. The girl withdrew from his hands and tried to breathe calmly. "Am I in pain?" "Everything hurts. I thought the guy was going to break my every single bone." Glacio grinned and closed his eyes. Then a magic circle appeared at the ground at his feet, and he used his healing spell again. For the second time that day, an enormous feeling of cold flowed through the girl's body, which briefly hurt more than the actual complaints. Then, however, her suffering was alleviated, and she was able to stand up. The healer and Adocaz also stood up, and Cheyenne thanked him. "Thank you. Again. I'm starting to get really deep into your depth, huh? Why did you help me and fight against these knights? They could have killed you." Glacio picked up his sword and wiped off the blood that stuck to it in the grass that grew beside the tree before giving her an answer. "You know that I like to be the savior in need for pretty ladies, but this answer isn't enough for you, so I'll put it this way. I knew that if the knights didn't sleep all night, they must be pretty tired, so I didn't put my life in danger for you. They wouldn't even have the strength to block a strong sword blow. In addition, I can handle my sword much better than them. After all, these were knights on the lowest rank. They just get the basic training. Besides, I can't stand idly by and watch these evil people do something to my angel here, can I?" He grinned and turned around. "Well, Dol, now that you're back on your feet, I suggest we get out of here as soon as possible before more of them come, or someone sees that they're dead on the ground and we're nearby. That wouldn't necessarily be beneficial." Glacio went to the pony and took off the scabbard of his ice sword attached to the saddle, put the blade in it and attached it to his belt. From now on, he probably wanted to carry his sword with him at all times and be prepared for anything, just as Cheyenne had her bow through her weapon belt with her all times. The girl knew that her companion was right. They had to get out of here as soon as possible, but the matter was not yet settled for them. But first of all, the top priority was to get out of sight the corpses. She also hoped that they were the only knights pursuing her. "But if this Commander Adocaz really wants me, or even wants me dead, he's guaranteed to send more knights after me. It's certainly not over yet. But if that's the case, I'm putting Glacio in more danger with each passing second, and I'm dragging him into this whole thing, even though he may not want to. He can fight well, you have to give him that, but when there are more knights at full strength, then he certainly won't be able to defeat them all. Even though he's such an annoying loudmouth, he still doesn't deserve to die because of me. No one is allowed to die because of me anymore. I don't want to experience something like grandmother and grandfather again." Cheyenne had so little strength that she almost couldn't get into the saddle. With great effort, she was able to climb on Falconheart's back. Glacio had finally managed to get on his pony after a few minutes, and now they rode on along the stone path. Adocaz trotted ahead again. Neither the girl nor the healer struck up a conversation. Cheyenne was now too exhausted to talk. She hadn't slept since yesterday afternoon, and hadn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday morning. She leaned on her horse's neck and stared at the passing ground. The path became so steep in some places that the horses had to climb properly. Due to its size, Falconheart had an easier time than the brown pony. At one of these steep spots, the little one had made a jumpy leap and Glacio almost fell down. The day was slowly coming to an end. The source of life disappeared on the horizon and the glow of the chroma stars became weaker. The colorful clouds in the sky also became increasingly darker. Glacio discovered a grassy ledge to the right of the roadside. Pink mountain flues grew there, and even a small stream flowed between some rocks, and its spring water plunged into the depths of the abyss at the end of the beautiful square. The splashing was the only sound you could hear. There were also a few trees rising up there, and some large branches laying around on the ground. The healer steered his pony to the spot, and Cheyenne let Falconheart run towards it as well. Adocaz was the first to get there and looked straight down the deep abyss. The young man jumped off his pony and tied it to a tree. The girl did the same. Both horses started grazing, and while Falconheart gathered a few branches and twigs to make a fire, Cheyenne stayed with her big four-legged friend and scratched his neck. Falconheart chewed contentedly and snorted. "Oh, what would I do without you, Falconheart? Thank you for carrying me all the way here. Now rest nicely. You really deserve it. You are really the best horse in the whole world. I love you so much. Thank you for existing." Cheyenne gave him a kiss on the neck, then went to her companion and sat down on one of the fallen tree trunks, in the middle of which a small orange-yellow fire illuminated the darkness. Adocaz had curled up next to it and seemed to be asleep from exhaustion. Glacio couldn't resist a comment. "Hey, little angel, I want a kiss from you too. Oh, and I want to be cuddled too." He grinned and seemed very amused by Cheyenne's eye rolling. Since she apparently did not want to talk to him, he continued to speak. "There is a stream of spring water over there. You can drink from it without hesitation. I can imagine that you are extremely thirsty. I don't have anything to eat with me, but the berries on the bush back there are delicious, sweetie." The girl was very grateful to him and realized that this time he really meant well with her. He had even almost completely renounced the nicknames. She was almost proud of him. Tired, Cheyenne stumbled over to the small creek and took a handful of water. It tasted delicious. Never before had she drunk such clear and good water. In the Undercity it had been almost inedible, and always had to be boiled before it could be drunk. Because the people in the slums had no running water from the tap, they had to fetch some from the river every day. Cheyenne took a few more handfuls of cool water until she quenched her thirst. Now she wasn't so hungry anymore, but decided to pick some berries and eat them anyway. In the meantime, there were only a few chroma stars left in the sky, and in a few minutes it would be pitch dark. Only the fire would still shine. The girl had picked some of the purple berries and then went to Glacio, who was now sitting on the slope with his feet hanging down. She sat down next to him and did the same. Then she offered him berries. He took one and thanked her. "Thank you. They taste good, don't they, little angel?" Cheyenne nodded, and they both ate the delicious berries. When there were none left, she decided to talk to him about what happened and what would happen tomorrow. The girl had made up her mind and wanted to tell the healer what she was up to. She was already taking a breath and opening her mouth, but he preceded her and was the first to speak. "Imagine if I lost my shoe and it fell down the slope. I think then I would have a problem." "You want to talk to me about something, am I right, doll?" Well then, go ahead, my angel. He leaned back and lay on his back, while the girl looked at him in disbelief. Yes, okay, what's the point of the statement with the shoe? Somehow Cheyenne had to grin, but she quickly became serious again, let her gaze wander into the distance and thought about how best to start. Yeah, so, your sword. It doesn't exactly look normal. So, don't get me wrong, it's very nice, but just very special. I've never seen anything like it before, or... No, wait, yeah, this knight, Adocaz, also had such a special thing. Except that his looked more like water and yours looked like ice. Why do you have almost the same swords? And why do you know so much about the knights? I just can't believe you acquired this knowledge in school. This wasn't her actual topic, but it was also interesting, and Cheyenne wanted to know. And it would be good to talk about something else first. Glacio crossed his arms behind his head to lie more comfortably, and calmly closed his eyes. Sweetie, you insinuate that I have something to do with the knights? Darling, you're terribly wrong. The commander and I, we both have so-called elemental swords. They are specially made for their owner, and have a certain element in them. The element is a special umbrella ball that as soon as you bring it in contact with, in my case, ice, takes on the element of ice, and then you set the ball into sword metal. The sword takes on the special shape after about 24 hours and becomes the ice elemental sword. This is the same with every sword. By the way, which element the weapon gets is entirely up to the owner. Before forging the blade, it is determined which element suits you best and which complements you perfectly. There are 6 normal elements: fire, water, earth, wind, ice, and lightning. That's all about my sword. By the way, when we arrive in Saralay, I would strongly recommend you that you get one as well. Although these things are incredibly expensive, there is certainly a way to get one. Even if you don't want to believe it, I really learned everything I know about the knights in my training, little angel. Cheyenne was sorry that he had taken her question as an insinuation. That had not been her intention, but she guessed he knew that anyway. Now she finally wanted to talk to him about what was on her mind and tell him her decision. But she hesitated. Glacio, of course, noticed this immediately. There's something else you want to tell me, isn't there, sweetie? Sometimes you're really easy to see through. You can talk to good old Glacio about anything, you know that, don't you, little angel? Cheyenne doubted that, and she would never talk to him about everything. Absolutely not. But this had to be told to him. She took a deep breath and then started talking. Glacio, listen, I have... She sighed. To make a long story short, I have put so many people in danger. My grandparents have even been killed because of me. Because of me, Xaver can no longer go home and is being hunted, and you risked your life before to help me. Even if I don't understand anything at the moment, I just don't want to put anyone in danger anymore, or that someone has to die because of me. And that's why, therefore, I will continue my journey alone from tomorrow on. I'm sorry I got you into trouble. Your help was truly priceless, and I am eternally indebted to you. If we meet again at some point, I'll try to pay off my debt. I should try to get some sleep now. Thank you for everything, Glacio. The girl stood up and waited for a reaction from the healer. She suspected that he would not accept her decision just like that. But he didn't even open his eyes, so Cheyenne made her way back to the fire. Well, then he just doesn't say anything about it. Makes it easier for me to leave, when he doesn't care about anything. But is he really so indifferent? He thinks I'm easy to see through, but it's all the harder for me to see him through. Even though I'm actually happy to be rid of this annoying guy, with his stupid sayings and comments, I've gotten used to him a bit. Shouldn't it be the same with him? Apparently not, otherwise he wouldn't care so little about what I said. But her thoughts were interrupted by Glacio's voice. Do you think you solve problems by running away from them? I admire how considerate and good-natured you are, but I don't think it would be good for you to wander alone in these times. But I guess it's your choice what you do. It was an honor to have met you. Take care of yourself, Cheyenne, my little angel. Without saying anything on it, she went to the fire and lay down on the grassy ground next to Adocaz. His words had made her thoughtful, and even a little sad, even if the girl didn't quite understand why. After all, she was glad to finally be rid of him. Cheyenne snuggled up to Adocaz and closed her eyes. Tomorrow we will part ways again, and Adocaz, Falconheart and I will be on our own again. I should have asked Glacio for directions. Oh no, how stupid of me to forget that. Well, somehow I'll find Xaver. As soon as the first chroma stars appear in the sky, we are away from here. Sleep nicely, Adocaz. Slowly it became bright, and the cold night gave way to a warm day. The birds chirped happily, spreading the news that the first chroma stars were already shining in the sky. The girl was awakened by the loud chirping and looked around. The fire had gone out and Glacio was still asleep a few meters away from her. I could hardly sleep. This night didn't really do much for me. I'm still tired and also a bit exhausted. Luckily, he's still asleep. She stood up and stumbled as quietly as possible to Falconheart. Adocaz had already been awake and was sitting on a stone path, ready to continue his journey. Cheyenne would not say goodbye to her acquaintance at all, but would simply leave. That way it would be easier for everyone involved, and he wouldn't be able to stop them. She untied the reins of her horse from the tree and swung herself in the saddle. One last time she looked at her former companion, who had helped her on her way, before the girl got the horse going, rode onto the stone path and moved further and further away from the sleeping place. It had been a few minutes since she had ridden off when she heard something behind her. Cheyenne feared they were knights again, and she looked back. Oh no. Glacio came trotting along the stone path on his pony and tried to catch up with her. The girl was already afraid that he would fall down at any moment, but he held on surprisingly well in the saddle of the wild-trotting little horse. Hey, little angel, I changed my mind. I don't want you to wander around alone. I'm happy to risk my life for a pretty girl, you know that. Actually, I didn't even believe that you were serious about the whole thing. In any case, I have come to the conclusion that I may not quite agree with your decision after all, and ta-da! Here I am, again on the side of my pretty angel. That's not possible. Did he notice that I was gone? I thought he was sleeping. And the justification he just gave was another lousy excuse. Why does he want to stay with me, no matter what? Cheyenne wanted to ask him this question at the very moment when suddenly the ground gave way and crumbled under the weight of the horses. Falconheart reared and slipped with his hind legs, fell down the slope. It's like Glacio told me, just with this village further up in the cliffs of mountains. The Luminian deficiency causes the ground to collapse. No, Falconheart! Ha! Before she knew it, she fell down a slope about 10 meters steep, just like Adocaz, Glacio and his pony. Cheyenne closed her eyes and tried in vain to hold on to somewhere and find her balance. Here and there her body was intercepted by rocks and falling stones crashed against her until she finally landed painfully on the hard ground at the end of the slope. For a brief moment she couldn't breathe and writhed in pain. Then she could finally breathe again, but her whole body was shaking. She opened her eyes and saw many scratches on her arms and legs. They must have come from the fall just now. The girl tried to realize what had happened, but it was very difficult for her, because everything happened so fast. I'm still alive. Oh no! Falconheart, Adocaz! Her concern for the companions caused Cheyenne to have enough strength to stand up limping. Her gaze wandered wildly, and she searched the surroundings with it. Finally she found her horse, almost unharmed, standing next to the fallen rocks. It had only suffered a few scratches, but otherwise seemed to be fine, and was now trotting towards Cheyenne. She could also discover Adocaz. He had somehow managed to get to a ledge, from which he now climbed down and ran to the girl as well. Luckily you're both fine and only have a few scratches. Cheyenne stroked both of them, and then she caught sight of Glacio. She had almost forgotten him in all the excitement and confusion. He knelt in front of his pony. It lay motionless on the ground, not moving an inch. The healer stood up, and the girl saw why the little horse stopped moving. One of the broken rocks of the stone path lay directly on the head of the brown pony. Blood gushed out from underneath and made its way through more small stones to the ground. It had been beaten to death, the entire head smashed. Cheyenne didn't want to see the dead animal anymore and narrowed her eyes, turned her head away. She was breathing faster and her heart was making small misfires. If she hadn't ridden off alone, but had waited until Glacio had woken up and walked the path with him, it might have already collapsed or they would have taken another way. If I hadn't acted so hastily, the pony would be still alive. I make one mistake after another. I can never do anything right. Cheyenne once again blamed herself for everything that had happened. Glacio approached her and saw that she had begun to cry. He tried to comfort her. Hey, little angel, it was already old and sick anyway. I spent all of my remaining money on it, but well, what the heck. But I have to admit, I kinda like the little one. It's a pity that it blessed the temporal. But no one could have known that the ground up there would collapse just like that. These paths here should actually be tested and safe. He tried to hide the fact that he was actually a little sad about the death of the pony, which he had grown a little fond of during the last 2 weeks. Plagued by remorse, Cheyenne left the healer standing, swung into Falconheart's saddle and tried to speak as best she could. I'm so sorry. Then she turned her horse and rushed away into a forest. Glacio called after her. It wasn't your fault. Cheyenne, stay here, wait! But the girl did not pay attention to his words and disappeared with her companions among the trees. Only some of her tears she left behind. Falconheart's hoofs thundered on the hard ground, dark green fir trees flew by, and the wind rustled into Cheyenne's ears. She just couldn't take it anymore. What's been going on lately? Bad luck seems to haunt me as if it was my own shadow. Not only did the pony die, it's dead just because of me. And I put everyone else in danger, not only Falconheart and Adocaz, but also, for the second time now, Glacio. Why did I ride away? I left him standing, just like that, in the middle of the wilderness. He doesn't have a horse anymore and has to get on by foot somehow. Oh no, what if the knights found out that he helped me, and they're now pursuing him too? No. I'm putting everyone in danger. The girl reproached herself enormously and was so overwhelmed by the whole situation that she didn't know what to do. What would she do now? How would she find Sarah? Would Glacio fare well? And if they met again one day, would she even be able to look him in the eye? After a while, the ground sloped down. The 3 companions came to a stream and Cheyenne stopped Falconheart so he could have a drink. Adocaz also took a few sips. She wiped her tears from her face with her hand and looked around. This place was beautiful. In the place where the stream flowed, there was a forest clearing. Behind it stretched the coniferous forest through which she had come. You could even see a part of the cliff mountains above the tall fir trees. The sky was full of chroma stars, and the source of life could already be seen. On the other side of the stream, there was a mixed forest. Deciduous and coniferous trees grew there in the most beautiful shades of green. Far and wide, however, there was no path to be seen. The girl was completely disoriented and would just ride straight ahead, following the course of the river. The rippling water of the stream probably came from the cliff mountains, and may even have originated from the spring water that plunged into the depths at last night's sleeping place. The river made a curve a few meters next to Falkenhardt, and then went straight into the mixed forest. When the horse and the fairy wolf had apparently drunk enough, the journey continued. Cheyenne had stopped crying and calmed down somehow, even though she was still reproaching herself and feeling bad. She let Falkenhardt wade through the river to get to the other side. For better or worse, Adocaz had to swim across. But it wasn't a problem for him at all. The fairy wolf jumped joyfully into the cold water and kicked through the stream. Once on the other side, he shook himself vigorously, so that many drops of water were thrown through the air. Immediately afterwards, the girl on her horse had also made it to the other shore. She rode Falkenhardt in a walk along the river into the mixed forest. In the midst of the many trees it was dark and quiet. Not even birds were chirping. The only thing you could hear was the babbling of the river. Cheyenne looked at the scratches on her arms. They had already stopped bleeding and some were barely visible. The wounds on her two companions, on the other hand, were still open. She had often become suspicious about this. When the girl still lived in the Undercity and she had helped her grandparents in the field, there were often a few cuts. But Cheyenne's injuries healed much faster than those of her grandparents. The couple had always blamed it on the age difference. They said that a young girl would have better and faster healing process than two older people. They were actually right, but her wounds always healed much faster than Xaver's too. When she had tinkered with him, for example, on the weapon belts, both had suffered some cuts on their hands. The next day, however, Cheyenne's wounds had been barely visible, unlike Xaver's. The girl found this quick healing ability extremely convenient, but at the same time she also found it a bit strange and extraordinary. She shook off her thoughts and looked forward again. Through the ears of her beloved horse, she could only see that the river seemed to go straight on forever. The only thing that changed was that the course of the stream became wider and wider. In the forest it was beautiful, but also much too quiet. Not a single animal was heard or seen. It was so quiet that it almost seemed creepy. The strange mood seemed to make Falkenhardt nervous, for he snorted, raised and lowered his head restlessly, and trembled from time to time. And Adocaz also looked wildly around. Cheyenne stroked her horse's neck to calm him down and whispered to him that everything was fine. "Falkenhardt, calm. Everything is fine. I also think it's way too quiet here, but that's no reason to be so nervous right away, is it? I really hate to say it, but if Glass you were here now, I'd feel more comfortable." "Oh, what am I saying? It was my own decision to leave, and it was a good one. Now at least I don't put his life in danger anymore, and don't have to be called stupid nicknames anymore, right, Adocaz?" The girl tried to speak in a reasonably calm voice and appeared cheerful to calm her two four-legged friends down, but she did not succeed. She could not radiate confidence, but only sadness and despair. Of course, this mood was transferred to the horse and the fairy wolf, and Cheyenne felt even worse than before. Suddenly, Adocaz flinched, pulled up his tail, pricked up his ears, raised his antennas and stared stiffly into the forest. His whole neck fur stood up and he growled softly. Then he made himself a little small and laid his ears very flat. Falconheart stood on his hind legs, barely noticeable, rolled his eyes in horror and fright, and also laid his ears back completely flat. But Cheyenne ignored the behavior of her companions and now drove her horse forward at a trot. The fairy wolf followed the two and looked back every few seconds. The girl knew why the two four-legged friends were suddenly so nervous. They had heard something, and Cheyenne had heard the sound as well. At first it sounded as if something or someone had stepped on a branch which was then broken, and then the strange silence was disturbed by heavy breathing. The girl didn't want to be in that forest anymore. She wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Her heart began to beat wildly. She became nervous and anxious. This breathing did not come from an animal. It had been much too slow for that. It sounded more like a human, but because it was so heavy, it seemed almost inhuman again, almost animal again. Cheyenne did not dare to turn around. She kept her eyes on the river, hoping that they would soon reach the end of the forest. Again, Cheyenne heard a heavy gasp, very close to her. Then, one somewhere in the trees above her, then in front of her and behind her. The sound of heavy breathing came from everywhere. Whatever it triggered either had to be able to run from here to there quite quickly and unnoticed, or it would come not just from one being, but from several. The wheezing became louder and louder, came closer and closer, and seemed more and more threatening. What the hell is going on here? What is that? Cheyenne felt that she was shaking all over and tried to breathe quietly and calmly. Even though this was the scariest moment of her entire life, she had to try not to lose her composure. But she didn't succeed for long, because suddenly it became quiet. All sound except for the clatter of the hoofs and the splashing of the water fell silent. Nervously, the girl looked around in all directions. She looked behind her, and her gaze lingered there. In the far distance, Cheyenne saw the silhouette of a hairy human-like creature with 3 tails and bright white eyes staring at her. For a brief moment her heart stopped and she forgot to breathe. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, right behind Falconheart, in front of Cheyenne's eyes, a similar creature rushed down and gave the horse huge deep scratch marks with its claw. The brown stallion rose and neighed hysterically in pain. The girl cried out in shock and struggled to hold on. She turned forward again and challenged her horse to race in a shrill, loud voice. "Run, Falconheart, run!" When the front legs of the mount came back to the ground, it shot forward like lightning and galloped for its life. The stallion was uncontrollable and simply rushed forward. Adocaz did his best to keep up with the horse's pace, and Cheyenne, scared to death, leaned on the stallion's neck. Immediately afterwards, she straightened up again and found that these beings were following her. They moved enormously fast and jumping, were above the trees next to the 3 companions and behind them. It was now possible to see more precisely what they looked like. The pursuers had about the stature of a human, different colored fur on the back and lower body, had 3 tails that looked like purple snakes, had the teeth of a wolf, bright white eyes, and instead of hands, sharp, powerful metal claws. Suddenly, one of them jumped up to Cheyenne, but she was able to duck at the last moment and dodge her hunter's grips. The pursuers began to pant like dogs and whispered almost intelligibly, "Kill the girl!" Cheyenne closed her eyes. She was terribly scared. She couldn't even think anymore. Then the heavy breathing of the pursuers was masked by another sound. It was the river. It was getting louder and louder, the splashing more and more wild. The girl forced herself to open her eyes again and looked ahead. The wide stream disappeared between bushes and trees. Behind it rose dense, light blue mist. Then Cheyenne realized the situation she was in. Fog? What? No, a waterfall! It was already too late to stop, and even if the horse had stopped, her pursuers would have killed her. The girl desperately tried to turn Falconheart to the right with all her strength, but he stopped responding. The stallion jumped over the bushes with her, followed by Adocaz, and all three fell down into the depths. During the fall, Cheyenne fell unconscious. The last thing she heard was the frightening whining of her faithful fairy wolf and the shrill neighing of her beloved horse. It was already evening. The chroma stars slowly dissipated, and their glow became paler. The source of life disappeared on the horizon. In the sky there were some pale and colorful, darkening clouds. It would still be light for about 2 hours before the black night would fall over the land. It was getting colder, and the wind was increasing. He played a lovely song on the leaves of the trees and the grass, to which some birds sang, and splashing water set the beat. Cheyenne was lying on the grassy floor and slowly woke up. Her whole body was trembling in tremendous pain. Some bones felt broken, she almost couldn't breathe, and was exhausted and weak. Never in her entire life had the girl felt so miserable. It seemed to her as if she had been run over by a huge rock. She slowly opened her tired eyes and tried to sit up with difficulty and in great pain to get a better breath. What happened? It felt like she had an enormous amount of water in her lungs. Water, yes. After all, I fell down the waterfall. Unable to sit up, Cheyenne lay on her side and coughed. In the process, she spat out vast amounts of water. After that, it was easier for her to breathe, but then she felt stabbing pains in the chest area with every single breath. It was so agonizing that her eyes started to water. "Oh, you're already awake. How are you feeling? I can imagine that you are miserable after this fall. I'm actually quite surprised and amazed that you survived this. It's almost a miracle. After all, you fell down the Ballistra waterfall. Well, I guess you just came up luckily." Behind Cheyenne sounded a never-before-heard woman's voice. She gathered all her strength to talk to the stranger. "Who are you? What happened?" The woman came to her side and knelt in front of her. The girl could now see who she was dealing with. A young woman, barely older than herself, slender, pretty, with mint-green eyes and tight hair in various shades of purple, lateral forehead fringes, and strands of hair that covered her ears. The stranger introduced herself. "Well, my name is Sasha, and I just happened to be around here when I saw you fall down the waterfall. Apparently, you were chased because some weird mutant-like monsters stood up there and watched you fall down. Then they retreated, and I ran to the shore as fast as I could. When I saw that you didn't show up anymore, I jumped into the water and fished you out. Yes, and now I've been waiting for you to wake up for a few hours. What's your name?" Cheyenne tried to answer her. "My name is Cheyenne." "Thank you, Sasha." The young woman smiled and seemed pleased that the girl was grateful to her. What a luck that she was nearby and saved me and Adocaz and Falconheart. Wait, Adocaz? Where is he? And I don't see Falconheart either. Panicked words came out of her mouth. Where are my companions? Adocaz, Falconheart. That's all she could say. She was too weak. Then Cheyenne felt a warm, rough tongue lick her ear and heard a soft whining. She turned in that direction as best as she could and saw the fairy wolf sitting next to her. Adocaz. The girl was relieved and became calmer. Sasha seemed to sense her relief and grinned. Do you mean this one? So this fairy wolf belongs to you and is called Adocaz. Beautiful. He's also been pretty lucky, but this breed of wolves is very tough. However, I think he has done something to his spine. His hind legs don't move well. He drags them behind him more than he lifts them. I have already applied a healing herbal paste to his back, but this will not be enough. It at least relieves pain. You probably have some broken ribs and you will get quite a lot of bruises. I also put a herb paste on it, but I'm afraid the pain you feel is very difficult to alleviate. As soon as you feel able to get up with my help, we will set off for the next village from here. It's not far away and I'm sure there's a doctor there who can help you, yes? Cheyenne nodded and thanked Sasha for her help. But still, she couldn't see Falconheart anywhere. The young woman hadn't said anything about him either. The girl looked into her eyes and tried to speak again. Thank you, but where's Falconheart, my horse? Sasha averted her gaze and Cheyenne had a bad premonition. No. Her rescuer's gaze wandered upwards to a rocky ledge emerging from the waterfall. Your horse, I'm sorry, but it fell on the ledge up there and didn't survive. I'll spare you exact details. It wasn't a pretty sight. Everything that was in the saddlebag I got and put it there, because I thought you still needed that stuff. I'm sorry. For Cheyenne, the world collapsed. Her beloved, faithful horse, which she had had for so long, which had carried her everywhere, and with whom she had experienced so much, should be dead? Just like that? The girl burst into tears, ignoring the physical pain this caused. The pain of the soul was much greater and stronger. The feeling of sadness and emptiness spread again and made Cheyenne despair. No! Why? Why is all of this happening? What have I done to have everything and everyone I love taken away from me? Why is all of this happening? It's all my fault. I should have left Falconheart at home. I shouldn't have let all this happen. I was responsible for him and he trusted me. He trusted me infinitely and I let him die. It's my fault that he's dead. If I hadn't made any mistakes, we wouldn't be here right now. Then none of us would have fallen down there. Then he would still be alive. My beloved Falconheart. Why? Why? Now I only have Adocaz. I have to be strong for him. And I have to protect him. I won't let him die. Never. But what do I do now without Falconheart? Cheyenne cried many bitter tears, and Sasha tried to stand by her and calm her down by stroking the girl's hair. How lucky she had been that this woman had appeared. Cheyenne was able to bear the situation more easily, because she knew there was someone who really empathized with her. In those few minutes of mourning and silence, she began to really like the young woman. Sasha was empathetic and kind-hearted, and took care of her. The girl was glad to have met her, even if other circumstances would have been better. The new acquaintance helped Cheyenne sit up. She then held on to Adocaz and dug her crying face into his cuddly fur. He let the girl go and nudged her, whining and encouraging. Sasha meanwhile had fetched Cheyenne's things, and the girl stowed the scroll in her belt and tied a small knife with the ribbons that were wrapped and tied around the handle. She probably wouldn't have looked at the scroll if she didn't know my name. Good. Then she seems to be an honest, sincere person. With great effort and pain, she was able to get up with difficulty, and with the help of her rescuer. But Cheyenne knew she wouldn't be able to walk for long. She was just too exhausted and couldn't take it anymore. Nor did she want to leave the dead horse body of her former companion there, but she probably had no other choice. Leaning against Sasha, she hobbled off and let herself be led to the village. At the moment, she didn't care which village they went to. She just wanted to rest and find someone for Adocaz to treat his wounds. The fairy wolf could hardly walk, did not tighten his hind legs, and he often tipped to the... After a while, Cheyenne could barely breathe. The pain became unbearable and her vision blurred. She couldn't take a single step and collapsed. Sasha knelt beside her worriedly and leaned the girl against herself. "It's not far off. I know you don't have any strength left, but we have to keep going." The young woman seemed to be very sorry that she demanded so much from Cheyenne, but there was no other way. The girl, however, did not notice much more and closed her eyes. All she heard was approaching footsteps and an exchange of words between Sasha and someone the girl knew. The young woman's voice began the conversation, but she did not seem pleased. "You! What are you doing here?" "Hey, good to see you again, Sasha, little mouse." It was Glacio, clearly. Cheyenne's rescuer continued to speak, but the girl had a hard time hearing anything anymore. "Just get out of here." "No, I know this girl. How are you going to take her to the next village alone?" "I can do it." "Sasha, let me help, please. Her name's Cheyenne, isn't it?" But how? So you really know her?" "All right, I'll give you this one chance to help the girl here, but as soon as we arrive in the village, you disappear. Do you understand? And if you come up with any stupid idea, you know what's going on." "Yes, then my last hour has struck, huh? Don't worry, I just want to help the cutie." Cheyenne felt herself being lifted up and carried before she finally lost consciousness.
"Oh, she's waking up! Baby, I can see that myself. No reason to expose my poor ear to this sound volume." Shut up!" Cheyenne blinked until her eyes were open, and she turned her head to the side. She was apparently lying in a bed in a small room with a window. The voices she just heard definitely came from Sasha and Glacio, who were both next to the girl. The healer squatted next to her, and the young woman stood behind him, with a worried look and an expectant attitude. Before Cheyenne could say anything, she felt Glacio's cold hand on her forehead. He smiled at her and then spoke to her. "Hey, pretty angel. It's nice that you're finally back among the living. You don't seem to have a fever anymore, and you shouldn't feel any more pain. Contrary to our expectations, your body has recovered pretty quickly from all the exertions. I helped a little bit, but I'm still amazed at your good healing process. I've also taken on Adocaz. He's doing great again. However, I'm sincerely sorry for what happened to Falconheart. Cheyenne turned her head so that she could see to the other side of the bed where Adocaz was lying. He actually seemed to be doing very well because he wagged his tail and his eyes radiated joy of life. The girl hugged the fairy wolf and was glad that he was okay again. However, many thoughts haunted her head. I can still remember everything exactly before I broke down. This is good. But Falconheart, I'll never forget him. But I just can't sink into grief again for Adocaz. Luckily, Sasha found us. But how can I ever thank her for her help? She and Glacio seem to know each other. I ask myself from where. Oh no, Glacio, I have to apologize to him and thank him and what luck that he showed up. How did he get to the waterfall so quickly? Cheyenne didn't feel any more pain. The healer had done miracles, and now that she had rested, she could muster enough strength to talk. Glacio, I'm so sorry for everything that happened. If it hadn't been for me, your pony would still be alive, and you wouldn't have fallen down the slope. And instead of admitting my mistakes, I just ran away. And now Falconheart's dead because of me. Why do I always put everyone's life in danger? Thank you so much for still helping me and Adocaz, despite everything that happened. I don't have the right to be curious now, but how did you manage to get close to the waterfall so quickly? And while I'm already asking questions, where are we here and how long have I slept? Glacio's gaze became soft and empathetic as he answered the girl. Sweetie, it wasn't your fault. Please stop blaming yourself all the time. You're just beating yourself up with it. It wasn't your fault. Nothing was your mistake. You can't help it that the knights are chasing you, and you couldn't have known that the stone path would collapse. And of course I'll help you, even if you just left me standing there like the last idiot. But, well, I assume that you were simply overwhelmed with everything, and so it's understandable that you ran away. To give you an answer to your questions, I first ran after you, and when I came to a river, I followed it on the left side. But I knew you were on the other side, because the ground there on the river bank was quite wet and hoof and paw prints could be seen. I kept walking until I saw the waterfall and a few mutants from the Knight's research lab, but they probably didn't notice me and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Sasha Mouse here told me that they had haunted you, which I can imagine only too well, and you must have already thought that the knights had set them on you. After a short time I came to the waterfall and looked for a place where I could get down. When I finally arrived at the bottom, it was already very late, and I made my way to the village, hoping that you would be here too. But 3 times you can guess who I met then, little angel. Of course you two pretty ones. I, the strong and heroic Xavier in need, then carried you here, and we are now exactly where you wanted to go all along. In the village of Saralay, in the coziest and best inn there is. You slept from last night until now, so today at noon. Oh, I'm so happy to see you again. I really missed you, little doll. Cheyenne sighed, but somehow she also thought it was nice to have met him again. He was right in what he said, and she wasn't entirely to blame. But she had always looked for the faults in herself for as long as she could remember. She did it automatically, even though her grandparents had constantly told her not to feel responsible for everything that went wrong and which she was involved in. The girl would try to listen to Glacio's words and improve this behavior. But at least she was now in Saralay and could look for Xaver. At last I can see him again. So, that is, if he was able to escape the knights and is doing well. I really want to go look for him at once. I should be able to do that by now, and I don't want to stay here any longer and waste valuable time. The faster I find him, the better. But what do we do afterwards? And didn't Glacio say we were in an inn here? Where does the money for this come from? Ah no, in the end Sasha paid for me and I can't give her the money back. Cheyenne sat up in bed because she didn't want to lie down anymore. She would definitely ask how they got in here before she went in search of Xaver. Glacio, Sasha, if we're in here, someone must have paid for this room for me, right? It's very uncomfortable for me now, but I have no money at all to pay off my debts, and Glacio actually knows that. The healer grinned mischievously, closed his eyes, and lowered his head, and now let Sasha have her say. Oh wow, the dear gentleman finally lets me say something. So, first of all, I'm really glad you're okay again. I've been so worried about you, you'll never believe it. And, well, yeah, no one paid for this room. Glacio has his very own methods of getting something without money. Even though I don't like them at all, I have to admit that they are sometimes very practical. But I still can't understand it and I never will. And, believe me, you don't want to know why he usually gets everything for free. But I think that you will find out soon enough anyway. Well, he told me everything about you and also what a great, great hero he was when he healed your scratches in Media Silva. But one question burns on my tongue. How on earth could you put up with that idiot for so long? Glacio seemed to be having a great time, and before Cheyenne could answer Sasha, he began to speak. Hey, Sasha Mouse, quiet. How about you learn to control your temper and forgive me? Just don't listen to this evil woman, little angel. She sometimes turns the wheel quite a bit. And hey, I told you that I can do just fine without money. Remember? Sasha was visibly outraged by the healer's statement, as he had called her evil woman. Cheyenne couldn't help it, she just had to grin. These two behaved like an old married couple who were constantly quarreling. Now the girl was interested all the more how they knew each other, and she continued the conversation. Well, Sasha, I don't know how I could stand it with him either. Without Falconheart and Adocaz, I would probably be desperate. But it wasn't that bad. And yes, Glacio, I remember your words, but now I find them even stranger than before. Oh, and would you tell me how you know each other? I know I'm way too curious and stuff, but I'm very interested in it. The healer and the young woman looked at each other, and Sasha averted her gaze. Glacio spoke again in her place. The cute mouse here has known the handsome, charming Glacio since childhood. She had lost her parents at a very early age and no longer had a family, so back then, as a 5-year-old girl, she wandered around my home in the area and begged people until we met. Me and my parents decided to help her, and that's why we know each other. But the rest, she has to tell you herself at some point. I don't really have the right to talk about it, because her story is not exactly the most beautiful. For a brief moment there was silence. None of the three said anything. Sasha seemed to be a little depressed and she was engrossed in thought. Glacio stared out of the window and probably thought as well. Cheyenne looked at both of them in turn, regretting that she had asked that question. But she couldn't have known that it was such a difficult topic. She apologized to end the silence. Forgive me, I didn't know it made you so sad to talk about it. I won't ask any more, I promise. I shouldn't have been so curious, I'm sorry. The girl lowered her eyes, but Sasha shook her head and sat down next to her by the bed. The young woman put her hand on Cheyenne's shoulder, looked her deep in the eye, and then said something. Oh, girl, you can't know that I don't have good memories of my childhood. I might also tell you what happened back then at some point, if I feel able to. I've always repressed it so far and never wanted to think about it again. But if I talk to someone about it again, maybe I can put it behind me? Huh. Oh, never mind. Cheyenne, I heard you're looking for someone, aren't you? Your best friend as far as I know? Glacio said he had to stay in Saralay. So you'll probably search the whole village for him next, huh? Cheyenne nodded because that's exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to find Xaver as soon as possible. Sasha's sadness had disappeared and she was happy again. Full of enthusiasm, she continued to speak. Nice. Then I'll come with you. You should be fine again, but you never know, and if you suddenly get dizzy or something like that, it's advantageous if I'm there and can help you. There are also knights here, so it's better if you're not alone. Yes, and I actually have another reason why I want to come along. I want to talk to you about something, about the tin cans. I may have an idea that can help you so that they stop chasing you, or at least so that you are safe. We can leave at any time. I'll follow you. Does she mean the knights buy tin cans? Because of their metal armor? Cheyenne didn't really want to put anyone in danger anymore, but she had the feeling that Sasha couldn't be shaken off anyway. Besides, terrible things only happened when the girl was alone anyway. On the one hand, she wasn't quite comfortable with having someone with her again, because something always seemed to happen to these people somehow. But on the other hand, Cheyenne was happy to spend time with Sasha because she really liked her. Besides, the young woman had said that she could probably help her. Now I'm taking the help of others again. I really have to come up with something to say thank you. Glacio and Sasha do so much for me, and I do nothing more than put them in danger and worry them. Cheyenne remembered the young healer's words. He had said that she was not to blame for her situation. The girl tried to believe that, so that she would have a better conscience and accept Sasha's help. Thank you so much, Sasha. As far as I'm concerned, we can start right away. I can't wait to see Xaver. I just hope he's really here. Well, we'll find out. The young woman nodded and stood up. Glacio did the same and then went to the room door. He winked at Cheyenne and tilted his head before saying goodbye. All right, then you two pretty ones go through the village and I do a few things in the meantime. We'll meet again later here at the inn. Sasha rolled her eyes in annoyance and poisoned the healer. Why did you have to meet Cheyenne? Ah! But I have no choice but to follow you at the moment, because I'll stay with Cheyenne in any case. And if she accepts my offer, we'll get rid of you sooner than you think. Believe me, this will be the best day of my life, and I hope I never have to see you again after that. Sasha didn't seem to like Glacio. She was always so cheerful and incredibly kind to Cheyenne, but when she talked about or with the healer, she was upset and angry. I'd love to know why she hates him so much, but somehow he deserves it. Glacio seemed to be absolutely unimpressed and justified himself. Hey, you know the reason I'm here, Sasha Mouse. I want to stay with my little angel. The fact that you happen to be here too, I can't help it. I know that you hate me abysmally, and don't forgive me even though so much time has passed since then. But for now, you'll have to put up with me willy-nilly. Besides, you wouldn't even have gotten a room here without me, and my little angel would still be in pain. Maybe you'll reconsider your opinion, sweet mouse. Now he turned to Cheyenne. See you later, doll. Good luck with your search. Then he left the room grinning. Sasha was extremely annoyed with the healer. She had turned quite red in the face and clenched her teeth. Then she took a deep breath in and out and calmed down again. Cheyenne stood up, swayed a little at first, but found her balance again relatively quickly. Adocaz jumped down from the bed and trudged to the door. His legs no longer caused him any problems. The girl and the young woman went to the fairy wolf and all three left the room. They came to a large room made of wood and were on the first floor. A staircase led to the ground floor, where the reception desk, a sitting area, and a few other rooms were located. Everything was decorated nicely. Overall, the entire inn seemed inviting and friendly. Just as Cheyenne was about to go downstairs, Sasha grabbed her arm and stared intently at the reception desk. She followed her gaze and saw Glacio playing with the shoulder-length pink hair of a girl behind the counter. She smiled at him and giggled from time to time. He definitely seemed to be flirting with her. Sasha sighed and then spoke quietly to Cheyenne. That girl with pink hair again. She was there last night too. She gave us the room, for free as you know. And now you see the reason why. The world is crazy. He briefly flirts with a girl and gives her nice compliments, and suddenly we have a room in the best inn in this village. He only has to wink at women, and they fall in love with him. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? How can anyone fall in love with such a complete idiot? Above all, this girl is risking her job for him. If the innkeeper finds out that money is missing and the room hasn't been paid for, he'll definitely hold someone accountable. But that's not all. He does this to every woman and girl he thinks is old enough when he wants something. It's not right. He takes advantage of them, flirts with them, and then disappears, usually without saying a word. He never used to be like that. He was always friendly to everyone and gave more than he took. But for the past year, everything has changed. I've only seen him once since then, but he hasn't seen me. I watched him for 2 days and wondered whether to show myself and talk to him, but he always had women around him. Then I left and realized once again that I had been very wrong about him back then. Oh, I'm talking too much. I'm sure I'm making you really curious, but I just can't tell you what happened yet. It has a lot to do with him and, well, did Glacio ever tell you his story? While Sasha was talking, Cheyenne had often shaken her head at the healer. She thought what he did to the girls was unfair and wrong. She thought for a moment and replied, He only said that about a year ago the knights killed his family, burned down his house, and chased him out of town. I don't know for sure which town, but I'm pretty sure he lived somewhere in Luminastrel. I guess he lived in Excidoma Magna, but that's all he said about himself. Sasha nodded and said something barely audible. So he only told her half the truth. Huh. But there's no other way, really. Cheyenne had understood the words because she could hear quite well, but she asked again anyway, hoping the young woman would tell her more. What did you say? But the opposite was the case, because Sasha gave the girl no further information. Oh, nothing at all. Come on, let's finally go and find your friend. I don't want to watch those two down there any longer, otherwise I'll go crazy. With that, she went down the stairs and left Cheyenne standing there. The girl ran after her, followed by Adocaz, but Sasha's behavior was strange. What's going on? She's hiding something from me. What did she mean by half the truth? Is it to believe that everyone has secrets from me? First Glacio, then Sasha, and when I think about it more closely, my grandparents must have known more too. The way they reacted to the night, I just never noticed it before. That Adocaz surely knows more about me too, otherwise he wouldn't have me followed. And Xaver, his behavior when we fled, we could have shaken off the nights together. He didn't have to take my crystal. But there's nothing to know about me that I don't already know myself. That's illogical. I must know everything about myself, mustn't I? After all, it's my life. I want to know once and for all what everyone is hiding from me. When Cheyenne caught up with Sasha, she was already standing outside the inn, looking around. The girl spoke to her directly. Sasha, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? Glacio does that too, but he's so stubborn and won't say anything, and he thinks I'm too stupid to realize that he's keeping things from me. He always avoids me when I ask him about it. Please don't be like that too. The young woman looked down at the floor, looking upset, and said nothing. Then she looked at Cheyenne sympathetically and gave her an answer. Why would I have to hide something from you? I've only known you for a few hours. Why would I know anything about you that you imagine I do? I know that idiot sometimes speaks in riddles and stuff, but there's nothing, okay? Um, well, now that we're here, what does your friend look like? Cheyenne sighed deeply. She wouldn't find out what's going on from Sasha either. She gave up and described Xaver. He has short blonde hair, is half a head taller than me, has green eyes and a slim build. And, if you see a horse that looks like the knight's special horses, but with a long mane and pink streaks in it, similar to Adocaz and Tene, we're definitely near Xaver. That would be his mare Shiva. Sasha nodded and confirmed that she understood. All right, Let's get going then. Sarale was a village straight out of a picture book. It was quite large, almost a town. The stone-paved ground was sandy and you could smell the sea. Seagulls circled above the pale-colored houses with red roofs, and Sarale was adorned with colorful flowers and green trees. Behind the village was a beach that the inhabitants called Beach of Light, and behind that was the sea. The inhabitants of Sarale seemed to have no problem with the word light. They had no inhibitions about saying it, and some could even be heard talking enthusiastically about it as they passed by. There was silence for a while. Cheyenne searched every alley and corner of the village for Xaver, but she couldn't find him. She was about to give up and hung her head. By now she didn't care what Sasha or anyone else was hiding from her. She just wanted to find her best friend and know he was safe. But her wish didn't seem to be coming true, and she shared her doubts with her new acquaintance. What if they caught and killed him after all? If I never see him again? He's not here. We've searched almost everywhere. Sasha encouraged her. Don't give up now, dear. We'll find him somehow. Ever heard of Hope Dies Last? We haven't even searched the whole village yet. Come on, we're not giving up now, okay? She really is an optimist, but at least she's helping me with the search, and she's right. Giving up is the last thing I'm going to do now. Just as she lifted her head again to look ahead, Cheyenne bumped into someone. Startled, she took a step back and apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It wasn't on purpose. Sorry. Standing in front of the girl was a man who was about a head taller than she was. He wore glasses with blue-tinted lenses, had sea-blue hair combed back in a strange way, with orange strands that seemed to start in the middle of his head and hang down at the sides behind his ears. However, the strands looked very strange, as if they weren't hair at all, but something else that just looked very similar. Almost a little like Adocaz antennae, but Cheyenne suspected that he had simply used too much hair gel on his hair. The man was quite muscular, and the girl estimated him to be about 30 years old. He was wearing a long dark brown coat, which was very unusual for this time of year. For some reason his aura made Cheyenne shudder. He seemed almost creepy to her, and her heart began to beat faster. Finally he accepted her apology, and spoke in a powerful but not angry voice. It's all right, child, but in future you should keep your eyes open and watch where you're going. What beautiful hair you have, black as night and green as the color of hope, and your eyes are as red as the color of love, or blood and death. Without saying goodbye, the man walked past Cheyenne and disappeared into a side street. Sasha was the first to find her voice again. Yeah, okay, what a strange fella. The way he stared at you. And where did he come from anyway? From that street? Well, even if he did, he could have just as easily avoided you. How strange. He must have been crazy. Did you see his hair? Cheyenne didn't find it as funny as her companion. The man's last sentence gave her pause. She replied to Sasha. Yeah, the guy was strange, but I'm more concerned about what he said than how he looked. The man was almost creepy. The girl shuddered. Adocaz barked softly, as if he shared his owner's opinion, and then had to sneeze. Cheyenne and the young woman had to grin, and quickly forgot about the strange man. Then Sasha brought up a more important topic. So, listen, Cheyenne. I told you I needed to talk to you about something concerning your future. I might know how we can protect you from the Knights. Glacio told me he had already told you about the Shadow Servants, didn't he? They are the arch-enemies of the Knights, and I can well imagine that they would protect you and take you in as one of their own. The Tin Cans are desperate to get their hands on you, so it looks like it would be a win-win situation for both you and the Shadow Servants. If the Knights want to kill you, they see you as an enemy, but in this case you would actually be the opposite for the Freedom Fighters, namely an ally. And if you join them, the Knights won't get you, and you'll have the protection of the Shadow Servants. That's an advantage for both sides. So, the Shadow Servants might not be able to guarantee your safety, but then again, who can? Still, it's better than nothing. I could take you to one of their strongholds, and that way we could stay together longer. I'm really happy to have finally found a friend, so I want to be with you. I'll even volunteer to protect you. Cheyenne was surprised. She talks as if she was one of the shadow servants herself. But she's right, it would be a win for me and these freedom fighters. This idea is actually really good. I hate the knights, so why shouldn't I side with their enemies? Yes, that's what I'll do. Sasha already considers me a friend. How nice. Then I'll do that too from now on. The girl replied to her new friend. You're right. I agree and want to join the shadow servants. Do you have a specific task that you have to do as a member? Sasha, are you one of them? You just sounded like you knew quite a lot about them. The young woman grinned and replied. Yes, that's right. I'm on their side. The knights, she looked around before continuing, but no one was nearby, so she went on, are a nuisance. They're all dimwits with pea-brains. If they keep this up, the world will die before our eyes. It's already so bad. But I think it's great that you've made this decision. It's really better this way, believe me. Oh, yes, exactly. You ask what you have to do. Well, since the knights want you so badly, I think you'll be accepted just like that. What you do after that is up to you. But if there's a war, you may have to take part in it. You have a bow, don't you? If you're good with it, you'll fight in the background with the other archers. But you don't need to worry too much about that. They'll only call up members who are near the place where the war is taking place. We're miles away from those places here. But actually, I doubt that they would expose you to such a battle, because the knight's goal seems to be your death, and you could die in the war. We have to make the tin can's targets unreachable. Cheyenne seemed to have made the right decision, and she found it amazing that her friend was one of the shadow servants. She was curious and wanted to know what Sasha's job was. That sounds great. Thank you for making this suggestion. What do you actually do for the shadow servants? Sasha proudly gave the girl an answer. I'm a field spy. It's the best job you can be assigned. All I have to do is travel around the country and listen to what people are saying. I have to find out as much as possible about the knights and their plans and pass on information to my assigned clan. This information is then forwarded to the Imperator, the boss of the Shadow Clan, who then passes it on to the Superator, the boss of all Shadow clans on the 5 continents, each of which has at least one clan. The Superator then decides how we should proceed and act. So he is the boss of the Emperors who give us Shadow Servants our tasks. That sounds very confusing at first, doesn't it? But Cheyenne thought she understood and gave Sasha a summary of what she just had tried to explain. No, I don't find it confusing at all. So, the shadow servants are us, the members, who all have tasks. I just count myself among them now. We are assigned to a clan that is located near us. There is at least one clan per continent, and they are led by imperators. The great leader of the shadow servants and commander of the emperors is the Superator. Have I understood that correctly? It's not that difficult to understand. Sasha nodded and smiled. Yes, exactly. Cheyenne, you've understood. I'm proud of you. You've grasped what I've explained. Most people always find my explanations very complicated. All right. I think we've searched all of Saralay now, and your friend doesn't seem to be here yet. Let's go back to the inn. I want to rub it in Glacio's face that I was able to persuade you, because he thought you would be against it, since you didn't want to put anyone else in danger because of you. But don't worry, the shadow servants can take good care of themselves. Come on, let's go back. Sasha always managed to make Cheyenne feel better no matter what. She was happy to have such a good friend now. So the girl, the young woman, and Adocaz went back to the inn. There were many colorful clouds in the sky, and the source of life was already moving towards the horizon. Soon it would disappear behind the blue sea. So it was already late afternoon. When Cheyenne, Sasha, and Adocaz arrived at the inn, Glacio seemed to be waiting for them, leaning against the wall and watching a butterfly flutter past him. When he saw the three approaching, he pushed himself away from the wall and crossed his arms. The wind played with his long ice-blue hair as he winked at Cheyenne. She sighed, and Sasha rolled her eyes before opening her mouth to tell him he was wrong. Hey, Icicle! Cheyenne accepted my suggestion. What do you say now, huh? The healer grinned and didn't let the young woman rattle him. He calmly gave her an answer. Very good. Then my little angel has made a wise decision for a change. By the way, I also have a suggestion for you, doll. How about a little combat training? You really need to learn to fight back and defend yourself. The last few times you got away with it almost unscathed, but it won't always end so well. There's a large garden area behind the inn. We'll go there now, and I'll teach you a few things, sweetheart. He turned away and walked behind the large house. Sasha seemed to like his suggestions for a change, and followed him. Cheyenne timidly trailed behind, while Adocaz happily rushed behind the inn. Was he serious? He wants to teach me something? He wants to train with me? That probably means he'll fight with me too. I don't stand a chance against Glacio. When I think back what he did to the knights. But it's true, in a way. I have to learn to defend myself at least. Then I wouldn't be so dependent on help, and others wouldn't have to put their lives in danger for me. All right, close your eyes and go for it. When she arrived in the garden, she saw Sasha sitting on a stone bench with Adocaz lying next to her on the grass. Glacio was standing in the middle of the lawn, waiting. The garden was full of fruit trees and colorful flowers, and through a gate made of roses a few steps led to a terrace from which a path led to the beach. It was a beautiful place. The healer approached Cheyenne and thought for a moment before speaking to her. All right, little angel. You have a foldable bow as far as I can see, but do you have any other proper weapons? The girl shook her head, because the only thing she had besides the bow was the small knife, but that wasn't much use in a fight. Glacio seemed to see it the same way, because he looked at it skeptically and didn't pursue the matter further. Then he continued. Well, until you have a sword, you'll have to make do with your bow. I assume you know how to use it and your arrows hit the target? Cheyenne nodded again, and the healer continued. Wonderful. By the way, I had already stopped by the blacksmith's earlier to ask about your sword, but unfortunately the shop was closed. Now then, unfold your bow. You don't need any arrows right now. But as I see it, you don't have any with you anyway. He walked back to the middle of the garden and motioned for the girl to face him. She did so, unfolding the black metal bow. She pressed a button on the side, and the weapon maximized its size within half a second. Glacio examined the unusually large bow, and Cheyenne proudly told him about her weapon. Impressive, isn't it? I've had it for as long as I can remember, but my grandparents didn't give it to me until my 10th birthday, because they thought it was such a dangerous weapon. When I finally got it, I practiced aiming with it every day, and now I'm really good at it. By the way, it doesn't need arrows, Glacio. They just appear when I concentrate and imagine one. And now that I know that black mist or black fire is Umbraura, I would say they are Umbraura arrows. But Umbraura can't actually take physical form, can it? Then it must be magic, right? To convince the others, Cheyenne made a black arrow appear and then disappear again. The healer continued to look thoughtfully at the bow and exchanged a glance with Sasha before answering the girl. Little angel, so you've had this bow for as long as you can remember, yes? Very strange. Ah, no, you want to know what I think, don't you? Well, that was definitely Umbraura, no mistake about it. But it wasn't elemental magic. It was Umbraura in its purest and clearest form. The thing is, for a normal human being, it is simply impossible to control pure Umbraura, or non-physical Luminium, to such a degree. The few people that can do so are only able to do so using highly sophisticated equipment from research laboratories. But this research is still in its infancy and only began a few years ago. It's not really progressing either, because the Knights close most laboratories when they find out that experiments are being conducted with Umbraura. I've never seen a bow like this before either. I would almost guess that it was created at the same basis as an elemental sword, except that this bow does not have a specific element. Unless it carries the darkness within it. This is pure Umbraura in a minimally transformed form and produces black magic, which is much more powerful than all the other elemental spells. But that's impossible. No one in this world can still produce the element of darkness and thus cannot make such a weapon with it. People no longer know how to bring one of the special Umbraro spheres, which take on elements, into contact with darkness. But even if one were to miraculously manage this, no normal person could handle it. Little angel, you have an enormously extraordinary weapon and a special gift for controlling Umbraro. You are one of those people who have a great deal of life force in their bodies. That also means that you should be able to wield elemental magic. But first, I will finally teach you how to fight. Take your bow like a sword and attack me. Glacio tilted his head and waited. While he was speaking, the healer and Sasha exchanged meaningful glances from time to time. Once again, they seemed to be hiding something from the girl. My bow is supposed to be special? First he says that no normal person could master Umbraro, then he changes his mind and wants to tell me that I'm special because of it? So now he thinks I'm not normal or what? And I'm supposed to be able to master black magic? Pure Umbraro in the form of a darkness element? But then he said that was impossible. Cheyenne's thoughts were interrupted when Glacio challenged her to attack again. Hey, Angel, come on, attack me. I know it's hard to fight someone who is pretty and strong, but you can do it. Just remember how much you hate me for giving you those nicknames, for always hiding so many things from you in your opinion, and I'm sure Sasha has told you some bad things about me too that you don't like. And if that's not the case, just imagine you're Sasha and I'm your mortal enemy. You're so incredibly angry with me and hate nothing more in the world than poor dear Glacio. Let's go, pretty angel. Now that the healer had listed so many things, Cheyenne had become real angry. She added a few angry thoughts on her own to make sure she could actually attack him. Why won't he just tell me what's going on? Why is he, to use Sasha's words, such a complete idiot and exploits girls for his own benefit? Cheyenne now felt ready and ran towards the healer. Fortunately, he did not have his sword but a wooden stick in his hand and waited for the attack. She raised her bow, took a wide swing and struck with it. Without much effort, Glacio, holding the stick in one hand, blocked the attack and pushed the girl back, but Cheyenne did not give up and tried again. Not a good decision, because her opponent seemed to have been waiting for it. Before she could attack, he stopped her with a sufficiently powerful blow to the stomach, and she had to retreat to regain her balance. However, he had placed his foot behind her legs, so she tripped over it and fell backwards to the ground. With half-closed eyes, the healer looked at Cheyenne with a grin and held the wooden stick to her throat. At that moment, Cheyenne could not have said for certain that he was not an enemy. Sasha had been watching the whole time and was horrified. Glacio, are you completely stupid? What was that all about? You know she has no idea how to fight and you're already using your nastiest tricks? And get that stick away from her throat, for goodness sake! Can you believe this? The healer sighed and helped the girl to her feet, asking her how she was feeling. Are you all right, sweetheart? You did everything wrong that you possibly could have done. But at least now I know what we need to work on. It's going to be a lot of work, sweetie. I'm sorry about that, but your enemies aren't going to be gentle with you either. At the moment, we're only dealing with knights who just attack stubbornly, but you never know what comes next. Well, let's see. You're small and petite, so we need to work more on your defense, reaction, and speed. If a really strong knight attacks you, you're no match for him unless you can dodge quickly enough. You wouldn't have enough strength to block his attack and resist him. So I'm going to teach you the same methods I use. First of all, you need to be the epitome of calm. You have to concentrate hard so that you can think quickly and wisely about what to do next. Then you must never lose sight of the enemy unless you are 100% sure of his location. You are clever, in my opinion, and once you get used to close combat, you are guaranteed to have the same responsiveness, calmness, and concentration as when you work with your bow. All that remains is speed and defense. A few nasty tricks won't hurt either. Once you've mastered all that, I'll show you how to attack properly and carefully, and we'll spend a little time on elemental magic. You always have to think one step ahead. I know that it's difficult for someone who isn't as highly intelligent as I am, but Sasha here manages it reasonably well. Even if she mostly just attacks stubbornly, just like the knights. But to be honest, I think you'll learn very quickly, because I really think you're quite intelligent, Angel. For example, you have no problem understanding complicated things. That's unusual for someone from the Undercity, but it's all the more sad that your intelligence was never encouraged. Anyway, let's start training. Cheyenne understood what she had to focus on during the fight. It was probably just a matter of practice. He even said he wants to teach me elemental magic. That's great. But will I really be able to attack and hurt someone? Maybe I'll even have to kill someone. I don't know if I'm capable of that. So the training began, and Glacio taught the girl many important things and the basics of fighting. A few hours later, Cheyenne had internalized most of what she had been taught and was able to apply it excellently in combat. She had already managed to defeat Glacio once in a training fight. Even though he had obviously let the girl triumph without resistance after a long fight, she counted it as a victory. Sasha was thrilled when the healer admitted defeat, but he had ignored her and continued with his training. Teacher and students seemed to be having a lot of fun. Now it was evening, the chroma stars were fading, and some had already disappeared on the horizon. Glacio threw the stick aside and drew his sword from its sheath. The cold emanating from the blade was clearly visible as the heavy, icy air sank to the ground as light blue mist and slowly dissipated. The ice sword had several symbols and patterns on its blade, and the elemental orb was visible through the pale blue metal. It was a truly beautiful weapon. Cheyenne found it almost sad that something so wonderful served as an instrument of death. What does he want to do with his sword now? The healer played around with the sharp object for a moment and then pointed its tip at the girl. He looked at her defiantly and revealed his intention. Right, Angel. The last fight for today. Metal against metal. If you don't hurt yourself now, you've mastered today's training. Attack me. Cheyenne was shocked. Was he serious? She was supposed to withstand his ice blade without hurting herself? But she believed she could do it, and even if something happened, he was a healer. The girl slowly stumbled towards Glacio. When she was already quite close to him, he struck with his sword as fast as lightning, but Cheyenne had also become quick and blocked the blow. His blade struck her bow several times, forcing her to retreat. She managed to push him back briefly, and he praised the girl before launching another attack. After further blocking maneuvers, Cheyenne bumped into a tree and could not retreat any further. The healer pressed the ice sword hard against the metal bow. If she gave way now, the blade would cut her throat. Above her, she saw some branches hanging down from the tree. She pushed Glacio away with all of her strength, jumped up to grab hold of the branches, and when her attacker came closer again, she kicked him with her feet. He fell backwards, but rolled backwards and was back on his feet, ready for another attack. Cheyenne had hoped for just that. Now she could get away from the tree and had freed herself from her predicament. Then she moved sideways towards the healer and tried to attack him. He used the same trick as in their very first fight and tripped the girl. She fell backwards again, but this time she planted, landing on her hands and shifting her entire weight onto them. Then she swung her legs up, knocked the ice sword out of Glacio's hand, did a handstand for half a second, and then landed back on the ground with her legs further away from her opponent than before. The healer seemed very surprised and retrieved his sword, which was stuck in the ground a few meters away. Meanwhile, he praised his student. Perfect. You couldn't have done it better. Little angel, you didn't tell me you could do a somersault like that. And backwards too. Impressive. Cheyenne was delighted and thanked him. Thank you for teaching me so much. I think I understand everything now. I've never been able to do a somersault before. I've never even tried, but trying that now seemed to be the only way to avoid falling. The healer had picked up his sword and put it back in its sheath, but he paused and said a few quiet words. You learn very quickly and well, little angel. It's almost as if you have fighting in your blood. I also managed this kind of role quickly and without much thought back then. He slowly turned around and looked the girl straight in the eyes. He seemed very thoughtful once again, but this time in a different way. Sasha and Adocaz had also come closer. The young woman went to the healer and whispered something to him. "Don't you think we should tell her now? How much more proof do you want? A normal person could never learn all these fighting techniques so quickly, and you know that." Cheyenne understood every single word her friend said. Glacio closed his eyes and sighed before answering Sasha. "I wanted to be absolutely sure before we caused her unnecessary worry, but on the other hand, you're right. We've been hiding it from her for far too long, and since everything currently points in that direction, we should slowly tell her the truth." The healer opened his eyes and looked at Cheyenne. "What's going on? What's truth, and what do I need to know?" She became nervous and asked, hoping to finally get all the answers to her questions. "What do you mean? Would you kindly tell me what's going on here? What evidence do you mean, and what truth? Please tell me what's going on." Unlike Glacio, Sasha seemed surprised that Cheyenne had heard the whispering again and took a step back. She looked at the girl sympathetically and left it to the healer to speak. It was one of those rare moments when he was exceptionally serious. "I wish I had been mistaken, but everything points to it at the moment. Even when I first saw you, you seemed somehow different to me, little angel. Then you told me your story and showed me the scroll. Then I'd see you, a 17-year-old girl who has never hurt anyone, as a threat. Strange, isn't it? You possess a black crystal that they want. You have amazing healing abilities and learn incredibly quickly. Your bow is a weapon that shouldn't exist. Considering all this, I'm almost certain that our assumption is correct. Cheyenne le blesse. We believe you are the chosen one of darkness." The girl stood there, confused. From the way Glacio had just put it, this thing didn't seem to be a good thing. But she didn't quite understand what it meant anyway. "Chosen one? Me? What does that mean? Seriously, if he's finally going to tell me the truth, he could at least do it in a way that I can understand." Cheyenne looked at him questioningly, and the healer sighed. Sasha now began to speak in his place. "Well, first of all, it's just a guess. We're not entirely sure. But as Glacio already said, unfortunately pretty much everything points to it. Judging by the look on your face, you don't even know what we're talking about or what it means. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's better if we don't tell you yet." She looked away, embarrassed, but Glacio slowly shook his head and reproached Cheyenne's friend. "It was your idea to tell her, sweetheart, so explain to her what the situation means. It's too late to keep quiet now." But Sasha closed her eyes. The healer sighed and took over speaking for the young woman. "I can see that the unpleasant part is once again left to me. All right, sweetheart. As Sasha Mouse here has already mentioned, I can't give you any guarantee about our assumption at this point. But if it were true, you would have a big problem, because you would be constantly pursued, always in danger, and people would continue to try to kill you. You would have a destiny, a fate that you must fulfill, and thus you would not be able to live your life freely as you would like. And what would probably be the worst part of it all is that you would see many people die because of you and for you. If you really are the chosen one, it would explain why you are being hunted and why Adocaz wants your crystal. Where should I start? There is a legend about two gods who watched over and protected this world during the Yin-Yang era. But one day, it is said, they began to quarrel, and their mood spread to the people who knew of their existence and worshipped them. The entire world population was divided in two. Some were followers of the goddess of darkness, while others sided with the god of light. Eventually, a great war broke out, destroying much of the world and nearly wiping out humanity. The gods blamed each other, and a bitter struggle ensued between them. Then came the great apocalypse, in which the world changed, and all the dead were miraculously brought back to life. Peace reigned for a long time, until a few people found records in ancient temples. The documents were from the people who had fought on the side of the god, and they clearly showed that the goddess was in the wrong. The people who found these ancient records then assumed that the goddess of darkness had triumphed in the battle against the god of light and changed the world in her favor as it is today. For nowhere was any white light as mentioned in the ancient writings. Even the sky seemed to have changed, for at that time, according to the writings, the stars were white and the black Noxastrum Vitae did not exist. Instead, there was a bright white planet that people called the sun. Another, called the moon, also disappeared. Everything that was white seemed to have been banished. Now it was no longer difficult for people to believe the ancient writings, and they founded the knighthood, with the aim of restoring the old world and helping the god of light defeat the goddess of darkness once and for all. They then hoped for his help and support in convincing humanity of their leadership qualities in order to lead the world into a glorious future. For when everyone was finally on their side, they would no longer have to kill so many people. That doesn't sound like evil knights at all, does it, little angel? You probably think that their goals are not reprehensible, but well-intentioned. Yes, that's what I thought at first, too. But then the Shadow Servants were formed, because they had found records left behind by those who were on the side of the goddess. These records stated that the old world was doomed to destruction if nothing was done. This also seemed to be the reason for the dispute between the gods. The ancient writings on this side said that the god responsible for the world had been negligent, causing the land to slowly die. The goddess who had cared for all life seemed to have no choice but to fight him and change the world for the benefit of all her creatures. The Shadow Servants therefore considered the knight's plan to recreate the dying world to be absolutely insane. In addition, archaeologists suspect that there was no Umbrauror and no Lumenium in the Yin-Yang era, but today we can no longer live without these two forces. So if the old world is restored, we are all doomed to death. This theory has not yet been proven, but it's entirely possible. I suspect that is why the knights are experimenting so much with Lumenium. Either they want to test how the world reacts in addition to their actual research, or they don't care about wasting energy, because they will soon change everything anyway. For my part, I don't think much of the knights' plans. Their approach is far too reckless. They could potentially wipe out the entire world with their plans. In my opinion, they should leave everything as it is and reduce the number of experiments. There must have been a good reason why the world changed, whether you believe in the legend of the gods or not. Cheyenne had been listening attentively the whole time and found it interesting to learn so much about the world. It's amazing how much he knows. Goddess of darkness, chosen one of darkness. Could it be that these two things are connected? So far he hasn't said anything about his chosen one business, except for the problems and the difficulties it entails. The girl was unsettled and even a little frightened after everything she had just been told, but she tried to remain calm and waited for the healer to continue. Now you know this old legend, and you know more about knights and shadow servants. I bet you're wondering why I told you this, since you actually wanted to know about the term chosen one. Well, you can probably guess that it's all connected. Since the apocalypse, the gods have never been seen again. That's why after so long, they are now only legends. But 20 years ago, something happened that points to their existence. They just don't seem to show themselves to humans anymore. At that time, a child was born. It is said that on the first night of its life, it was visited by the god of light, because the next morning there was a scroll in its cradle. Written on the piece of yellowed paper in Lumenium was that this baby was the chosen one of light, and the god himself had signed it. The knights took this as a sign that the god supported their plan and had therefore given them the chosen one. This boy was trained by the best knights, his every wish was granted, and he was given the best private tutors to nurture his intelligence. He was considered a child prodigy because he made much better and faster progress than other children. For this reason, however, they also experimented on him from time to time. The knights wanted him to lead them one day, but then something happened that only they and the chosen one know about. For this special boy, blessed by God, who was already an adult at that time, ran away. To this day, no one knows if he is still alive or where he is. Many people have already forgotten him, but those who still know who he is have considered him a traitor ever since, because he simply disappeared and ran away from his tasks and duties. There are rumors that the knights have doubted him ever since the Chosen of Darkness was born 17 years ago, for she was given not only a scroll but also a black crystal. The knights did everything in their power to find and kill her as a baby, knowing that, like the chosen one who had not received the crystal, she was born in Excidoma Magna and could one day become a threat. However, she was not found as a toddler. When she was finally discovered and they saw that she lived in the Undercity and made no move to go to the Shadow Servants, they simply observed the girl and left her alone for the time being. I believe that you are the chosen one, little angel. Your story matches theirs perfectly. Of course, we can't say for sure at this point, as coincidence cannot be ruled out, but the evidence is sufficient for a 95% probability. However, I don't quite understand why the knights are now hunting you out of the blue. You really haven't been a great danger. They must be up to something. After all, they don't just want to kill you, they also want your crystal. But what would the knights need the black crystal of the chosen one for? There are so many questions on this subject. If the gods really exist, why don't they care more about this world? Why do the chosen ones exist at all, and what is their task? Perhaps the gods are just using you chosen ones to continue their battle. Then it would probably be your task to thwart the king's plans. However, these are just some of my thoughts, and we can only be sure once we read the scroll. But there is nothing written on the note except your name and a few letters. You'll have to find out for yourself. But one thing I know for sure, you must not die under any circumstances. So, now you know everything I was taught about this subject at school. Glacio finished his lecture and turned away from Cheyenne. He walked towards the garden entrance and raised his hand in farewell. As he did so, he explained why he was leaving. "Right, you two lovelies, I have to go. I have a date waiting for me, and I'm already very late. See you later, my darlings." Sasha looked after him in disbelief and sighed. Why is he just disappearing like that? Ah, that idiot. He always leaves in the most difficult situations. The young woman seemed extremely annoyed, but then she saw Cheyenne staring thoughtfully at a flower. "I'm supposed to be someone so special, but I'm just a girl from the Undercity, a nobody." Glacio sounded as if the chosen one was very important and had a lot of responsibility, but I can't. He said I mustn't die, but if someone hadn't been helping me all the time, I would have been dead long ago. I can't be the chosen one. It just can't be true. I'm not good enough for something like that. I don't even know what the chosen one's task would be. Besides, I actually want to decide my own life and choose my own tasks freely. Glacio also said that it's not certain yet, and it could be a mistake. But on the other hand, that would be the answer to all my questions. That's what everyone was hiding from me. My grandparents, my best friend seems to have known about it too. The knights, Glacio, and even Sasha. But I don't want any of this, and I'm not afraid, so why would they still want to kill me? What if I just shirk my duty, if I am really the chosen one? Then the knights will surely stop hunting me. But I don't even know what my task is yet. Maybe I should just give them my crystal. No, that wouldn't be right. Then I would be helping my enemies and probably bringing about the death of the world. I don't want that either. Glacio suspected that I had to thwart the knight's plans, but how on earth am I supposed to do that? I'm just me. Cheyenne was confused. She didn't know what to do next. Sasha tried to free her from her gloomy thoughts. That was probably too much for you, huh? But just try not to dwell on it too much, okay? After all, we're not sure yet. For now, you should carry on as before. So, your preliminary goal is to still go to the Shadow Servants. Then we'll think about everything else, yes? If you really are the chosen one, then you have to come to us anyway. We've been waiting so long for you to appear. When the Superator realized 17 years ago that the chosen one of darkness had also been born, he greatly intensified the war effort and gave everyone new hope. That's why the clans gained many new members at that time. Because with the good prospects of a fair chance against the knights, people dared to switch sides. Even some of the undecided ones came to us, and now there will be even more, because when you go to the Shadow Servants, their hopes of victory against the Knights will be even higher than before. With you on our side, we can do it. I'm absolutely certain. We'll spoil the Tin Cans party and add plenty of pepper. This world finally has a chance for a future again. Thank you, Cheyenne. Sasha seemed incredibly happy now that she had listed all the good things they could achieve through the Chosen One. But Cheyenne only felt more uncertain. Her friend had not managed to cheer her up this time. The girl continued to stare at the flower. Adocaz nudged her hand encouragingly, but even that did not help. Sasha seemed to have realized that she had gone a little overboard with her optimism and added a few more sentences in a more serious tone and with a sympathetic look. Of course, it must be incredibly difficult to process all this and bear all this responsibility, but everything will be fine, okay? But Cheyenne shook her head. It was all too much for her. My whole life is built on a lie. No one ever told me the truth. People are dying because of me, and because of me there are even more wars and deaths than there already are. And how am I supposed to be able to thwart the Knight's plans? Why me? There are so many people in this world, why me? I can't do all this, I'm the wrong person. No, I'm not the chosen one. It must be a mix-up, and that will turn out. Hopefully soon. I don't want to talk anymore now. The girl walked past Sasha. Adocaz did not leave her side as she headed for the exit of the garden. The fairy wolf seemed to sense that something was wrong. Cheyenne didn't want to think anymore. Why had she been so curious? She wished she had never asked. Her friend ran after her, and together they went to her room in the inn. It was a wonderful evening. The last chroma stars in the sky bathed the village in calm, pale colors, and were reflected dancing on the sea. A cool wind carried a salty sea breeze through the alleys and streets. The chroma street lamps were switched on, and colorful lighting could also be seen in the houses. You could hear cats meowing, dogs barking, horses neighing, and some people talking about all kinds of things on their way home. Cheyenne sat leaning against the wall on her bed in the small room of the inn and looked depressed out of the window. Adocaz lay next to her and snuggled up to her. Sasha sat on the wooden floor with her legs bent, also leaning against the wall, and her gaze wandered back and forth between the girl and the fairy wolf. Nobody said anything, so it was enormously quiet in the room. Suddenly, noises sounding like metal and harsh voices could be heard from outside. A short conversation could be heard. "We suspect that she's in here." "Good, then let's have a look." "Yeah, let's go in." Sasha stood up alarmed, and at the same moment Glacio entered the small room, closed the wooden door behind him, and locked it. The young woman spoke up in shock. "My goodness! Tell me, can't you knock? You scared me to death!" "Complete idiot." The healer was unimpressed by her words. "Sasha Mouse, save your moral sermons and insults for later. We have another problem right now. Out there it is teeming with knights, and they will certainly search every single room here for my little angel. So I would suggest that we get out of here. I don't really feel like sharing my 2 cute bunnies with them." He winked at Cheyenne, but she averted her gaze and made no move to get up. Sasha went to the window, opened it, and found a possibility of escape. That's not too deep. We can jump down here and then run away." She thought no further and jumped out. The excitement was also transferred to Adocaz. He began to whine restlessly, and also moved towards the window. Cheyenne was sitting on her bed. She didn't care about all the hustle and bustle. If the knights would kill her now, she would save many people from death, and the shadow servants would get along well without her. Glacio, who had come closer in the meantime, took her arms, pulled her to him, and made the girl stand up. Then he took her head with his cold hands, forcing her to look at him. The healer looked deep into Cheyenne's expressionless eyes and said a few quiet words to her. "I know what you're thinking about, little angel. You want them to find you here and rob you of your life, because you can't handle this whole chosen thing, or you don't want to, am I right? You want to run away from the responsibility you have to bear, but it's not that simple. I understand that you're confused and that everything is too much in the moment. But don't throw your life away. You always have to think through your decisions carefully and not rush your actions, do you understand? Don't let this chosen thing break you, you hear? This is very important. Only you alone determine your own life. Besides, I'm not going to just let you die like that, understood? Now come, little angel. He's right. It's my life. If people want to die for me, I can't do anything about it anyway. But I don't want to and won't die. Cheyenne took new courage, and while she was still realizing this, the healer dragged her to the window. The girl looked out and swallowed. Not deep, she said. So that's what Sasha calls not deep? That's easily 4 meters. I don't imagine it's so nice to get out of the free fall down there. But I guess it's the only way to escape the nights. While she was thinking, Glacio helped Adocaz out of the window. The 4-legged friend jumped down and landed uninjured on all 4s. Fairy wolves had a very robust and agile physique, which enabled them to cushion the impact gently like a cat and land on the ground unharmed, even after falling from a height of a few meters. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door and the knights tried to kick it in. Cheyenne was already sitting on the window sill, trembling slightly, but still hesitated to jump. Since they had no more time, Glacio gave her a push and she fell into the depths. The fall seemed quite long to her, and she feared that the impact would be painful for her. She was now really excited, so that her heart beat faster and threatened to burst. But strangely enough, she was not afraid. The only thing she could think about in that moment of falling was how stupid she had just acted. She almost forfeited her life by an ill-considered, hasty decision. If Xaver had been here, he would have reproached her and told the girl how unreasonable she was. Glacio, on the other hand, had remained calm, and had only advised her not to throw away her own life just like that. She would not have expected so much profundity and intellect from him. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she landed painfully on the grassy ground. She had landed directly on her feet, but they buckled and Cheyenne fell. She had known that jumping out of the window would not go well. When the healer pushed her without warning, she lost her balance and could not adjust to the impact. Now she had stabbing pains in her feet and back. Sasha helped the girl get up. The young woman seemed unharmed. Immediately after Cheyenne, Glacio had also jumped and now landed on the ground. The impact seemed to have affected him as well, but he only narrowed his eyes briefly and didn't show anything else. However, the girl was quite sure that his legs were now hurting too. Because of her, her companions had to go through so much. She knew that they did it on their own free will, but she just couldn't help but blame herself for it. The small group had jumped from the window directly into the garden, but a few knights had long since noticed that their targets had fled. Soon the people in metal would storm the green area and find what they were looking for. Cheyenne's feet hurt a lot, but she gritted her teeth and ran after her allies who were just passing through a hole in the garden fence into a narrow alley. Adocaz didn't leave his owner's side and pulled on her dress from time to time to tell her to run faster. But the girl was already doing her best and trying not to give in again. The little alley was not lighted. As soon as the last chroma stars had disappeared on the horizon, Cheyenne's companions would no longer be able to see anything here. But they all had no choice but to run on and try to outrun the knights. I guess the two want to get out of the village? But what about Xaver? I should meet him here. But on the other hand, if I stay here, the knights will have an easy time. They will find me in no time. I guess I have no choice but to rely on Sasha and Glacio. Finally, the narrow alley led to the main road, and if they followed it for a few meters, they would get out of the village. Just as they were about to leave the dark alley, which was hidden from view, Cheyenne heard the clatter of hoofs from 2 horses. Glacio seemed to hear it too, because he held Sasha back, who had almost entered the main street. She looked at the healer angrily, but then she had also heard the approaching animals. Due to rattling armor and rattling weapons, the 2 riders had to be knights. Shortly before the side street where their targets were, they seemed to stop their horses and dismount. They started a conversation and sounded quite upset and angry. Now we're out of luck again. Where can this cursed chosen one be? I was so sure about the inn that I saw her going in that direction. Pfft! We can forget about the promotion. Damn crap. Calm down. The little bitch will surely want to flee the village. But if we stand here and keep watch, she will never get past us. Maybe today is our lucky day and we'll catch her after all. How does the boss always say so beautifully? Giving up is something for cowardly morons. I don't wanna be a moron. Good. Then we'll just stay here and guard the exit. Oh no. Cheyenne looked anxiously from Sasha to Glacio. He seemed to be thinking about something and closed his eyes. Then he informed his friends in a whisper of his intention. All right, you two pretty ones. I'm going to distract them now and you're running away from here as fast as you can. Sasha Mouse, I'm counting on you to take care of my pretty angel, yes? Before anyone could reply, the healer had already entered the main road and stood behind the two knights on the other side of the street. If they turned to him, they would not see when someone was walking by. What is he doing? Why doesn't he just attack the knights? Wait a minute, a fight would certainly make noise and then more of them would come. He told me in training to always think one step ahead. Did he mean, among other things, such a situation? And not only when fighting? Sometimes he's so smart. Must be because he's a healer. But I don't want him to do that. He is literally sacrificing himself for Sasha, Adocaz, and me. We can't just leave him here now. Come on, Cheyenne, now is our chance. Sasha snapped the girl out of her thoughts by whispering to her and tugging at her arm. But Cheyenne shook her head. This time she wouldn't let anything happen to anyone because of her. In the meantime, the knights had noticed the healer and were walking in circles around him. They seemed to know him from somewhere. Glacio stood in their midst with his arms crossed and his eyes closed and began to talk to the enemies. Hey, what are you doing here at such a late hour? If you're looking for a bride, I'm afraid this isn't the place for it. The knights began to laugh wickedly and got involved in the conversation. You're still alive too? Interesting, isn't it, colleague? The other knight also joined in. And how? Will General Agamemnon also promote us for him? But he will certainly be happy if we bring him your oh-so-adorable head as a trophy. Cheyenne noticed how Sasha had flinched at the name Agamemnon, but she couldn't ask who it was now and focused on the conversation again. Glacio grinned and shook his head slowly. Well, I don't think so. If you two kill me, you would spoil Atropak's mood enormously, and then you would rather lose your skulls. Although this might not be a big loss, after all there is only straw in it anyway. Just be careful what you say. You're a disgrace. We would and will now send you to the eternal hunting grounds without any promotion. It's worth it to us, isn't it, colleague? The commandant does not need to know anything about this. But then again, he has the privilege of killing you. Oh, I don't care now. I want to see you suffer and die. This might be the best day of my life after all. Both knights began to laugh and came closer to the healer. One of the two stood directly behind him and whispered something in his ear, but Cheyenne understood what he was saying, even if only very quiet. Do you miss your family? Then both knights began to laugh loudly. The one who stood in front of Glacio drew his sword and ended the conversation. Ha! Then it's all right, because you'll see them again in a moment. Or not, because unlike your family, you will not go to heaven, but burn in hell. The knight behind the healer hit him in the back with his fist, and Glacio fell to his knees. At that moment, the other man in armor swung his sword and hit his victim in the face with the sharp blade. Cheyenne caught her breath in horror, and Sasha gritted her teeth. She seemed to have forgotten her anger at the healer at that moment and sympathized with him. The sword blow had had such a force that Glacio had fallen to the side and was now lying on his back. One of the two knights placed the tip of his white and silver shining sword on his neck and seemed to stab at any moment. But the healer didn't fight back. Why do these knights actually know him, and why would Atropax want to kill him? Why does he let this happen to him at all? Has he still not understood that we don't leave him here? Or maybe he didn't even notice. He could certainly free himself from this situation without much effort. Why doesn't he do anything? This complete idiot! He tells me not to throw my life away, but what does he do? No, not like that, friend. You have to stick to the advice you give. Cheyenne took a step forward and grabbed her bow. She opened it and fired an arrow at the knight who threatened the healer. The projectile hit the enemy directly in the head, and he now moaned and breathed jerkily with open eyes. Shortly afterwards he fell silent, dropped the sword and fell back motionless. The other knight let out a loud cry of alarm, but it broke off, because Glacio had rammed his ice sword into his back. The dying enemy spat blood before he collapsed and was also dead. "What did I do? I have killed." There was no more time for the shocked and trembling Cheyenne to think, because Sasha came to her with the 2 brown horses of the knights and pressed the reins from one into her hand. Then the young woman climbed onto the other and rode a little away from the exit, closer to the interior of the village, from which more knights were now swarming. They seemed to have heard the loud noises. Sasha suddenly pulled a pistol with a bright purple lightning pattern on it from her belt and shot at the approaching enemies. Every shot hit its target, but it was deafeningly loud to Cheyenne's sensitive hearing. The girl broke free from the rigid, shocked posture and swung onto the horse as well. She was shaking and a little disturbed by what she had done, but it wasn't the right moment to think about it here and now. If this had happened a few days earlier, she would probably have the shock of her life and had unbearable pangs of conscience. But since then she had learned so much and seen so many people die and kill that the whole thing was only half as disturbing. In addition, there was apparently only one principle for them with regard to the knights. Either kill the enemies themselves or let themselves be killed. The latter, however, was no longer an option for the girl after the healer's speech a few minutes earlier in the guest room. She rode to Glacio, who was standing with his back to her. She nudged him lightly from the saddle with her foot, and he turned halfway towards her. "Angel, make sure you get out of here." But Cheyenne was stubborn. "You miserable bastard! You tell me not to throw my life away, and what are you doing? Please follow the advice you give to others. In addition, one hand washes the other. Now I finally get the chance to return the favor for your help. You didn't let me die, so I don't either. We're not going to leave you here, and now make sure you get on this horse and get away from here." Wow, I didn't know I could be so determined. Must be due to the situation. He would certainly get along well on his own, but I would have a terribly bad conscience if I let him down, and I really hate to admit it, but I guess I would also be a little worried about Glacio. In addition, this way I can finally return the favor for his help. The healer seemed just as surprised as Cheyenne herself at her fierce determination. Then he nodded insightfully for a moment, said a quite sincere thank you, and then turned completely towards the horse. The girl now saw what the knights had done. "Oh no, poor thing. That looks terrible and must be very painful." A deep cut from which blood leaked ran across the right side of Glacio's face, his ice blue hair soaked with the red liquid on this side. Cheyenne helped him on the horse as best as she could, and finally he sat behind her on the back of the brown animal. The healer put his arms around her waist. She was uncomfortable, but somehow he had to hold on. She felt his cold breath on the back of her neck, and felt that what the knights had said about him and his deceased family was getting to him. However, he seemed to notice that Cheyenne felt sorry for him, and he didn't seem to like it. "Hey, little angel, do you want to spend the night here? I thought we were going to get out of here. If there weren't knights after us, I really wouldn't have the slightest problem with this situation. On the contrary, for you, I would even remain seated on this horse forever. You have to know I don't like horses very much, but I would put up with it just to be able to continue to snuggle up to you. But I doubt that you'd like that, doll, so if you were as kind as to get this animal moving." He snuggled close to Cheyenne, his face getting closer and closer to her ear as he whispered, "He really hates being pitied. If I had known that, I would have pulled myself together and tried to ignore my feelings. He comes so close to me on purpose to get back at me that I feel sorry for him, because he knows exactly that the situation is uncomfortable for me, especially with him. How nasty. That almost came across as a threat. Why is it so bad for him when someone shows compassion? Maybe men feel somehow weak when you feel sorry for them. Xaver doesn't like that either. But maybe it's something else. The girl called out to Sasha to get out of the unpleasant situation, and both got the brown mounts running. Adocaz sprinted ahead, and they stormed out of the village at full gallop. The last chroma stars disappeared on the horizon, and it became pitch dark. The only sounds that could be heard were the calm of the night, the waves of the sea, from time to time the lullaby of the wind, and the clatter of hoofs of two horses on the sandy ground and their snorting. Sasha slowed her mount from gallop to trot, and Cheyenne did the same. They had left their pursuers behind with difficulty. During the escape, the young woman had repeatedly fired a few bullets from her firearm at the enemies, as well as their horses, and at some point it had become quiet. She certainly hadn't hit all the knights, but it had apparently been enough, because the pursuers no longer seemed to be after their targets. Now she used the pistol to light up the Black Knight by shooting magic lightning bolts in all shades of purple in front of the small group every now and then. Cheyenne herself saw enough, but she knew that her companions probably had problems with it. Adocaz was happy about the colored magic balls, because he was constantly chasing them. Sasha's pistol is really useful. It looks like a special weapon. Is it an elemental weapon? Since Glacio assumed that my bow had an element, there are probably not only elemental swords, but also other such combat tools. I couldn't explain this glowing lightning pattern on the pistol any other way. It even seems to move like real lightning. So Sasha's element would be lightning. Wow. And these lightning balls. Maybe that's a difference between elemental weapons and normal weapons? That these special combat tools stand out in not only appearance and power, but also in handling? These lightning orbs look like elemental magic. Maybe this special Umbrara orb with the elements set in the weapons can somehow give them a special power or magic of the respective element or something like that. That would also make it easier for me to understand why my bow does not need arrows. This theory must be true, otherwise I can't explain these lightning balls. But that would be awesome. Anyone who doesn't have enough Umbrara in their body and therefore can't use elemental spells on their own would only need to get an elemental weapon, and they could still use it to cast magic. Only of the element assigned to them, but still. Fantastic. I'll ask Sasha about it later. Cheyenne and her friend stopped the horses. They had now arrived at the only tree far and wide near the beach. To the right of them there was only dry, cracked soil for miles, and a little further to the left was the Beach of Light, which ended in the sea after a few meters. This stretched from Saralay to here and seemed to extend even further and become wider. Sasha jumped off her horse and tied its reins to a hanging branch of the old partially withered tree. Then we should probably take a break here or spend the night, I suppose. Glacio, who strangely enough didn't say a single word during the whole escape, also climbed off the other large brown animal and took a few steps towards the beach before he stopped and stared at the sea. What's wrong with him? Cheyenne also dismounted from the horse and tied the reins to another old branch of the tree. Sasha looked at her acquaintance for a moment, but then she paid him no further attention. Cheyenne, can you help me for a moment? We need a few branches from this old tree here so that we can make a fire. In this area it always gets so cold at night, and I don't necessarily want to freeze my butt off. You probably don't either, right? The girl nodded and went to her friend to help her break off the branches. Of course I'll help you. I don't mind the cold that much, but I really don't mind a warm little fire. I think the flames are totally beautiful, how they dance and shine in their beautiful colors. Sasha smiled and shared Cheyenne's opinion. Oh yes, fire not only warms, but it's also really nice to look at. Whenever I'm out alone at night and have to spend the night somewhere, I think about my life a lot. And most of the time it makes me sad. But when I look at the fire for a while, it somehow gives me strength and new hope. So she likes fire as much as I do. Nice. Oh, I was going to ask her about her weapon. Cheyenne pulled with all her strength on an unruly branch, but it finally gave way and threw it on the ground behind her. While she was looking for a branch that was easier to break off, she asked her friend a question. Sasha? Your pistol you have there, is that an elemental weapon? After all, it can create these lightning balls. The young woman threw one broken branch to the other and seemed to be pleased with Cheyenne's attention. Yes, that's right. You pay attention. This is an elemental weapon. It's very practical, don't you think? 3 different projectiles can be fired with it. With a switch I can set which one I want. On the other hand, I can use normal ammunition. The only disadvantage is that I have to buy this all the time, should I happen to have some money with me. Then there's special explosive ammunition that causes an explosion a few seconds after launch, but I don't use that very often because it's outrageously expensive. Last but not least, I can make use of the element of the weapon. As you might guess, I've been given the element of lightning, so I can shoot lightning balls and normal lightning bolts with my pistol. This is absolutely insane, because I don't have enough Umbraura for elemental spells. But I still wanted to be able to use magic all the time, and this weapon makes it possible. I was so lucky that I got it. The Imperator of my clan likes me very much, so he had this elemental pistol made and gave it to me then. He knew that I couldn't afford such an expensive weapon, and when he gave it to me I really felt honored, because he usually never gives anything to a shadow servant, but somehow he likes me very much. I also think the lightning pattern on it is really pretty. Cheyenne nodded. Are all elemental weapons so beautiful that it's a shame to use them in battle? Probably. She had already broken off some branches and was of the opinion that it was enough for a fire. I think we've collected enough twigs, and I don't know if I should say this now, but I think you have found an admirer in your Imperator. Sasha started laughing and shook her head in amusement. Cheyenne was also amused, and together they carried the collected branches a bit away from the tree. The friends put the branches together in a pile. Sasha pulled out her pistol, held down the trigger with her finger, and let a lightning bolt strike the firewood with a loud bang, whereupon it began to burn. The young woman sat down by the fire and warmed her hands on it. Adocaz curled up next to the heat source and closed his eyes. Only Cheyenne was still standing and looking at the sea. Sasha followed her gaze and sighed. This idiot. Don't worry, Cheyenne. He also gets along well on his own. Actually, I don't even understand why he wants to stay with you. He doesn't really have a good reason for this. I would strongly advise you not to give him even a little bit of your trust. You don't know him. I know he helped you and stuff, but be careful with him. A year ago I would have entrusted him with my life, but today I can't even turn my back on him with peace of mind. It would really be best if you just ignored him. The girl sighed. Since he had spoken to the knights he had behaved differently than before. Cheyenne didn't know Glaciu like that. What was it about the knights earlier? And why would Adocaz want to kill him? He denied having anything to do with the knights, but now I don't believe him anymore. He just knows too much about them, and now they know him too. But I should ask him myself. Sasha would certainly not give me an answer. After all, she says I should just ignore him. But she is right in one point. Why does he still want to stay with me now? Well, if I hadn't helped him on the horse before, Glaciu wouldn't be here now. But he might as well go now, or tomorrow morning. He suspected that I was the chosen one, and that's probably why he has accompanied me so far, because he wanted to take care of me. So far I still understand it, but now Sasha is with me and can take over. She also takes me to the shadow servants, so he has no reason to be here anymore. In addition, I can take care of myself now a bit. However, if I ask him that, he's guaranteed to not give me an answer, or he will lie to me again as before. Cheyenne was about to go to Glaciu when Sasha told her something important. Hey, there's a small change of plans. I've thought about everything again, and I think I know how we can find out who you really are. The Superator's parents are the 2 elders of the Shadow Servants. As such, they are very wise and enormously religious when it comes to the gods. I'm sure they can somehow find out if you're the chosen one or not. And I think it's most important for you to know that for sure right now. And if you really are the chosen one of darkness, it would be advantageous if you met the Superator. The elders live in northern Halonia, at the foot of the gigantic Mount Nightblade. So that's our next goal if you agree. Cheyenne nodded, because she really wanted to find out who she was as quickly as possible. She hoped that she wasn't the chosen one, but she couldn't prove it. These wise people would finally be able to give her certainty. She didn't want to think about what would happen if she really was one of these two most special people in the world. She wished so much not to have to take on this great responsibility and suppress the possible future, although deep down she knew that she should deal with it. Because the probability of being chosen was very high, everything spoke in favor of it. The girl groped through the fine sand and walked towards Glacio. Sasha had advised her against it, and actually Cheyenne herself wasn't quite sure whether she really should and wanted to talk to him. After all, he made her feel insecure about his behavior, and she wondered if she hadn't been terribly mistaken about him. After all, he had lied the whole time without even batting an eyelid. He had never told the girl his suspicions, and had only told her excuses. Some of them she had even believed him. But Cheyenne would have overlooked that because Sasha had done the same thing after all. But now the knights knew him too, although he had firmly asserted that he had nothing to do with them during the night near the Cliff Mountains. At the time, he even seemed disappointed in Cheyenne for accusing him of such a thing. Was it possible that this was also just a very convincing lie? But then he could act very well. But maybe there was a good reason for all this, and the girl would be wrong. She would only know if she asked him. Glacio sat in the sand. Next to him lay the ice sword. It glowed ice blue and illuminated the night with its glow, within a radius of about 1 meter. Cheyenne suspected that he was using it to be able to see a bit in the dark. Sasha's lightning gun also lights up, and when I remember, Adocaz's water sword also had a blue glow around it. Elemental weapons all seem to glow in the color of their element at night. My bow would probably make everything even darker. Fascinating. Cheyenne didn't really know whether to sit down next to the healer or stand. She decided on the latter, and since he had his eyes closed and made no move to talk to her, the girl started talking for a change. "Are you okay? I mean, because of the wound on your face. Will it heal completely?" The sea breeze played with Glacio's hair, and the blood-clogged part of it became visible from time to time. Slowly the healer opened his ice-blue eyes and looked straight out to sea. The light blue glow that surrounded him made him seem almost mystical and even more beautiful than during the day. Even though Cheyenne was no longer sure whether she still liked Glacio and should trust him, she couldn't deny that he was the most beautiful person she had ever seen in her life. She really hoped that the cut wouldn't leave a scar on his face, even though she really agreed with Sasha by now, and he actually deserved a rub-down. The healer avoided looking at Cheyenne and continued to look at the sea. "Little angel, of course it heals completely. Tomorrow evening you won't see any more of it. I can also heal my own injuries, you know." The girl sighed. "Oh, that's right. I didn't even think about that anymore. And if he says tomorrow evening I won't see anything more of the wound, I assume that he will continue to stay with us." She shook her head and collected herself again, for it cost her some effort to ask Glacio the question that burned in her soul. "Glacio, why did the knights know you? What do you have to do with them? You told me you had nothing to do with them, but now I can't quite believe it. And why does Adocaz want to kill you?" The healer continued to look out to the sea, unimpressed by the question. Now he behaved the same way towards her as he did with Sasha. It seemed as if he didn't pay attention to Cheyenne at all, but she stubbornly stood next to him until he finally answered. "You do well to curb your curiosity, honey. Why do you ask me these things if you don't believe me anyway? I could tell you anything. You wouldn't be able to filter out what the truth is. I know what your problem is with this whole thing. You are insecure and do not trust me, although I have freed you from your misery several times even. But your doubts are reason enough for you to think it possible that I could not be your ally, but your enemy, right? You're accusing me of having something to do with the knights again, just because they know me. I beg you. You have to decide for yourself who I am in your eyes. I wonder what you would do if you thought I was one of the bad guys. Would you kill me with an arrow too, chosen one? Like the night earlier? A very precise, merciless shot in the head, and a life is extinguished. You're really good at aiming, and you even manage to look pretty when you kill my angel of death. Cheyenne flinched. How could he say such things? She had previously managed to push aside her remorse for the terrible offense when he reminded her of it again. Why is he so mean to me? I had to kill the knight, otherwise Glacio would have died. He should be grateful to me. He knows exactly that I'm blaming myself, and is doing this now on purpose, just like before. He probably wants me to leave him alone, and don't ask him these questions. And to get me out of my concept, he says these mean things that hurt my soul, just so that I leave him alone. But why? What have I done that he is now suddenly so mean to me? If he continues to behave like this, he should just leave us alone and leave. Neither I nor agitated Cheyenne turned around. There was no point in trying to talk to the healer any further. His words had hurt her and made her feel even more insecure, and she didn't trust him one bit anymore. He might as well be one of her enemies, and might use a careless moment to kill her. At least that was the impression she had of him now. On the other hand, it was Glacio who constantly protected Cheyenne and helped her. He had told her not to die, so why would he want to kill her? The fact that the knights and Adocaz would rather see him dead than alive would also speak against it. But Cheyenne just couldn't be too careful. She didn't want to be robbed of life, and it seemed as if in the future she would have to pay attention to every instinct she possessed and every little feeling. Everything in her cried out to be careful. If Glacio was able to change his character from one second to the next, it is possible that he could do the same with his goals. Sasha had already indirectly mentioned that he always acts in his favor. The girl was extremely confused and did not know how to assess the healer. It was more likely that he was her ally, but his behavior bothered her. Such a sudden change, which works against one's own comrades, simply seemed strange. On top of that, he was always telling her lies just to hide the truth at all costs or distracting from the topic, which of course made the whole situation even more suspicious. In addition, Glacio hadn't pulled a straight face during the conversation, and Cheyenne slowly realized that in addition to the friendly, helpful side, he also had one that was shady and unpredictable. He used his intelligence to be inscrutable. The girl could no longer tell when he lied and when he told the truth. Simply leaving without a word, however, was out of the question for Cheyenne at that moment. All right, I get it. Sasha is right. I should just not trust you and better ignore you. In my opinion, it would be better if we went our separate ways from tomorrow. Without wishing him a good night, she went back to her friend. The girl was glad that Sasha didn't ask how the conversation had gone. Cheyenne sat down next to Adocaz on the ground by the fire and supported herself with one hand, stroking the fairy wolf with the other. She stared thoughtfully into the glowing flames. The young woman noticed her depressed mood and seemed to understand. As I said, be careful with him. You should try to get some sleep now. We have a long journey ahead of us. I'm going to keep watch at night, and I'm not trying to dissuade myself, yes? I'm sure you've already noticed that I can be stubborn like a donkey. And don't worry so much. Tomorrow the world will look completely different again. So at least until you're really awake after waking up. After which reality catches up with you again. But at least it's light again and we can see something. Sleep well. Cheyenne snuggled up to Adocaz. Sasha had once again managed to get her mind off things, and she even had to smile a little. Well, at least she's telling the truth directly. When I wake up, the worries return. That's true. It's really funny. She always and everywhere seeks out the optimistic part. Good night, Sasha. Thank you. However, the girl was not tired at all, and found it accordingly unfair that she should now sleep and the friend stayed awake because of her. But it was true that Sasha was stubborn like a donkey, and probably preferred to keep watch herself, in part perhaps so that she could keep an eye on Glacio. Cheyenne closed her eyes and tried to calm down on the hard sandy ground. After a while she fell asleep. The flames of the fire danced soothingly and crackingly. Glacio stood about 2 meters away from the heat source and did not seem to intend to get any closer to it. He looked at the chosen one of darkness in her restless sleep, and without turning away from her, he spoke to Sasha. Hey, Sasha Mouse, your eyes are already closing. I kindly volunteered to take over the night shift for you. You can thank me later. The young woman rejected his offer. And what do you dream of at night? As if I would just entrust Cheyenne's life to you. Who knows what you'll think of again? I really hope the knights will get hold of you soon, because if not, I'll kill you with my own hands, I swear to you. By the way, you did a great job earlier. You know she trusted you. Glaciu closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Hey, baby, get your act together. Shouldn't it actually be in your interest that she no longer sees me as trustworthy? Now you have what you wanted. She will also become more cautious now, which is very beneficial for all of us. Oh yes, I almost lost sight of the actual topic. Basically, I have no particular interest in whether you leave the night watch to me or not. You're so tired, you're going to fall asleep anyway. But don't worry, I'll take care. Sasha narrowed her eyes and made a threat. Remember these words, idiot, because you will hear them so often in the near future until the meaning of them enters your oh-so-pretty head. If you harm Cheyenne in any way, you have forfeited your life. I swear to you, I will not allow you to hurt her under any circumstances. Is that clear? Glaciu was silent and sighed. Sasha knew that she wouldn't be able to keep up with her tiredness for much longer, because last night she hadn't slept a wink and watched over the girl and her health. Alone. Glaciu had been gone and only reappeared in the morning. The young woman was sure that he had spent the time of his absence with the pink-haired girl from the inn. She yawned and looked at the flames again. In case I fall asleep, which certainly won't happen, dare to put out this fire. You can also keep night watch from up front. The healer sat down, and after a while his theory worked out and Sasha fell asleep. The next morning Cheyenne was woken up by Adocaz. He licked her face lovingly and woke her from her restless sleep. It was already beginning to get light. A pale colorful glow of the chroma stars moved over the country and a new day dawned. The fire was out and the girl looked around. Sasha was with the horses and tightened the saddle belt. Glaciu walked further away along the beach. So he's still here. Oh, good morning. I hope you slept well, although it looked more like you had nightmares. But that's no wonder with what you're going through at the moment. I tried to get rid of the idiot, but unfortunately he really wants to continue to come with us. I hope we manage to be in Vacoralis by tonight. This is a small beach village in the far west of Luminastrel. From there a sand passage starts, and when we cross it we come to northern Halonia. At trot pace it is about a day's ride from here, which means that we will be galloping for most of the distance. The faster we are there, the better. It's really lucky that we got these horses, or rather stole them, because on foot we would probably die of thirst out here before we arrive in Vacoralis. Unfortunately, we have nothing to drink or eat. Okay, I'm done right here. So, I really hate to ask it, but could you go get Glaciu? We should start slowly. Cheyenne nodded. Apparently Sasha had been waiting for her awakening and had already made plans for the day in the meantime. The girl was now a little embarrassed to have slept for so long. She made her way with Adocaz to the healer. Ah, now I even have to go get him because he's unable to stay here and help Sasha. Or maybe she sent him away. She said she wanted to get rid of him, so there was probably a fight. Well, I don't really care what happened. Cheyenne trudged through the fine sand and the fairy wolf ran a little way in front of her. Glaciu was now only a few meters away from her when she was suddenly pulled backwards, lost her balance and fell to the ground. However, the sand cushioned her fall, and she landed reasonably gently. In front of her stood a tall man with dark blue short hair and cobalt blue eyes. He appeared to be around 40 years old and had a water elemental weapon. However, it was not a simple sword, but something the girl had never seen before. 2 gigantic water blades were connected by a handle in the middle. The man was very muscular and radiated a strange calmness. He also spoke to Cheyenne with such. Be so good as to let yourself be killed without resistance, chosen one. That makes it easier for both of us. The tall man had spoken to her in the most polite manner and even seemed to have respect for his victim. In his eyes Cheyenne could see that he seemed to feel sorry for her. In addition, he gave the impression that he himself doubted his intention to kill her. Then he lifted the double blade and let it smash down on his victim. Cheyenne was able to turn away at the last moment and escape death. Her heart was racing, but she tried to stay calm and think clearly. She had learned that anything else would not help her in such a situation. The man raised his weapon a little again and narrowed his eyes. But not because he was angry. He had compassion and seemed sorry that he wanted to kill the girl. At that moment Adocaz jumped at the blue-haired enemy and dug his teeth into his muscular arm. The tall man moaned in pain for a moment, but then he threw the fairy wolf away from him, and the four-legged friend landed whining on his back, a few meters away from the fight site. Cheyenne took advantage of the distraction and took some sand in her hand, and when the enemy turned back to her, she threw the fine pale yellow grains in his face. He seemed to have gotten some of them in his eyes, but raised the double blade again. Although he didn't see where his victim was, it was guaranteed that the blow wouldn't go nowhere. Cheyenne closed her eyes anxiously, but instead of feeling pain, she only heard something hit the enemy's blade and shatter on it, but had enough strength to stop the attack. The girl opened her eyes and saw splinters of ice lying around her. Whatever had hit the man's heavy weapon had been strong enough to make him stagger, and he almost dropped the double blade. The sand didn't seem to bother him anymore because he had his eyes wide open and attacked again. The enemy seemed to want to kill Cheyenne at all costs, even if he was sorry. She closed her eyes again and made herself small. She would certainly not be so lucky again. The girl was already preparing for everything to be over and saw part of her life pass by in her mind's eye. Hadn't she intended not to die because of this chosen cause? So in the end she couldn't escape her fate after all. Then she felt a tremendous cold near her, but no pain. Is this what death felt like? But then she heard something hit the enemy's blade again, but this time it didn't shatter. Cheyenne opened her eyes and saw where the cold was coming from. Glacio stood protectively in front of her and blocked the attack of the big man with all his might. It had been the icy air of his elemental weapon that she had felt. The ice sword was a lot smaller than the huge water double blade, and the healer was nowhere near as strong as the muscle-bound enemy. The elements in the weapons also started a fight, because Glacio's ice blade kept freezing the water tool at the point where they met, but the water in the double blade moved in wild waves and steadily freed itself from the frost. Cheyenne was sure that the healer's defenses would no longer be able to withstand the big man's attack, and if he didn't come up with anything clever quickly, the enemy would crush him before the girl could get up and help her protect her. "Glacio defends me again. I just don't see him through. Is he friend or foe?" Suddenly the strength of the attack diminished, and the tall man opened his squinted blue eyes wide. He seemed to realize that someone had stopped his attack, and it looked as if he knew his counterpart. This reaction was the healer's luck, because he would not have been able to maintain his defense for a second longer. Cheyenne had already noticed that his legs were giving way under the weight of the double-bladed blow, and if that had happened, the enemy would have had an easy time. He would then kill her and possibly also her protector. But luckily it didn't come to that. Glacio used his only chance to his advantage. His ice sword suddenly began to glow enormously bright blue and had become a lot colder again, as more cool air sank to the ground than before. The blade seemed to be more powerful now, and the healer managed to completely repel the attack of the blue-haired, seemingly baffled man. Has he transferred some of this power to his sword, or why is it so strong all of a sudden? Was this an elemental attack from the ice weapon triggered by mental power transfer? This is quite possible, because unlike Sasha's pistol, the sword does not have a controller with which you can switch between attacks. If I ever have an elemental sword, they will probably explain it to me. I'd like to know earlier, but I really don't want to ask Glacio at the moment whether my assumptions are correct. He may have defended me now for some reason, but I'm sure he's still in the same mood as he was yesterday. Cheyenne hurried to get up, then grabbed her bow and unfolded it ready for battle. As she did so, the enemy's voice sounded again, but this time not calmly, but angrily. "You miserable traitor!" He stood about 2 meters away from her, and the girl saw that he was staring at Glacio in anger. The enemy's body radiated pure anger,
but the girl could also see sadness in his eyes. This man, what is it about him? Aren't anger and grief actually contradictory? And why did he feel sorry for me when he actually wanted to kill me? Either this guy is just weird or he has a really hard life. Glacio tilted his head, looked at the enemy, and asked him a question in his usual unimpressed and arrogant way. Should I know you from somewhere? The man clenched his free hand into a fist and gritted his teeth in a rage. Cheyenne feared that the healer had overdone it and that this statement could have disastrous consequences. The enemy was already raising the double blade again, whose calm water had meanwhile turned into stormy waves, and was about to attack with all his strength, which was now also strengthened by his rage. I know that Glacio can fight really well, but maybe he underestimates this opponent. The knights he has defended me against so far were nothing compared to this man. He might still be able to cope with the strength. After all, he can dodge really quickly, well, and even elegantly, but I don't really know if this strategy can work with the guy. The double blade is huge and it must be really hard to dodge. Why did this idiot provoke the man? And why does one of our enemies know him again? Cheyenne was annoyed with the healer, but he just stood there calmly, didn't prepare for an attack, and seemed to be waiting. She didn't understand what he was up to. But then she heard footprints in the sand that were quickly getting closer. The girl looked around for the sound and discovered Sasha, who came running to her and stood next to her. Glacio put away the ice sword, closed his eyes and crossed his arms. For a few seconds he remained in this unimpressed disinterest and dismissive attitude. Cheyenne wondered what he was up to. But then it slowly dawned on her when Adocaz, who had picked himself up and seemed to be unharmed, came to her and growled menacingly. The enemy took a step back, for it was now 4 against 1. So that's what Glacio was up to. It was his plan to wait for Sasha and Adocaz, because he knew exactly that this man would think twice about attacking us again or not, because we are definitely in the majority. The healer's intelligence still left Cheyenne speechless. In the meantime, the tall man was steadily retreating and was about to flee. We will meet again, Chosen One, and then I'll make sure that no one protects you anymore. Then the enemy fled in the direction of Saralay, but he seemed to have problems walking because he was not very fast and limped from time to time. Nevertheless, his last words crept coldly down the girl's spine and frightened. Sasha did not want to accept the attacker's escape and aimed the pistol at him. No, you can't escape me. I prefer dead enemies to living ones, especially when they look like they belong to the rulers among the knights. Despite all that the enemy had said and done, Cheyenne did not agree with her friend's plan. After all, the man had taken pity on her and seemed to have doubted his plan very much. Because of this, she wasn't even so sure if he was actually one of the knights. The enemy had also promised her a reunion. If their paths crossed again, she would try to overcome her fear not to die in the process and hope to find out more about him. The blue-haired man was a very strong opponent, and if he really doubted himself and his actions, it would be possible that the girl could convince him to change sides, because she would rather see him with the Shadow Servants so that she wouldn't have to fight him again. His strength was breathtaking, and he was a very serious and dangerous opponent. They would have a huge advantage over the knights if he joined one of the clans and was their ally. Cheyenne would only have to be convincing enough and survive until she had persuaded him. That's very easy. I'll make it. Oh, I'm so dead if I try to do that. But I just have to try. If the Shadow Servants had him on their side, they could hold their own better against the knighthood. But if he's a knight, it's going to be really hard to convince him. He has called me the Chosen One. Well, I don't know for sure if that's really me, but even if I should be, maybe I can evade my tasks in this way by simply finding strong people for the Shadow Servants, and thus they will surely win the war and everything will be fine. It is also in my interest that the knights are defeated, so this would be a possibility. But on the other hand, the clans could also do this on their own. To get new members, you don't necessarily need the help of someone who seems to have been blessed by some goddess. That would happen automatically over time anyway if the nights continue like this. Cheyenne sighed and shook her head to put an end to her train of thought. Because Sasha was about to shoot at the man running away, the girl turned to her friend, but before she could say anything, the gun was lowered. Glacio had stepped next to Sasha and held her hand with the pistol to the ground. He looked after the fugitive and justified his action. "Hey, Sasha Mouse, keep it easy. Although you always look so damn sexy when you kill, I think in this case I could do without this breathtaking sight for once. If you were to use your mind instead of your instinct for a change, you might be able to see that this guy is not a ruler. He wore neither a cape nor any special armor, and did not carry any troops with him. Nor can he belong to the knights. They are not allowed to possess elemental weapons, so that the rulers can distinguish themselves from them in power and strength. A decidedly useless demand. What I can imagine as very likely, however, is that he is an outsider, but who is still on the side of the knights. He could also be a mercenary, because whoever kills the Chosen of Darkness first gets a huge reward from the Knighthood of Light. Besides, this guy didn't even know what he was doing and was apparently quite desperate. Baby, you should feel sorry for the old man, not shoot him just like that. Take a closer look at it. He even limps. I think he has already received his punishment, enough for many more sins that he will commit. Since all these reasons are guaranteed not to satisfy you, I want to give you another one. You have incredibly good instincts, so you should feel that somehow it doesn't seem wise to kill him. He could still turn out to be useful, don't you think? Anyway. Yes. As for you, my angel of death, the next time someone attacks you, you don't play the scaredy cat anymore and do something. I don't want to protect you all the time anymore. Behave like the Chosen and fight. Yesterday you weren't so squeamish either. So what's your problem? Who is afraid is weak, do you know that? Especially if you're Chosen. You're a disgrace. The gods must be crazy or enormously stupid if they have chosen you of all people. You will never be able to save this world from the sinister plans of the Knights of Light. It's really sad that they chose you. I wish we had never crossed paths, then at least I would have been spared this misery." Cheyenne lowered her head. She was shocked by his words. She tried with all of her might to fight the tears, but she couldn't do it, and a few rolled down her cheeks to the ground, where they were clearly visible in the sand. The girl hadn't expected him to finish her off like that. On the contrary, she had hoped that his behavior would be a little better today, just as the wound on his face had almost healed and disappeared. But apparently she had been terribly mistaken. Adocaz nudged his owner, but when he realized that it didn't help, he bared his teeth and growled at Glacio. The latter did not deign to look at the fairy wolf, and looked after the man. Sasha stood there and seemed shocked and incredulous about what her old acquaintance had just said to her friend. She freed her hand from the healer's grip with the pistol and gave him a strong slap in the face. Then she took a step back, holding her gun in his face. The young woman trembled with anger and wouldn't think twice before doing something that couldn't be undone. She almost couldn't find words, she was so horrified, angry, and speechless. But then she made a threat that was more of a death sentence. "How can you? How dare you make her cry? Why do you say such things? You're such a miserable bastard. I can't find words for it anymore. I warned you. If you ever hurt Cheyenne in any way, you forfeited your life, and now it's time. I don't watch it anymore. Not Cheyenne, but you are the shame here. My life will soon be enriched by so much when you are no longer alive. Say goodbye." Sasha loaded her gun and was ready to fire the fatal shot at any time. Glacio, however, stood in front of her and didn't move an inch. Only his beautiful light blue hair played in the wind. He looked at the young woman with half-open eyes and showed no emotion. He didn't seem to care that she was about to kill him. The wind became stronger, and you could hear big waves breaking in the sea. The air tasted salty, and the glow of the chroma stars became stronger and stronger. Seagulls croaked in the distance, and the two horses snorted nervously. Cheyenne stood there and had to watch as Sasha was about to steal Glacio's life without rethinking everything. A few tears steadily found their way down her cheeks to the floor, but she didn't sob and breathed normally. The girl didn't even know what had hurt her more. The fact that someone with whom she had traveled a lot, who had helped her so much and was always so kind to her, and whom she had once trusted, told her that she was a disgrace, or was the reason why she cried that in her eyes everything he had accused her of was actually true? Cheyenne now hated the healer deeply. Even though he had told the truth for a change, she could feel that he wanted to hurt her on purpose, but the girl just didn't understand. Why had he become so mean? Now she hadn't even tried to talk to him and he's playing so badly with her. How could she have been so mistaken about Glacio? She should have known that he was only pretending to be so friendly to her. But even if Cheyenne wouldn't mind Sasha extinguishing his life anymore, she didn't want to see someone die again. She planned to take him all the way to Vacorales, because out here the chances of survival were pretty slim, but once they reached the village, they would part ways forever. The girl hoped that she would never have to see Glacio again after that. Cheyenne stepped in front of the healer and looked at Sasha sadly. Her friend didn't seem to understand, so she gave her an explanation. "Please don't kill him, Sasha. I don't want to see blood again. We'll take him to Vacorales and then we'll send him away, yes? He has saved my life too many times for me to allow you to kill him because of me. I'm sorry." The young woman sighed, slowly lowered the gun and put it away, back into the holder. Then she turned and went to the horses. Cheyenne turned to Glacio, who didn't dare to look at her anymore. "I think now we're even. I don't want your company and help anymore. I'm sorry that everything turned out this way. Forgive me. I know I'm not a good chosen one." She couldn't bring herself to say more and ran with Adocaz to Sasha. When she arrived at her friend, she hugged Cheyenne tightly and wiped a few tears off her cheeks. Then she helped the girl onto the horse and gave the big animal a slap so that it slowly started moving. This probably meant that the young woman shared her horse with the healer. Cheyenne was relieved when it actually happened. She wouldn't have been able to stand having him so close to her now. Adocaz ran ahead and the small group galloped towards the beach village of Vacorales. It was already early evening when the small group arrived in the beach village of Vacorales. They had followed the Beach of Light and had finally reached their destination. During all this time, none of them had said a word. The entrance to the village was guarded by 2 men, but they did not seem to be knights. The 2 blocked the way of the small group and did not let them in. "Stop! Horses don't come to the village. That's even written here on the sign, see?" One of the 2 men pointed to a wooden board that says horse ban. "Are they serious? And now?" Sasha didn't seem to like the thing either, and she took the floor. "Why is a horse ban being introduced? The last time I was here it didn't exist. What's the point of that? And what should we do now? Wait here until you lift the ban? Pfft!" Sometimes she really is a bit too temperamental, but that's just the way she is. Besides, she has the element of lightning and it really suits her tremendously well. Cheyenne liked her friend just the way she was, even if her cheeky nature would get her into trouble one day. But that's exactly what was special about Sasha. She took the liberty to say just everything she thought directly and honestly, and the girl appreciated that very much. The 2 men seemed to feel a bit intimidated, and one of them willingly gave answers to the questions asked. "Ah, young woman, please spare us a little. We have only recently established a ban because lately so many knights have been passing through here on their horses. They don't take anything into account and sometimes even ride people over. The thundering hoofs at full gallop do not necessarily suit the thin stone slabs, and as you can see, our city is designed for them. Without the slabs we would not be able to build houses on the uneven sandy ground. Humph, the knights don't care about us when they get through here. The sand passage starts from this village, as you may know if you have already been here before, and for some time now, knights from Helonia have been riding here and vice versa every day. Almost every week we have to change the stone slabs because they are broken or have a crack. It costs money, time, and a lot of work to replace them. That's why there is now a riding ban for all people who do not belong to the knights. Thus, the stone slabs cannot be additionally damaged and at least last a little longer. We know that this is not the solution for everything, and our mayor is already looking hard for another way, but thicker stone slabs are far too expensive for us. We cannot afford that. First of all, this horse ban has to serve. Sorry. You can complain to the knighthood for this, but please leave us out of the game. We are just doing our job. Oh yes, you can tie the horses to the post over there, then we can let you into the village. Forgive the circumstances. Sasha was insightful, but she still had a question. Damn tin cans. And what if we want to cross the sand passage to Helonia? Do we have to go over on foot if the horses stay here? The two men looked at each other. Then the one who had not yet said anything gave the young woman an answer. Don't you know that it's not possible to cross the sand passage at the moment? Ordinary citizens are no longer allowed to travel to Helonia, only the knights, because they are looking for someone here in Luminastrel and do not want this person to leave the continent. That's why they have positioned some men at the entrance to the sand passage. Apart from that, the crossing is currently far too dangerous. The waves are very strong, tons of demons cavort there, and in some places you sink in. A few of the knights have even died during the crossing. If the demons did not attack them, they were devoured by the waves or quicksand. It was never as bad in the past as it is now. At the passage you really notice the imbalance of the world is increasing more and demands its tributes. Terrible. Now Sasha looked at the ground and seemed to be haphazard. She probably didn't expect that. Glacio, who was sitting on the horse behind her, jumped down and walked past the guards into the village. He raised his hand in farewell but did not look back. Well then, have fun, you two pretty bunnies. I really wish you with all of my heart that you find a solution to your problem. Farewell. Cheyenne sighed and Sasha slowly shook her head, but then she seemed glad that he was finally gone. The young woman thanked them and turned her horse towards the post, which were a little further to the side of the entrance. The girl did the same. When they arrived at the tethering station, they dismounted and fastened the reins to it. Then Sasha stood next to Cheyenne, next to whom Adocaz was sitting, and since they were out of earshot of the two guards, she consulted with her about what they could do next. Okay, I think we have a problem. It's no use, we have to cross this sand passage. There's no other way. Especially when the tin cans are already taking such precautions and sealing off entire continents to get their hands on you. What are they thinking? After all, other people have to go to Helonia as well. Well, if it's really that hard to cross the passage, no one does it anyway, but still. At least the village won't be full of them, because they are stationed at the passage anyway. There would be no point in looking for us if they could simply cut us off and intercept us. And I guess the metal idiots know we're here. They've seen that we left Saralay for the sandy beach. They are too stupid for anything with their pea-brains, but I trust them to draw a logical conclusion, at least in this matter. But the plan with cutting off the path, it has to come from one of the rulers, because that's pretty clever and the lesser knights can't just block off a continent. Then it can only be Atropax's plan, because the ruler of Luminastrel has an insane power, but instead of the brain only a wire so that his ears don't fall off. You don't want to get to know him. He's by far the biggest idiot there is. I'm eagerly waiting for the day when I can rob this damned bastard of his life. General Agamemnon is just a bloodthirsty, instinct-driven, lousy idiot who is known for his cruelty. If the goddess really exists, I pray to her that you will never meet him. He has already destroyed enough innocent lives. Cheyenne noticed that her friend, who was now looking down, had begun to tremble when she spoke of the ruler Luminastrels. But the girl didn't know whether out of anger or because of something else. After all, she had heard this name before in Saralay from the two knights who had attacked Glacio, and Sasha had flinched. Cheyenne wanted to know more about the ruler, but she didn't ask when she saw that the young woman's eyes were watering a little. This Agamemnon must have something to do with Sasha's past, and it did not seem to have been a nice experience. The girl looked at her friend sympathetically. She seemed to notice this and turned away from Cheyenne towards the horses. So you couldn't see her face anymore, and you couldn't see whether she was actually crying. She tried to have a strong voice. Okay, Cheyenne, our plan for now is as follows. I'm going to try to sell these horses, because without Glacio they won't give us anything for free and will certainly be able to use some money. The village is not very big and you are safe from knights for the time being. There are a few market and souvenir stalls. You could look around there, and when you're done, wait for me at the beach wall. Adocaz, I'm counting on you to protect Cheyenne while I'm away, okay? The fairy wolf whined and barked softly in confirmation. Sasha nodded. Good. See you later, you two. Cheyenne also said goodbye and went to the entrance to the village. Adocaz trotted by her side and nudged her with his muzzle. I actually want to go with Sasha, but she was just so confused. It was good that I didn't contradict her. I think she's someone you'd rather leave alone in such a situation. Although I would have liked to comfort her somehow, as she always does with me. Maybe I should have stayed with her after all? But maybe she would have reacted like Glacio, and I want to avoid that. She always tries to be so strong and succeeds, but I forget that it might look completely different inside her. She's always so cheerful, you don't even think that she has a difficult past. I wonder what this Agamemnon had to do with her. He is a ruler after all. Why does she know one of our enemies? But with her, at least I know that she is on the side of the Shadow Servants and that I can trust her. This time Cheyenne would have to be patient until Sasha told her what had happened on her own. The girl walked past the guards and entered the village. The pale pink, blue and yellow stone slabs actually looked very battered, but were still beautiful. The village had a manageable market square, about 10 stalls, which were lined up in a row on the left, as soon as you entered the village square. On the right there was a small restaurant and some small wooden houses in both directions. If you looked straight ahead, the last part of the Beach of Light caught your eye, which was separated from the village by a wide, small wall of different colored pale stones, on which a few people were sitting. Through a few steps you could get to the beach. As it was already evening, the fishermen returned with their boats and tied the means of transport to posts on a small wooden walkway, so that they would not be driven away. It smelled of fresh fish and salt. Cheyenne was about to go to the markets when she saw Glacio. In front of him stood a pretty slender woman with brown hair who looked at him reproachfully. She was about the same age as the healer. The girl didn't care at all what he was doing, but in order to get to the market stalls she would have to walk past him, and she wanted to avoid that. So she stopped and stroked Adocaz a bit. She hoped that Glacio and his acquaintance would soon go somewhere else, and waited. She didn't have to concentrate much to hear what the two were saying. The woman seemed to be extremely angry. Why did you just run away without saying a single word? I was sick with worry. I waited so long for you back then and you just didn't come. Did you stand me up? Glacio took the woman's hands and looked into her eyes, but she turned away, blushed and let him stroke her hair. She shook her head and let out an angry whisper. This number doesn't work for me anymore, so please finally listen to me like this with your beautiful eyes. And tell me the truth. You don't look like you had any difficulties. So, what was going on? It's true, isn't it? You really stood me up. The healer, whose wound on his face had now completely disappeared, gave an answer to his acquaintance. I would never stand you up, my beautiful butterfly. How do you come up with something like that? I had something to do and had to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to let you know. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. It won't happen again, I promise. I would never stand you up. There's only you in my life. You know that, my breathtaking beauty. If you don't have anything planned later, would you spend your time with me? I missed you so much. We could go to the beach and listen to the waves. Glacio had meanwhile taken the woman in his arms and seemed to know exactly what he had to do to convince her. Although she didn't look completely happy yet, it seemed to be enough for her, because she let him have his way and enjoyed the hug. Cheyenne didn't know how to behave. On the one hand, she really had to hold back not to laugh, because Glacio had sucked up so enormously and talked so much nonsense that it was just funny. Because the girl knew exactly that every word was a lie, and that almost made her feel nauseous. She felt sorry for the poor woman, who probably didn't even know that he was making such a fool of her. The healer had spoken to her quite convincingly, but Cheyenne had seen with her own eyes how he had flirted with the girl in Saralay, and she had experienced it herself, as had Sasha. However, she would not interfere. Pfft, because this woman there is his only love, such nonsense. How can you lie so coldly? Maybe it's because of his element, but doesn't he even have a guilty conscience? Cheyenne apparently stared at the woman in Glacio's arms the whole time, apparently with a look she didn't like, and she broke away from the young man. "Tell me, do you know this girl? She's been staring over here the whole time." The healer turned his head a bit and looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye, immediately squinting his visible eye and turning back to his acquaintance. "Why should I know her? Maybe she's confusing me with someone, or it's her hobby staring at people. Strange, isn't it? Ah, you surely want to know something about my trip. I can tell you one thing right now. I've met a lot strange people. The girl there is nothing yet. So let's go for a walk." Cheyenne just couldn't help but put on a stunned look, roll her eyes and shake her head. But the woman saw her behavior, and it was apparently enough for her to realize that Glacio had lied. "So you don't know her, huh? But I think she looks like she knows you pretty well. I knew something was wrong here. You must have moved me back then, and you must have had something with her. Admit it. You cheated on me, you fucking bastard." Ah, the idea that I could have something with him is terrible. How does this woman come up with such a thing? Oh dear, I think this thought will haunt me for a long time, until my dreams. Even more nightmares than before. Cheyenne shuddered. The woman pushed Glacio away from her, wanted to slap him in the face, but then changed her mind and ran away. "Oh, not good." The healer turned around, and the girl was already afraid that he would throw some mean things at her again. But he held back and didn't say anything at all. But then he decided to do it after all. "Hey, I'm really proud of you. Thank you very much. Well, do you have what you wanted now? If you intended to spoil the rest of the day even more, then you achieved your goal. Congratulations. Are you happy now?" Cheyenne couldn't look at him anymore. She hated him, but it hadn't been her intention to spoil his mood. She didn't really care what he did, and she should actually be happy. After all, the woman had understood what an idiot Glacio was, and such a rub-down would be fine for him. But the girl hadn't done herself any favors, because she was now plagued by a guilty conscience. Adocaz growled at the healer again, until he sighed and went to the beach. Cheyenne now looked at the stalls. She desperately needed a distraction. Some offered food, mainly fish, but she was also able to discover vegetables and some fruit. The girl liked the souvenir stalls best. There were beautiful shells and pearls in many colors, also necklaces and other jewelry. Another dealer offered wooden figures that looked incredibly real and enchanting. Cheyenne knew she couldn't buy any of this, but she still enjoyed the sight of all these beautiful things and forgot her worries for a while. When she had looked through all the stalls, the chroma stars in the sky had already become paler, and it would be light for about an hour, then the dark night would dawn. The girl now wanted to wait for Sasha. She hoped that her friend had been successful and could sell the horses for good money. Adocaz and his owner walked side by side to the white, colorful stone wall. There were no more people sitting on it, except for one person. Glacio. Cheyenne had nothing left to lose, so she decided to just ask him now. She wanted to know why he had changed so much from one second to the next towards her. She didn't care how he would react now. Maybe it was the last time she saw him anyway. She took a deep breath in and out, and then the girl walked up to him, accompanied by the fairy wolf. The healer didn't say anything, just raised his head a little and stared at the sea. Cheyenne closed her eyes for a moment to collect herself, then opened them again and resolutely asked him the last question before they parted ways forever. This time she would demand an answer and will not leave again, as she did last time. She wanted to know only one reason, nothing more. "Glacio, I leave right away if you answer a single question. If you refuse, I'll stop here and talk to you until it annoys you and spoils your day even more. Get it? The only thing I want to know is, why did you change so much towards me from one second to the next? What did I do to you? I just want to hear one reason. Then you'll be rid of me forever and ever. I promise you. Please, tell me why. The healer sighed long and deep. Then he spoke to Cheyenne in a calm voice. Sit down. The girl was surprised, but she did what he had asked her to do. Adocaz lay down behind his owner and growled every now and then. After she had sat down next to him at a distance of about half a meter, she looked at Glacio expectantly. He was still staring at the sea, but then he began to speak. It was the first time since the escape from Saralay that he spoke normally to Cheyenne again. So you really want to know, Chosen One, huh? As you wish. Where do I start? One reason I have changed my behavior towards you so much, There are several. If I tell you my reasons, you won't understand them at first, and I'm sure you want to know the rest. Well, then I can tell you the whole truth right away. It doesn't matter if you know it or not. Our paths will part tomorrow morning anyway. So, it started in Saralay, didn't it? When the knights played so badly with me. You saved me and even had compassion for me, even though you always find me so nerve-killing. It's amazing how kind you are. Basically, I have no problem with pity, unless it comes from the Chosen One of Darkness, whose birth is to blame for the death of my family. I know it's not your fault that you were born, but that you can't help it I had completely forgotten at that moment. The nights reminded me of my past, which I had repressed. When you were worried about me, wanted to talk to me, wanted to help me so that I would feel better, I just couldn't help it. You, the Chosen One of Darkness, have compassion on me, her greatest enemy, whom she had since her birth and 3 years before that. I couldn't let you be so kind to your mortal enemy. I know I hurt you the whole time, which was not easy for me at times, but I hope you were able to use the pain to your advantage and gain strength of soul. Then everything would have a good side. I hope you're more careful now and don't trust everyone right away. You know, a Chosen One must be strong and wise. If you stay the way you are, naive and fearful, then I guarantee that your life will be a short one. I know what you want to say now. You don't want to be the Chosen One of Darkness and are looking for a way to avoid your duties that is beneficial to all of us. But there is no such thing for you, believe me. Either you accept your fate and walk on the path predestined for you, or you withdraw from your purpose in life and choose the freedom to determine your own life, like me. But if you choose the latter, the world will come to an end, unless you find a way to save the world while following your destiny, but still making free choices. But I'm afraid that to go down this path you need a very strong soul, which you don't have at the moment. However, I firmly believe that your soul will grow over time, become stronger, and one day be in full bloom. We are destined to be mortal enemies. Neither one of us can do anything about it. But I am still forever on your side because I have not accepted my fate. I didn't want to be complicit if the world came to an end, because I also want to go on living. My whole family paid with their lives for this decision, but I just couldn't submit to my destiny. That's why I was with you, protected you, and helped you wherever I could. Not only because you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen, but also because you're so important to the preservation of the world. Oh, by the way, you're not a disgrace, little angel. You're just quite extraordinary and amazingly kind for a Chosen One. It's not your fault that the truth has been kept hidden from you and no one has ever prepared you for your life. That's why it's not true that I find you disappointing. On the contrary, your soul has a great potential for strength, because you have already experienced and participated in so much, seen so much horror. Of course, you were sometimes on the verge of giving up everything, but your character has never changed, and that, my sweetie, is really remarkable. I'm really sorry, but I had to treat you this way to prepare you for life out there. I knew that our paths would separate in the near future when you met Sasha, so I acted in the interest of all of us. You should know now how to deal better with your pity for enemies, no longer blindly trust everyone and also question someone. Your thinking skills have also been promoted, as I have observed, and saying goodbye is now easier for us in this way. I really wish you all the luck in the world, and when the day has come where light knights and shadow servants fight each other in a final battle to the death, I will stand on your side, finally conquer my fate, and thus seal my freedom. Forgive me for wasting your time on unnecessary talk. You've already received your answer. My reasons may not seem sensible enough for my behavior in your eyes, but they are enough for me. Despite all this, traveling with you was nice, apart from who you are. I'm sorry that everything has turned out this way, but it's only for your good. Glacio finished his speech and wanted to get up, but Cheyenne stopped him. She had a hunch and wanted to know if she was right. Birth-related mortal enemies. Could it really be? Please wait a minute. Thank you for telling me all this, but what you're saying doesn't really make sense to me unless... Glacio, you are the chosen one of light, aren't you? The healer lowered his head and sighed. Then he looked deep into the blood-red eyes of the girl with his ice-blue eyes. He turned away again and spoke to her in a low voice. I used to be. In the meantime, it's just a title that will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. But I haven't fulfilled my meaning and purpose as the chosen one for a long time. When I found out what the knights were up to, I began to no longer accept my fate and turned more and more against the light knighthood. But it wasn't until a year ago that I was finally able to tear myself away from them, but the price was high. I've already bored you enough with my stories, so I don't have to tell you my eternally long life story, little doll. Cheyenne could hardly believe what she just had learned. The whole time she had been on the road with the chosen one of light and hadn't noticed it. That's why all our enemies knew him, because he used to be on their side. Since he no longer wanted to help them destroy the world and seems to have somehow moved away from them, they now think he is a traitor and want to kill him. It's really hard for me to believe that someone like him should be the chosen one, but on the other hand, I'm not exactly a prime example. Unlike me, he can at least fight and assert himself, but the flirting and some other behaviors somehow don't quite fit his divine appearance. But maybe he's doing it because he doesn't want to be the chosen one. Maybe that's why he's changed so much in the last year, as Sasha told me. He was much worse off than I was when his job was to destroy the world we all live in. And now I also see why he behaved so meanly towards me. But basically, we share the same fate because we are both running away from our responsibility, only that it is justified with him unlike me. The girl didn't know what to think about first, but she wanted to hear his story first anyway. Maybe some questions would explain themselves. Her anger and hatred for him slowly dissipated, but she wouldn't be able to put her trust in him again after everything he'd done. Nevertheless, she hoped that he would tell her his life if she asked him very kindly. You don't bore me. On the contrary, I'd love to hear your life story. Please tell me. Why didn't you tell me who you really are earlier? Glacio sighed and began to tell Cheyenne everything she wanted to know about himself, just as the girl had once done with the healer when they had first met in Media Silver. Would you have believed me if I had said I was the chosen one of light? Or would you have thought it was another lie? Even if you have felt it to be true, you would have been intimidated by it, would have immediately taken me for an enemy, and sent me away as soon as Sasha and I had told you our suspicion and the meaning of it. I couldn't tell you. Well, if you really want to know what has happened in my cursed life so far, I'll warn you right away. It's not a pretty story, just like yours. So... I was born 3 years before you, as you know. Even though I can't remember that time so well, it was probably the most beautiful of my whole life. I come from a wealthy family of doctors who had the best pharmacy with a healing practice, which existed in Excidoma Magna until a year ago. The entire knighthood of light had relied on my parents. In these 3 years I was almost idolized and revered as a chosen one. Every wish was fulfilled as far as I remember, and I was happy for a long time. But I was much further along in my development than all the other children of my age, so I was considered a child prodigy, which doesn't really seem so strange in a chosen one. Shortly before my 3rd birthday, they subjected me to experiments because of this. Well, the researchers hadn't thought it through well and didn't pay enough attention when my body reacted differently than planned. This inattentiveness error led to the fact that I have now an enormous hypotemperature since that day, as you have already noticed in Media Silver. Fortunately, my element would be ice even without this fact. Since I am the chosen one of light, and therefore I was on the side of the Knights of Light, they naturally experimented mainly on my reaction to light. At that time this white glow was still completely new and unknown, because since the yin-yang age the research of the Knights had not yielded any useful results on it, but about 18 years ago the breakthrough came. Unfortunately, I still remember exactly what they did to me back then. A few researchers led me into a dark chamber and then exposed me to an enormous amount of light. The wild cold light has attacked my luminium structure and changed it in such a way that my body can no longer store heat. But somehow I can still live. I guess that's what you call luck. But it also has a good side. Through this experiment my healing ability has improved and I have been able to transmute and control luminium much more easily since then. I can even summon it in a non-physical form as minimally altered magic and attack enemies with light spells, as if it were normal elemental magic. This is similar to your slightly modified Black Umbraura magic, which allows you to cast seemingly darkness spells. We live up to our titles, light and darkness. When this terrible experiment ended, I ran away and wandered through the city for a whole night, distraught. My body emitted white light for 8 hours after this experiment. I thought I was going to die at the time. Little children and their fantasies. But that night, I can remember something else, only blurred but still. I think I saw you as a baby in your mother's arms. Your eyes, your hairline. Not everyone looks like you, you know. I helped your mother flee from the Knights, if I remember correctly. But it only helped you because I saw with my own eyes how they beheaded your mother. Cheyenne caught her breath. Glacio's life was already enormously difficult when he was so young. What was still to come? In contrast to hers had been easy so far. But one thing confused her. Wait a minute, you saw my mother when she was beheaded? But she died at my birth and was not killed. But the healer had an explanation. Maybe you were only told that because the truth would have been too cruel for you back then as a small child. Your grandparents probably just wanted to protect you. Cheyenne nodded, because the reason sounded plausible, and Glacio continued. In any case, my life changed enormously from that day on. When it came to the chosen one, everyone, except for my family, began to doubt me. You were rumored to have a crystal, unlike me. Don't you think this is an extremely base motive? After all, the gods, if they exist, are also different. Maybe the goddess only gave you your crystal as a piece of jewelry because you're a girl, or to make you stand out from me. At that time, the Knights had doubted me, but had not yet cast me out or something like that, because Adocaz always said, "The time of Glacio's need will come, and then you will all be glad that we have him on our side. Don't forget, he was given to us, and we can certainly still use him well." Ah yes, that's why I know him, by the way. He is the leader among the rulers, so to speak, and has therefore made it his special task to train me. He was like a second father to me back then. The other rulers have also taught me what they know, but in the meantime some of them are dead and have been replaced by new ones. After that, only Commandant Adocaz and General Agamemnon trained me. When I was 6 years old, I met Sasha and my parents helped her at my request. We were the best friends back then. But the Knights have interfered and promised her a home if she lets experiments be done on her. She was young and naive and accepted because my parents advised her to do so at the threat of the Knights. But I'm not going to tell you about her. She'll have to do it herself, as I've already told you once. Forgive me. Well, back to the topic. The older I got, the more I learned, and one day when I read research reports in the library, I found out that the way of the Knights was probably going to destroy the world, and I rebelled against them. But because I already knew all their secrets at that time, it was too risky to let me go. I could have approached the shadow servants and told them all the plans. So they threatened me a bit and played with Sasha's life here and there to keep me in check. I didn't want her to get hurt anymore and I complied. When I was 18, I met a girl. We fell in love, got engaged at the insistence of the knights and celebrated our wedding a short time later, which we would have done sooner or later anyway, even without their demand. It seemed strange to me that they married us at such a young age and after such a short time of getting to know each other, but it was in their and my interest, so we let it happen. If I had known what I did to her with it, I would have not allowed myself to fall in love with her. Because one day, a year ago, the king wanted me to use my healing powers because of a tiny scratch on his hand that you couldn't even see properly. I refused and said I'd rather save my strength for the people who were really badly off, but the knights didn't like that. There was a heated discussion and the king told me that I only had my wife at the time because he paid her father. It would have been pure coincidence that she had fallen in love with me and she would only be reserved for me to pass on my divine genes so that they would not be lost in case something happened to me and I died. That was enough for me. I got angry and I told the king my opinion properly, but that was a big mistake. At the same time, unfortunately, the most liberating thing I've ever done. The knights attacked me and we fought for a long time before I was able to escape with serious injuries. They just stalled me, as I had to realize, because when I ran home to tell my parents what I had done, the whole house was on fire and it smelled of burnt human flesh. In front of the door I saw 2 knights injuring my beloved wife and then throwing her into the flames. Her cry when she was burned miserably alive I will never forget in my whole life. My mother, father, sister, and wife. My whole family was killed because of a single ill-considered act on my part, and in the most cruel way. I couldn't help them anymore. I couldn't do anything to undo my mistake. I didn't know what to do or where to go. Then I remembered Sasha and I wanted to see if at least she was okay. But the knights had also played badly with her and I couldn't stand the situation anymore and fled the capital. You already know the rest. I roamed the country chasing girls, partly to distract me, until we met and I traveled around with you. Cheyenne was speechless and overwhelmed. What she had experienced had only been half as bad as Glacio's past. He seemed to have had everything he could have ever wanted, and because of a single mistake his whole life had been ruined. My gosh, what he went through is terrible. What would have happened if he wasn't the chosen one? Then he certainly wouldn't have such a fulfilled life, but on the other hand, not so many horrible things would have happened. He even had a wife. I can't imagine that with him. He's actually the total unfaithful guy. Maybe he only became like that after this terrible event. That would also agree with Sasha's statement. Well, after such a traumatic experience, you probably just change. It must be terrible for him to know that his whole family was killed in agony because of him. But he has caught himself afterwards, wants to go on living, has not given up hope for a better future, and certainly wants to take revenge on the knights. Glacio and Sasha are so strong. Why can't I be like the 2 of them? Cheyenne noticed that the healer's eyes were getting a little watery, but no tears were shed. He just stared out at the wide sea with a blank stare. Glacio's story had made the girl so sad that her eyes also watered. She remembered something he had said before and reproached herself. Then she said what she thought. I'm so sorry for everything. If it hadn't been for me, your family would still be alive. You're right. Now I understand even better why you were so mean to me. You must hate me for what I did to you. But I didn't want that, and... The healer interrupted Cheyenne and looked at her. His gaze was now strong and brave. Angel, stop reproaching yourself immediately, okay? I regret what I said before. It's not your fault that you were born a chosen one and the knights got wind of it. Besides, it was my mistake, which is why my family is no longer with us. If I had thought better, not acted so selfishly, and had been more considerate of them, none of this would have happened. But still, I always tried to blame you for it, because then it was easier for me to cope with and suppress. You were just my scapegoat. Forgive me for that. And now I've made another mistake. I had the opportunity to accompany you on your journey, to protect you so that you arrive safely, to observe you so that you don't make the same mistakes as I did, and to take revenge on the damn Knighthood of Light. I lost the chance through my own fault. I really hope that nothing happens to you and that you don't do as many stupid things as I did. Glacio sighed and turned away. He jumped from the small wall and his legs landed gently in the fine sand. The healer walked towards the sea. That was probably the farewell. But after everything Cheyenne had learned now, she couldn't let it end that way. He regrets all his mistakes, you can tell. He just wants a chance for revenge in the future. It's really bothering him right now that he treated me so meanly. I feel that. But even though I feel sorry for him, I can't forget what happened. Would he really be loyal to one side? I can't trust him yet. He's too changeable. I believe his story, but what if it's all just a big trap? If the knights and he are just fooling me to trick me? Glacio can lie so well that I would trust him to do the same. On the other hand, I believe that everything he had just said was real. Oh, I guess I should. Only give a single tiny second chance. That's the least I can do for him. Cheyenne also jumped off the stone wall and ran after the healer, closely followed by Adocaz. She stopped behind Glacio and tried to suppress her trembling. The girl thought briefly about her choice of words, then made him an offer in a determined voice. Glacio, listen. I can't forget what you did, but I'd feel really bad if I didn't give you one last chance. You want to take revenge and fight for a future, if I understood correctly. Besides, to put it in your words, you're too useful when it comes to protecting and defending me. I suggest that you accompany me, if you wish. Under one condition. Should you ever lie to me again or be as mean to me as yesterday and today and so on, you have to leave for good. This is now... I'm in earnest. So what do you say? The healer turned to Cheyenne and looked at her incredulously but still sternly. Then he sighed and averted his gaze. No, little angel, your good-naturedness is a blessing, but only if you use it correctly. What you are doing right now is very stupid. Have you forgotten yet? We are birth-related natural mortal enemies. I would only continue with you if you didn't know who I am, but I've already told you. Besides, if you show up with me at the Shadow Servants, you'll be immediately doubted, I guarantee you. It pains me to decline your offer, believe me, but it's for the good of all of us. It's bad enough that we've already spent so much time together, doll. The healer turned around again and the wind blew through his long, beautiful hair. Then Cheyenne remembered what he had said before. So we are no longer allowed to travel together just because of our fates? I thought you wanted to escape your destiny and have your freedom. You want to make your own decisions and not let the past catch up with you, if I understood correctly. You didn't want to accept your fate and go your own way. Then you can certainly overlook the fact that we are enemies from birth due to our predetermined fate, and you can break away from it by your own decision. The freedom to determine your own life and go your own way. But if you don't want to, that's your business, so I only made you this offer so that I wouldn't feel bad later. Fair enough. So this is where we part ways. Thank you for everything. Farewell. The girl was about to turn around and leave when Glacio turned back to her. Cheyenne stopped and waited to see what he wanted to say. His gaze spoke volumes, and she knew that she had chosen exactly the right words. Revelation and knowledge could be read in his eyes as if they had been written there. The healer found his voice again and expressed his thanks. Cheyenne Leblesse, chosen one of darkness, you are not only my little angel, but truly a gift from heaven. Thank you. I almost let myself be led back to the old path of damnation, but you have just helped me to stay on the path of freedom. I will never understand how one can be so kind, but I appreciate it very much. You're the first to give me a chance since then. I hereby swear that I will make good use of it and protect you, little angel, even if I have to give my life for it. It is a great honor for me to fight at your side, and I accept your offer with great pleasure." At the last sentence, Glacio had started to grin and bowed. Cheyenne had to smile. She didn't expect such a formal speech. The healer seemed very happy that this opportunity was made possible for him, and she herself was also happy, because the girl now felt much better than before. She just hoped that she had made the right decision and wouldn't regret it later. "Now I just have to teach Sasha. When will she actually come? Hopefully nothing happened." Cheyenne and Glacio went back to the wall and sat down again to wait for Sasha together. Adocaz didn't trust the healer at all anymore and growled at him constantly. Not even the order of his owner silenced him. But the chosen one of light did not let himself be disturbed by this and looked contentedly at the sea. After a few minutes of soothing silence, Cheyenne heard light footprints on the slab floor approaching. "Sasha!" She was happy and stood up. Glacio did the same and grinned at the young woman like a honey cake horse. She then put on a shocked look, but paid no further attention to him and turned to her friend. "I actually found someone who bought the horses, but it was really the only interested party here, so I had to give them to him for a price that was way too cheap. I tried to negotiate, but the stubborn donkey just didn't want to pay any more. And before we continue to have the horses on our necks and no money, I prefer to accept. Cheyenne, what's the idiot doing here? If he has hurt a hair of your head, then I will tie him to a large stone and sink him in the sea." The girl shook her head wildly and clarified the situation, while the healer continued to grin and tilted his head. "No, Sasha, I'm fine. He didn't do anything. So, you may not like it, but Glacio will continue to accompany us. I talked to him and learned the reasons for his behavior and wanted to give him a second chance. Everyone deserves a second chance, doesn't he?" Sasha looked at Cheyenne in disbelief, sighed, and found the language again. "You did what? Are you serious? He told you who he is, am I right? Is that enough reason for you to forgive the icicle everything? Is your brain frozen now too? Oh, Cheyenne! But you really don't learn anything, do you? Second chance. All right. But I don't give you a guarantee that he will survive the following nights." Cheyenne didn't want her friend to talk like that, even though she understood her reaction all too well. "Sasha, stop saying something like that. He's back to us now, yes? I've made a deal with him, and he knows what happens if he doesn't stick to it. I understand that you want to get rid of him, but just look at it this way. He can fight well, is smart. If I can't defend myself properly again, he helps you to protect me, and, when he's with us, we don't need so much money." Cheyenne did her best to convince her friend, and she succeeded, because she calmed down and nodded briefly before she made another request to the girl. "All right, as you like. You have convinced me. But I will keep a close eye on him at all costs. And please promise me one thing. Don't trust him again, understood? He's only here to get us to our destination faster, remember that." Cheyenne nodded, because she did not intend to put her full trust in the healer again. He would have to work for it again over time, and not even then it was certain that everything would be the same as before. But the girl had the feeling that she had done the right thing. Sasha became cheerful again and held the bills in front of Cheyenne's nose. She waved it and took her friend's hand, led her towards the small restaurant, and revealed what she was up to. "Are you hungry? With these wonderful banknotes here we can go out for dinner. I invite you, of course. I'm about to starve, so hop hop. After that, we'll think about how we get over the sand passage." Cheyenne had to grin and try to keep up with her friend. She was also hungry and happy that the whole situation had relaxed. Adocaz walked next to the two, and Glacio, his arms crossed behind his head, walked behind them and followed the three. In a good mood, he made an announcement. "Hey, Sasha Mouse, that's the best idea you've had today." "Oh, and let the sand passage just be my concern. I already have a plan." Cheyenne, don't let me forget. The next time we come here, I have to present an award to the chef in this restaurant and shake his hand in person. That was by far the best thing I've ever eaten. Sasha walked next to Cheyenne and raved about the cooking skills in the small beach restaurant. The girl had to laugh and then nodded. Yes, she's right. The cook here is really talented in his calling. In a few minutes, night would fall completely over the country and it would once again become enormously dark. Only about 10 chroma stars could be seen in the sky, which glowed only faintly. Cheyenne and her companions had just come out of the restaurant, strengthened, and headed for the small stone wall. Glacio had not yet told anyone about his ingenious plan, but now he seemed to want to share his plan with the others. The two friends sat down on the wall and Adocaz sighed and lay down on the floor next to his owner. The healer first looked in all directions to make sure that no one was around. Then he looked at the entrance to the sand passage. This was a little further behind the restaurant, at the end of the beach, and you could see it from the stone wall. Cheyenne followed Glacio's gaze and noticed that 5 knights were standing guard there. How are we supposed to get past them unnoticed? These guardians look pretty strong. Moreover, if we start a fight, one of them will surely sound alarm, and in no time at all the whole knighthood would know that we actually want to go to Halonia and are already here. It's going to be really hard to get past them. The girl was still thinking, but Glacio seemed to have developed a solution long before. He closed his eyes and smiled a little. Sasha became impatient and asked him to let her in on his plan. Oh, you weirdo, surely already have a plan that has been thought through 1,000 times and is guaranteed to work and not fail as I know you. At least you are sometimes quite useful. But don't put us on the edge of your seat and put your cards on the table. And stop being so boastful all the time. You can't stand it. The healer rolled his eyes in annoyance and turned backwards over his shoulder until he saw his former friend. He sighed and folded his arms. Hey, keep it easy, baby. I already had a plan earlier, but since no one paid attention to me when we went to the restaurant, I thought you weren't interested and kept my idea to myself. But you won't be able to think of anything sensible anyway, so dear Glacio will help his 2 pretty bunnies and free them from their bleak situation. This genius healer here has developed the plan of the century, and yes, it will work perfectly. Unfortunately, I need your help, Sasha Mouse. I hope that's not too much to ask, sweetie. Cheyenne looked from Glacio to Sasha and noticed her friend turn all red in the face. That he always has to overdo it with her. Now he has just got a chance. Now he's behaving like this again. I guess that's always been the case with the 2 of them. He only teases her, but she lets it get to her far too much. Oh, I can help myself. Even if I'm a little ashamed of it, I sometimes find the 2 of them really funny. The girl was fully behind Sasha, but she couldn't help but smile at that moment. The healer noticed this and winked at Cheyenne. However, she turned away from him and looked down at the floor. He had obviously expected this and did not let himself be thrown off his game. He became more serious and looked thoughtfully at the sand passage. Then he told them about his plan. All right, girls. You may not like it as much as I do, but it is tactically the smartest option. Unfortunately, it's already too late to buy any more things because the shops are already closed, but we can take that into account now. After all, it's only a matter of time before the knights find out our exact location, especially if Adocaz is involved in these plans. With 90% probability, I can guarantee that tomorrow morning the village will already be surrounded here, because if you think logically, it is easy to find out where we want to go. If we are surrounded then by 30 knights, we have no chance. Consequently, it would be a considerable advantage if we were to set off tonight. Basically, we have no other choice. The night will protect us so that the guards will not easily spot us during the passage, and we will be able to leave the continent unnoticed. Then they'll search everything here tomorrow in vain and will gain time. I am sure that Adocaz has not only set the normal knights on us, but has also looked for people who pursue us and pass on our positions to him. So it won't be long before the Knights of Light know that we are in Halonia and let us be searched for there. Atropax continent. Anyway, back to the plan. Sasha Mouse, I hope you haven't forgotten how to shapeshift. You distract the knights down there after complete darkness in the form of a sea serpent, and my little angel, fairy wolf Adocaz, and my humble self sneak past behind the distracted guards onto the passage. When we're out of sight, you disappear into the sea and come to us inconspicuously. Then we try to cross the sun passage unharmed. We have to take into account that it's pitch dark, that there are most likely Umbraro demons there, that the waves can tear the ground out from under our feet at any time, especially at this time and wind strength, and that it's an insanely long way. I'd suggest we use our weapons after we're out of sight of the knights to see at least a little bit, which you can't really count on me this time. Without my sword, I'd be lost at night, because I'm blind as a mole when it's dark. Angel, in Media Silver you told me that you have no problems with your vision at night. So you should be able to see almost as well as you can during the day, shouldn't you? This means that we will rely on you later. You have to tell us if you see anything in the distance that we can't perceive, because Sasha Mouse and I can only see things that are in the vicinity of our weapon lighting. Of course we would hear when something comes our way. We have developed good instincts, but we still confide in you. You also have to learn to deal with responsibility anyway, and success would benefit your ego. If everything goes according to plan, taking into account all possible problems that may arise, we should arrive in Northern Halonia tomorrow morning. If everyone agrees with my outstanding ingenious idea, I suggest that we take action immediately. Cheyenne didn't quite like Glacio's plan, but it was really the most sensible thing they could do at the moment. You really have to give him one thing. Not even Sasha can say anything against it. He's really a genius. If I really am the chosen one, shouldn't I be as intelligent? Why am I still deluding myself that this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? Everyone is so convinced. Besides, Glacio should actually know. And what was that? Sasha can change her shape? Wow! Cheyenne's friend had been speechless, which was really an extremely exceptional situation for her. She nodded without saying a single word. Apparently this plan was the best solution to the situation for her as well, and the young woman acknowledged Glacio's genius without envy. But then she quickly lowered her head. Something about the healer's suggestion apparently didn't please her so much after all. Crumpled, she turned to her childhood friend. You're asking me to do something you know I hate, and what you're to blame for. My whole life has changed because of it, and now you just want me to deal with it again? You're really a first-class bastard. Cheyenne sensed that Sasha was angry and sad at the same time, and she wondered why. If the young woman could change her shape, that was good. Not everyone would be able to do this, but there was certainly a good reason why she did not appreciate her gift. Glacio looked down at his old acquaintance with inner calm. He seems to know exactly how Sasha felt, but still tried to convince her of the task assigned to her. Hey, baby, I'm really sorry to remind you of those memories, but just think of it as a gift that we can make use of and that helps us on our way. You can't change it anymore, so just take advantage of it. You don't have to accept or like it, just take advantage of it, right? Oh, and by the way, how many times should I tell you that it wasn't my fault? At least do it for the chosen one. Sasha sighed and looked at Cheyenne. She was puzzled. She actually had no idea what her two companions were talking about. It was definitely about the gift of shape-shifting, but she didn't understand more context. Why could her friend do such a thing at all? Sasha noticed that the girl couldn't follow and explained to her. You probably don't really understand anything right now, huh? So, first of all, Glacio, you are a miserable liar and I don't believe a word you say. Your research data was to blame. And now to you, Cheyenne. You may have just noticed that I can change my shape. When I was younger and still being held in a laboratory in the capital, countless experiments were carried out on me. The laboratory was right next to the king's castle, but it was closed a few months before Glacio's disappearance. But they still kept me there afterwards, so that they would have leverage for the idiot here. He was forbidden to visit me, but he came anyway, when he happened to have time. Pfft, Almost never. His wife and profession were more important to him than I was. But if he hadn't stopped by me sometimes, I'm sure I'd have been completely desperate. What I actually wanted to tell was the thing about shapeshifting. So it was an experiment in luminium conversion, but it failed with the effect that I completely lost control of my body for several months and was in enormous pain. My luminium structure was constantly changing into all kinds of animal shapes. I think I was 15 when all this happened, and then Glacio was still with me every day. He helped me a lot during this time, and at some point I got my condition under control and learned to control it. And the pain also stopped. It may be that it's an advantageous thing, but the memories of it are horrible, and I feel like a monster because of that. This is so abnormal and disgusting. I actually never wanted you to know, but the icicle couldn't keep his mouth shut again. But the worst thing is that his idea is really good, and I don't see any other way to get past the guards. Cheyenne felt sorry for her friend. Apparently it was not only Glacio who had had a tremendously difficult life. The girl couldn't watch Sasha beat herself up like that and put her hand on her shoulder. The young woman raised her head and looked at Cheyenne, tears slowly gathering in her mint-green eyes. Glacio and Sasha have been through so much in their lives. If they just tell it, it sounds bad enough, but both have tears in their eyes when they talk about the past. I guess I can't imagine how cruel it must have been for the two of them back then, if they could still start crying after all this time. They are usually always so strong. Based on her visible feelings, you only really become aware of the extent. I hate the nights. Cheyenne was empathetic and told her friend her opinion on the whole thing. You are not abnormal or weird. You are special, Sasha. You have a gift that not everyone can master, and you have even the strength to control it. To be honest, I don't find this disgusting, but remarkable. You have freed yourself from a seemingly hopeless situation, and that shows how strong your soul is. You should be proud of yourself for being so unique. Make the best of it, and show the knights that they will never get you down. I understand that it's not very nice for you to be so different, but that doesn't change who you are. You are Sasha, my brave, strong friend, who is usually in a good mood and can always make me laugh. You are such a special person, and I am really very happy to have met you. I don't care what you look like. The most important thing is that you are yourself. I like you just the way you are, and that will never change in my whole life. Now Sasha could no longer hold back her tears and hugged the girl stormily. She seemed incredibly happy about her friend's words. Glacio looked down at Cheyenne proudly and also a little moved, confirming to his former childhood friend what she had just said. The same applies to me. Thank you, little angel. You took the difficult, empathetic part off my hands. Sasha moused, if it comes from me, it probably won't help you in the slightest, but I also like you the way you are. You are one of the most attractive girls I've ever met. Beautiful, strong, and spirited. Sometimes you lack politeness and intelligence, but that's exactly what makes you special, and that's what I like about you. Sasha made no move to complain about Glacio this time, even though Cheyenne would have found a good reason for her. But the young woman now seemed to have gained new courage and jumped up. She almost stepped on Adocaz's tail. She wiped a few tears from her face with her hand and happily made an announcement. All right, if you two rely on me so much, I won't let you down. Thank you, Cheyenne. That was the nicest thing anyone ever said to me. I'm so infinitely grateful that I found you. You really are the best friend you could wish for. Thank you. My thanks are due only a little, but still, to you, Icicle. Glacio. So then, bring on the knights. I'm ready for anything, and if they attack me, the shreds fly here, I can tell you. You are about to see the most beautiful sea serpent that you have ever seen and will ever see. Let's put this ingenious plan into action. After everything was clarified and the plan was fixed, the small group split up. Sasha walked quickly past the closed stalls and over the stone steps by the wall to the beach. There she would wait inconspicuously until the last chroma stars had disappeared in the sky and then take the form of a sea serpent. These aquatic creatures were enormously rare, beautiful, and their water-repellent fur was worth an incredible amount of money. Therefore, these successors of the ancient water dragons were often hunted, and were already almost extinct, like their ancestors. The knights would no doubt get enough distraction, possibly even try to kill Sasha and leave their guard post completely, but the young woman could certainly defend herself well enough. The other three also started moving. Glacio led Cheyenne and Adocaz past the large apartment building behind the restaurant and down a few stone steps to the beach. They were now at the end of the Beach of Light, because a few meters to the right, away from the girl, there was already a grassy hill. In the meantime, only 3 chroma stars were visible in the sky, so the surroundings were already dark. The healer stood next to Cheyenne, his eyes squinted, and apparently he had already a hard time seeing anything. He almost seemed to be a bit lost. Then Glacio sighed and asked for his prodigy's help. "Oh well, Angel, my fate catches up with me once again. I only see black. Just now it was still going reasonably well. Can you find somewhere near here where it's possible to hide us from enemy eyes?" Cheyenne scanned the surroundings with her eyes and saw a large rock in the sand. She answered her companion. Yes, there's a big rock. We could hide behind it, but what's the point? The knights don't see us at all when it's so dark, and if you can't see anything anymore, they are no longer able to do so, and therefore wouldn't discover us." Glacio shook his head and explained the situation. "Sweetie, I actually thought that would be logical, but either you haven't given it a thought yet, or you really can't figure it out. Be that as it may, I will explain it to you. You can see excellently at night, chosen one of darkness. Sounds logical in this context, doesn't it? But I don't see my own hand in front of my eyes or something when it's dark, as the chosen one of light. I also see fire and chroma street lamps only faintly in the darkness. It must be breathtaking to look at the world at night through your eyes. You can surely see every little detail. I would give anything to be able to see the beautiful night sky with all its special features from your point of view just once." Oh, sorry, I've digressed from the actual topic again. Because our perception of darkness is so special, we can't know how normal people see. By this I mean that it could be that the knights there are still able to spot us, if they would look in that direction, or not. In addition, they have a very important task, and therefore it's quite possible that they have been presented with the best equipment with the latest technology directly from Mechatropolis. Night vision devices. But when I look at these 2 chroma street lamps at the entrance to the passage there, they don't really need such effort. They should see enough, at least in their environment. And in the end, it's only the entrance that they have to guard anyway. It's almost strange that they didn't put up any light lanterns. These are something like their distinguishing mark. But I hardly assume that the guards don't want to freeze at night. Since white light does not emit any heat, they have to resort to the good old chroma shine. In addition, they would need a floodlight to illuminate the surroundings as much as the chroma glow up there now. But these lamps are huge. You must have seen them before when you were at the research station where your grandparents were held. These floodlights would definitely not be able to stand still in the sand. Well, I hope my explanation is enough of a reason for you, and you agree if we hide. You run to the rock and I follow your steps. I can hear excellently even at night, just like you, judging by my observations. I think your hearing is even a bit better than mine. Besides, you don't have to hold my hand and lead me to the rock, doll. It's a pity, don't you think? The healer grinned, but Cheyenne just sighed annoyed and ran off to the rock. Adocaz was the first one to reach the finish line and crouched on the ground. Then the girl arrived and crouched down next to the fairy wolf. Glacio also managed to join the two, and together they waited for Sasha's diversionary maneuver. Cheyenne had a good view of the entrance to the sand passage, which was quite a distance from her current position. She and her 2 companions would have to run very fast as soon as Sasha appeared, and not take too long, for the sake of her friend and her own, because the knights would not be distracted forever. As they waited, Glacio sighed and began to whisper. "Sasha Mouse has really been through a lot. It fills my soul with joy that you two have become such good friends. She never had anyone but me. I always hoped that my sister would befriend her, but the 2 of them couldn't stand each other since the first moment they saw each other. Then my sister was often jealous of the cutie, because I spent much more time with her than with her. However, she was used to always doing everything together with me, so she decided to hate Sasha. She also didn't like her origins and her manner. My sister always said that this girl was below our level. By the way, Sasha Mouse also comes from the Undercity. Well, and so it turned out that she only had one friend, myself. I don't know why I made friends with her back then. I think I just felt sorry for her and I found herself somehow sympathetic when we saw each other for the first time. We were inseparable, even after she had been taken to the cursed laboratory. Every day I was with her and tried to keep her happy. You can't imagine how many times she narrowly escaped death. One day came this experiment, which now lets her change shape. That was a terrible time. I know Sasha said earlier that it was my fault, but that's not true. She just doesn't believe me the truth anymore. The data for that experiment came from my research, so far her statement is correct. At that time I was looking for a solution for the global aluminium shortage and was researching a aluminium structure converter. But the formulas I developed had a small flaw and I stopped working on them for some time and looked in the library in physics books for a solution to the problem. I left my documents in the laboratory, but the researchers stole them during my absence and built the machine I designed for structural transformation. However, I still don't quite understand why they tried an experiment with the finished device on Sasha. At least the researchers knew that my calculated data had a small error. Under these circumstances, I could still imagine they were succumbing to their stupidity and curiosity and wanted to test whether success could be achieved despite the mistake. But that would contradict the fact that they experimented with something alive, Sasha. This machine was only intended for corpses and superfluous objects, so that it can be converted into Earth's own aluminium structure faster and without deficits, so that no demons are created. Maybe they wanted to make me aware again that I should better be fully on the side of the light knighthood, and wanted to threaten me with this crazy action. I don't know. If the machine hadn't been faulty, it wouldn't have worked with living people in the first place, as they still have Umbrauro in them. The consequence of the act of these hollow-headed researchers was that the device that was built almost exploded. There was a fire. I don't even know if my research data still exists and the researchers have stowed it away somewhere, or if it was burned and that Sasha almost died. Her aluminium structure changed constantly after this experiment when she awoke from unconsciousness. In addition, she had some burn injuries that had further weakened her body. The worst part was that I couldn't help her with my healing spells. Her structure was too unstable. I had to let her suffer, and that was cruel for both of us. The reshaping cost her, unintentionally of course, an enormous amount of strength, and she often collapsed. I thought she wouldn't survive. But I didn't give up hope. I was with her every damn day and did my best to help her somehow. At night I dreamed of her suffering and heard her cries of pain. That wasn't very nice, I can tell you. But somehow she survived it and was able to control it at some point. And now she hates me. Only really for a year, and for something where she can really blame me for it, but still. She could be a little grateful to me after all. I did really everything possible for her. Now, if that was the only reason why she doesn't like me anymore, I'd be happy. But the cutie is damn resentful, at least towards me. Because there would be another thing, and now that I think about it, there are probably many more reasons to hate me in her eyes. She will surely tell you everything if she thinks it's the right time. At least I'm only partly to blame for this shape-shifting story. I should have hidden the data better. But that is now in the past and can no longer be changed. Cheyenne wanted to believe Glacio what he said. If he was different in the past than he is today, and Sasha had been his best friend on top of that, it's hard to imagine that he would have voluntarily exposed her to such an experiment. She says that she doesn't believe him anymore, but I really don't want to interfere. If that was the only reason why she hates him, then I would tell her what he said, although she probably already knows that anyway. Oh, I'd rather stay out of it. The two of them have to sort it out themselves, at least I think. Adocaz whimpered and interrupted his owner's thoughts. Just then a gigantic, beautiful sea blue snake rose in front of the 5 guards, whose head was as big as a whole knight. That's Sasha for sure. Wow, you don't even notice that she's not a real water creature. That's really fascinating. The sea serpent had a long whisker on each side of its pointed mouth. The blue fur, from which water beaded off, shone in the light of the chroma street lamps in the colors of a rainbow. The short fins shimmered just as colorfully, by which one could clearly see that this creature was a successor of the dragons, because those that grew on the back looked like small wings. Glacio tapped Cheyenne on the shoulder. "Now or never, little angel." Then the girl got up, and together they all ran towards the entrance to the Sun Passage. This time, Adocaz preferred to follow his owner and her companion rather than run ahead. "Hopefully we can do it now." The sand under Cheyenne's worn shoes steadily slipped away, making it much harder for her to walk than usual. Normally she was a very fast sprinter, and even in races against Xaver she used to win consistently. However, she never had to run on such difficult terrain before. However, the girl was not the only one who had problems. Glacio ran right by her side, tried to keep up, and the sandy ground slipped away under his feet. Cheyenne glanced back and saw that Adocaz, who was moving, almost jumping, was also struggling. Sometimes he even stumbled. The fine sand dusted up enormously behind them, but made almost no noise when you moved on it, a fact that proved to be a great advantage for the three. The cold wind of the night blew through the girl's silky hair and sang her a tense, almost threateningly ominous song. The sea roared and the waves became wilder and more powerful. "This will make it much more difficult to get to the other side safely. Maybe we should have thought of something else and not just rushed things with the first plan that came along. But Glacio's idea seemed to be the best and smartest. Oh, we'll make it. At least I hope so." In front of her, Cheyenne could already hear the growls and hisses of the sea serpent and realized that Sasha would not be able to distract the guards for much longer. The knights attacked her timidly, but strengthened by fear, and she had trouble dodging the weapons and arrows to avoid being hit by them. "Sasha won't put up with this for much longer. We have to run faster." Although Cheyenne's stamina was already slowly waning and her legs were now hurting as if they were burning, she managed to pick up speed again, and the entrance to the passage was getting closer and closer. The healer and the fairy wolf also continued to do their best, and they were also able to get a little faster. The girl was the first to enter the chroma shine. Now the knights would be able to spot her without any problems should they look in her direction. But just at that moment the sea serpent hissed and bit threateningly into the void right in front of the guards' heads. She bared her teeth and then growled again. The long tail was also used and just knocked over a knight. "Thank you, Sasha." Cheyenne tried to stop her heavy breathing and held her breath to be as quiet as possible, because the guards were only standing about 10 meters away from her. Glacio seemed to have had the same idea. Adocaz simply ran along the water and overtook the girl to get out of the danger zone faster. Now they had actually reached the entrance to the passage and left the guards behind. Cheyenne began to breathe again, which was urgently needed because she had almost become dizzy, but she knew it wasn't over yet and had to keep running. The sand had exhausted her legs so much that every further step was torture, and she sometimes stumbled, but fortunately did not fall. "I have to persevere. Only a little bit more and you can't see any chroma glow in front of you." In fact, the colorful glow became weaker and it became dark again, black in all different tones and intensities that only Cheyenne, the only one among her companions, could perceive. The girl's heart raced as she came to a stop. Her breathing was faster than ever. Her legs hurt like hell and she had tons of sand in her old shoes, but she had made it. Adocaz had already been out of the danger zone and lay exhausted on the fine ground. Glacio did the same a short time after and rested his hands on his knees. He didn't seem to be doing much better than Cheyenne. She fell to her knees and then sat in the sand. However, his and the Chosen One's recovery did not take much time. Soon they were somewhat recovered from the ordeal and looked at Adocaz, who stuck out his long pink tongue and lay on his side, completely exhausted. Glacio smiled. "Well, you hellhound, now you don't growl at me anymore, do you? Hey, I would even dare to pet you now. In your condition, even a fly would probably be more dangerous. Angel, is everything okay? That was pretty intense. I, by my standards, am actually used to taking part in such daring actions, and I usually don't lack stamina. After all, that would be quite disadvantageous when fighting. But this sand is so fine that you are forced to slip away all the time while running. Considering the facts, I have to admit that I am very impressed with you, sweetie. You run almost as fast as the fairy wolf here. Truly amazing. I'd really like to experience your speed on normal ground. Well, even though we weren't allowed to use our usual pace, we still managed to do it without attracting attention. Now Sasha Mouse just can't waste it. I don't like the swell at all. We will have to be extremely careful. Cheyenne saw how Sasha now stood up in front of the knights, turned around, hit each of them with her tail, knocked them over, and finally disappeared into the sea. Hopefully she's not injured, but she showed the guards quite a bit. Serves them right. After a while the water moved near the place where Adocaz lay. Then it splashed and Sasha crawled out of the sea on all fours. The girl could not see any injuries or blood on her friend and stood up to help her. Glacio also stepped closer to his childhood friend and held out his hand to her, but the shapeshifter did not take it. The healer grinned and shook his head in amusement while Cheyenne helped Sasha up. The first thing she did was to give vent to her anger at the knights. Thank you, Cheyenne. The tin cans with their pea brains, which only exist in their imagination, are such complete idiots that they almost compete with the icicle here. I bet they don't even manage to calculate 1 + 1, and how they stared at me with their googly eyes, as if they had never seen a sea serpent before, these cowardly losers. Although these hollow bulbs had helmets on, which are just a waste of metal anyway, because where there is no brain you can't protect it, I could see their huge eyes staring at me as if I were a world celebrity. And they fell down, one after the other, when I threatened them. Really ridiculous. I can't believe that Adocaz really gave them this important task. They really didn't understand anything. None of the metal idiots even turned around to look at you. They were so scared of me. These people call themselves knights, are supposedly so strong and brave, but reality has proven to us once again that they are just a ridiculous, cowardly, idiotic bunch of scaredy cats. If stupidity caused pain, they would all lie on the ground, bent over with suffering, forever and ever. But good for us, and as long as it stays that way, they can be as stupid as straw for my sake. I really don't care. You get a headache from the tin cans. No one can stand so much incompetence at once. How can you be so stupid? I don't understand. You could almost feel sorry for them, but that would be the last thing I would do. Give pity to the enemies. That's what I will get to. Never, never. They don't do that either. I much prefer malicious joy. We can consider ourselves really lucky that we have a brain in contrast to them. Oh, I can't even put it into words how much I detest these idiots. I would have liked to kill them all. It would have been really easy for me with this gigantic set of teeth, but it would have been a bit too strange. Sea snakes are very rare here and usually peaceful animals, unless you irritate them too much, which was not really the case here, unfortunately. Otherwise I would have had a good reason to extinguish the life of the tin cans. Besides, if I had drawn too much attention to myself, some of them might be chasing me now and discovering you here. Well, the main thing is that you had enough time to get past them unnoticed. I have to say I'm quite surprised that the plan worked. Well, I hate to admit it. Glacio, you idiot. That was an ingeniously thought out plan, and you really did a good job. I can't believe I said that now. Oh, never mind. What's our next step? Just go on like this? Well, we don't have much more choice, but I can tell you one thing. There are a lot of demons lurking underwater as far as I've seen, and the waves are very strong. Wow, that was really an announcement. Who would have thought that she would come up with so many insults for the hated knights? Well, I understand her, and if she feels better now after this Sasha typical tantrum, it's okay. I'm sure that Glacio and I would have put it differently, but actually she speaks from the soul with what she lets loose about the knights, only in her special way. So now it's on to the Sand Passage, to Halonia. Adocaz and I leave our home continent. and we probably won't be able to return anytime soon. What will become of Xaver? Cheyenne lowered her eyes and sighed. She had an enormously guilty conscience, because now she would just let her best friend down, even though he was only dragged into this matter because of her. The girl hoped very much that he was well. Glacius stood there with his eyes closed and grinning, and seemed to have been as amused by Sasha's words as his prodigy. The young woman, however, now waited impatiently for an answer. The healer drew his ice sword and lit up the ground at his feet in a radius of 1 meter. While Sasha also pulled out her pistol, he explained his further plan. "Hey, I'm proud of you, Sasha Mouse. I wasn't aware at all that you could think that far." "You actually had exactly the right assumption. We will just go on and hope that no incidents occur. However, this probability is very low." Well, at least I can see the ground under my feet." "Angel, what does it look like further ahead?" "Oh, by the way, you will now walk close to my side without protest and always let one hand rest on your bow. If demons show up, this way I can protect you better, and you can attack with your arrows. However, don't expect a miracle effect. Umbraura against Umbraura is not really effective, but the recoil of a hit will help Sasha and me fight. Oh yes, Adocaz could also participate. I know that fairy wolves can cast magic, bite hard, and fight. From now on, we'll all let you guide us. I'm sure you'll take the responsibility for our lives seriously." "Let's go, otherwise we won't get to the other side tonight." The girl nodded and signaled to her four-legged friend. He understood and raised his neck fur ready for battle, became even more cautious, let his ears be heard in all directions, and raised his feelers. At Glacius' request, Cheyenne looked around. The passage was very narrow, uneven, and partly flooded by seawater. The width of the sandbank fluctuated between 4 and 5 meters. In some places the path even narrowed to about 2 meters, and an end was not yet in sight. It seemed to be a very long night on foot, until they reached Helonia. Just as she was about to leave, she saw hoof prints on the ground, but not ordinary ones. They were impressions of specially made horseshoes from the Luminastrel Research Laboratory, with some hearts carved into them and a name next to them. "These are Shiva's hoof prints, for sure. On the front left horseshoe, Xaver and I have carved the horse's name, and on the right one is his own name. That's exactly what we did with Falconheart's hoofs. That means Shiva is still alive and hopefully Xaver too. But what is he doing here? Didn't he actually want to wait for me in Saralay? Oh no, maybe they chased him all over Luminastrel too. And he saw no other option than to leave the continent and hope that I would do the same. So he probably felt the same way as I did." Cheyenne's thoughts were interrupted, because she thought she had heard a soft, nervous snort a little further away. She looked up and thought she could see a horse in the distance. It was white and had pink streaks that looked like antennae. The rider's hair was very light, probably blonde, and it was not very long. "Xaver and Shiva!" The girl thought she could see that her best friend was looking in her direction, but she wasn't quite sure, because he was very far away and she couldn't say for sure that she had actually seen his face. Xaver made Shiva run and stormed away before Cheyenne had even the slightest chance to run to him or to point to him. But he wouldn't have seen that anyway, because he couldn't see as much as she did at night, and she wasn't allowed to call for him, because the guards behind them would no doubt hear it. "Xaver is alive! Luckily. I'm sure I'm just imagining I've seen his face. How is he supposed to look at me when he's as good as blind at night? Maybe he heard something, a demon in the water or something. Didn't want to take any risks and then ran off with Shiva as quickly as possible. But he's alive, that's the main thing. And he's even on his way to Helonia, which means that with a lot of luck we'll meet there. But if I'm not mistaken, something has covered his eyes." However, he was just too far away to see exactly what it was. Hopefully everything is okay and nothing happens to him here. After all, his view is severely limited, and the sand passage is not really a playground. If Shiva misses, or a demon attacks, or a wave sweeps them away. Oh, I mustn't think like that. Xaver will surely come to the other side. Now at least nothing keeps me here in Luminastrel, and I can concentrate on the path ahead of me. I'm not alone, and even Xaver escaped the nights. I very much hope that we will see each other again soon." Cheyenne stared spellbound in the direction where her best friend had disappeared. In the light blue glow of the ice sword, her red eyes looked a little purple, her black hair bluish, and the green strands in it turned into turquoise. Even her dress shimmered in shades of blue. The glow was a bit different from her actual colors, but the elemental weapons harmonized perfectly with the appearance of their owners. Sasha noticed her friend's gaze, and the healer had also become aware of his prodigy's behavior. The young woman spoke first. "Cheyenne, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "If there really is one, you have to tell us, yes? After all, there are supposed to be some, and demons do sometimes take on strange shapes." Glacio laughed softly and received a slight slap from Sasha. But it didn't seem to bother him. "Oh, baby, you can hide behind the fearless ghost slayer Glacio. I will protect you from the dangers in your imagination. But if you don't mind, my little angel and I dedicate ourselves to the real things, because we want to leave the sand passage behind us as quickly as possible. However, I am happy to give you permission to stay here and pursue your illusions. Maybe you will become friends, you and the ghost. But please don't rush into anything, and be careful, because my ears once heard that these fantasy creatures were tricky and deceitful. Someone who actually believes in ghosts like you, mind you, is in danger of falling for their games." "Sweetie, honestly, think about whether you might have a teeny tiny psychological problem. From a purely scientific point of view, it is impossible for such a thing as a ghost to exist. Nothing more than a legend from the yin-yang age, which is told to small children as a scary story. According to this, it is impossible that you have ever seen one, so you cannot know what they look like and would not notice if a demon embodied this figure. Please." "How old are you?" The healer visibly enjoyed teasing Sasha, but Sasha didn't want to let his comment sit on her. "Ah, you idiot! At least I'm not as conceited and arrogant as you are. And just for your information, in case you idiot have forgotten, I'm 19, a year younger than you. But on a mental basis, I'm way ahead of you. In contrast to you, I survived this childhood phase many years ago, and am now at least reasonable, which really can't be said of you. Besides, I didn't mean it that way." Sasha turned red in the face and was once again excessively annoyed with the healer. He had closed his eyes, put on a broad grin, and let his childhood friend talk. Without responding to her words, however, he turned to Cheyenne and asked more seriously, "Hey, little angel, it just seemed to me as if I had heard something. An almost familiar woman's voice. But I guess that was just imagination." "Don't you think so? But before that, I could hear the distant snorting of a horse. What did you see?" The young woman narrowed her mint-green eyes into slits and stared angrily at the healer. If looks could kill, this would have been Glacio's last breath. Cheyenne had to suppress the laughter, and then she told what she had seen. "Do you see those hoof prints? Falconard had the same, but with his own name and mine. These are guaranteed to be the unmistakable imprints of Shiva, Xaver's horse. I think I saw him further ahead, but he probably didn't notice me and was too far away because he rode on. I'm so glad that he's alive and seems to be doing well. He's probably on his way to Halonia too. Maybe we'll meet him there." She looked joyfully at the part of the sand passage in front of her, and Adocaz barked quietly and happily. Sasha forgot her anger at the healer and rejoiced with her. "Oh, that's wonderful! Then you don't have to worry about your friend anymore. We will definitely meet him soon. I believe in it very strongly." Glacio was the only one who didn't seem to be so enthusiastic. This Xaver is a human being. Consequently, he does not necessarily see well at night. That raises some questions, doesn't it? What is he doing at this time on the dangerous sand passage? Well, it may be that he is on the run from the knights just like us, but you said he rode away quickly. How can it be that he storms over the sand passage at a gallop when he can only guess the way ahead of him? In this case, shouldn't he actually move more slowly and carefully? Even if there are dangers, his behavior increases the chance of an accident. But I guess that could also be explained, because if he really heard something that worried him, he could have acted without thinking, maybe out of fear. But what I really don't understand, how is that he rides a horse around on the sand passage when it's forbidden for normal people? How did he get into the village with the animal or through the guarded access to the passage? After all, it's only reserved for the knights. And he can't sneak past them without a sensible distraction maneuver. Strange, don't you think? But Sasha shook her head angrily, and Cheyenne justified her best friend. Glacio, are you saying that Xaver is in cahoots with the knights? What got into you? Are you crazy? Xaver would never betray me. Before he did, he would rather die, he swore to me as a child. Just like I told him. Shiva is a very fast horse, which means that he may have waited for a favorable time and then galloped quickly past the guards. And maybe he rode along the outside of the beach so that the two guards in front of Vacoralis couldn't spot him. Don't ever say things like that about Xaver again. You know our deal. Let's finally go. Sasha nodded and looked at Glacio reproachfully. The latter had turned away after his prodigy's last set and stared sideways at the ground. He seemed to want to contradict, but did not dare to do so, and gave in to Cheyenne's words. Then all four started moving. Adocaz snuggled up to his owner's legs so that she could hardly put one foot in front of the other, but she let him do what he wanted. After all, he just wanted to protect her. After a while of silence, Cheyenne turned to Sasha. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you something about your shape-shifting. Sasha stopped for a moment, then shook her head and caught up again. She tried to get a friendly look and answered her friend. Sure, if it doesn't come to... well, you know what I mean, don't you? Well, I'm still trying to suppress the memories. I'm sure you understand. The girl nodded and showed herself to be intelligible. Of course, I'm not going to ask anything too personal or about your past, yes? By the way, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. So, I wanted to know how you do it with the shape-shifting. How do you manage to turn yourself into an animal? You can only do that if you change your aluminium structure, right? What does it feel like to be a sea snake, and why did you turn back underwater? Sorry, that was a lot of questions at once. Sasha seemed relieved and happily gave information. So, if everything had happened in a different way and I could have chosen it, then I would certainly like shape-shifting, because it gives you really unique perspectives. I transform myself by concentrating strongly and thinking of a particular animal. Glacio explained to me that when I do this, my brain, which was also somewhat influenced by the experiment, gives a signal to my body, and my aluminium structure changes accordingly. The genetics of an animal are automatically recognized by my brain because of the laboratory experiment and send out genetic information. Once this happens, it is multiplied and my aluminium changes structure. It feels great when you can see life from a different point of view. A sea serpent is very lofty and large. The fur is a bit uncomfortable, but underwater I can move extremely fast and see much better than if I were diving with my human body. I can also breathe in the water, and the teeth are just great. And it's really ingenious to scare the tinkans. Oh yes, I transformed underwater because changing the structure briefly turns my aluminium into non-physical, so it becomes bright white, and that would have been too noticeable, especially now at night. If you really want to see it, we need to do it in a well-chosen spot when it's light. I hope I was able to answer your questions well enough. If you want to know more about the different structures, you'll have to ask the icicle. I really don't know anything about it. Cheyenne understood what Sasha had explained, and she found it fascinating. She might really ask Glacio something about aluminium structures. The girl thanked her friend and continued in a good mood. The wind grew stronger and stronger the more they moved. The waves also became more violent. The small group had been on the road for quite a while now, and Cheyenne suspected that they would soon be halfway through the sand passage. So far, there have been no incidents with demons or anything else. The girl hoped that it would stay that way. Their legs were tired. The sand robbed them of all of their strength. In some places the companions had to walk through shallow water, and the cool water washed around their feet. Cheyenne's worn-out shoes in particular were soaked, became heavier when stepping out of the blue of the sea, and took an additional load. Then quantities of sand stuck to it, outside as well as inside. The girl felt slight pain every time she stepped on it, which got steadily worse over time. The fine sand rubbed against her somewhat softened heels and feet, but she tried to ignore it and trudged on bravely. Slowly, Cheyenne felt her exhaustion, and she noticed that Glacio and Sasha felt the same way. Adocaz also hung his head and dragged his tail behind him, dragging his antennae through the sand. Last night they hadn't gotten much sleep, and the action earlier to get to the sand passage had robbed them a large amount of strength. The girl had to make an enormous effort to be able to put one foot in front of the other and keep her eyes open. This required almost all of her attention, so that she could no longer fully perceive her instincts. In this way, Cheyenne almost didn't hear the soft splashing of water near her. Only when Glacio stopped, held his sword in front of her so that she came also to the stand, and held Sasha back by the arm, she woke up again and heard the noise. What is that? Where does this splashing and growling come from? In any case, it is not Adocaz, and it comes from further ahead. Cheyenne searched with her eyes the direction from which the noise came, because her companions had confided in her, and so she had to bear the responsibility to warn them of possible dangers. The growling was definitely one of those situations that had to be paid the utmost attention to, and seemed threatening. "What the hell is that?" The girl saw a pair of eyes flash back in the water, and the skull of a dark shadow-like animal, washed up to its muzzle by waves, was aimed exactly at the small group. "It looks like Umbraura and has taken shape. Oh no, that's guaranteed to be an Umbraura demon." Just as Cheyenne was about to share her observation with the others, Sasha took the initiative and aimed her pistol in the direction from which the sound came. This growl doesn't sound very friendly, rather disturbingly threatening. I light up the way a bit with a lightning bolt, then we'll see what we're dealing with. But Glacio took the young woman's weapon-holding hand and lowered it to the ground. Reproachfully he gave her a look out of the corner of his eye. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. This growl sounds like a warning to my ears and seems to come from a demon, but you should know better. After all, I am informed that, even if you deny it, since then with a share of up to 46%, you have been able to understand and interpret the behavior, instincts, and sounds of animals. Demons embody these beings, so they are 90% equal in everything. The only difference, apart from their appearance, is that they are much more bloodthirsty and aggressive. Stop ignoring this gift and make use of it, at least on this journey and in situations like this. I know you've understood that you shouldn't do exactly what you were about to do. Even a toddler could have interpreted that. It was so obvious. If you want to mess with demons at all costs in your free time, it's not of interest to me, but at the moment we have a responsibility to bear. Keep in mind that you're not the only one here. If you provoke that creature up there, it will attack us before you can get into a position ready for battle. I'm assuming it's an Umbraura demon, and you know how fast they are. But even if it were a creature of the not-so-speedy Luminium kind, you would be putting your friend in danger here if you set it on us. Even though you are informed of all this, you remain stubborn and want to act against all reason just because you cannot come to terms with your past. I understand that it's hard for you and you can fight against the facts forever if you don't have such an enormous responsibility to bear. But now is not the right time for that, and I expect you to pull yourself together and not involve my little angel into trouble through your irrationality and personal concerns. If you can't help it, at least put us in danger during the day, when each of us can see enough. Earlier you said you were more reasonable and mentally mature than me, but what I am seeing now invalidates your statements, so pull yourself together and think before you act for the sake of your friend." Glacio spoke quietly and calmly, stood motionless, his gaze directed in the direction of the ominous growl. Adocaz had his ears back, and his posture resembled that of the healer. Sasha just nodded without objection. She now seemed to be of the same opinion as her childhood friend for a change. Wow, I always thought that Glacio would doubt Sasha's intelligence, but after what he said now, you can really tell that he knows exactly how smart she actually is. After all, he knows her very well. So he really only teases her when he insinuates that she is not necessarily intelligent. Sasha is also smart. She just sometimes exaggerates everything a bit and always rushes everything a little, but that's because of her temperament. That's just the way it is. I don't mind. I like her the way she is. Although sometimes Sasha should really think a little bit more before she acts. Glacio is of exactly the same opinion as I am. You could hear that correctly from what he had just said. Of course he had to speak calmly, but he has never talked to her like this before. At least not if I was there and had noticed. He has now honestly spoken the truth and just asked Sasha for a little reason, without annoying her in any way or the like. And he seems to have successfully convinced her. That's exactly how he brought me to my senses in Saralay. Glacio always knows exactly which words to choose to achieve something. Almost amazing, but also creepy. Oh, the demon comes out of the water. I have to tell him what I see. Glacio stood in front of Cheyenne and pointed his sword in a favorable and suitable position for him, ready to attack. The girl grabbed her bow and calmly told what was happening in front of the small group. Glacio, you're right. It's an Umbrella demon. It looks like a big cat, has 2 huge fangs, long powerful claws connected by webbed feet, a tail at the end of which is a kind of spiked ball, small fins on the legs and sides of the chest area, and a long whale-like mane that moves like water. It is still just standing there and growling in our direction. Now it lowers its head and bares its teeth. The teeth are gigantic. Cheyenne's voice began to tremble and she became nervous. The demon was much larger than the one she had seen in the woods of Luminastrel. She estimated that this one was about her height. The black creature would only have to bite once to separate someone's head from the body. The girl was afraid. However, not for her own life, but for that of her 3 companions. She wouldn't even be able to stand by them in battle, and would have to watch as others once again risk everything for her protection. This fact was enough reason for another guilty conscience on her part, which made a cold shiver run down her spine, her heart beat up to her throat, and she began to tremble. But the healer in front of her relaxed his posture a bit, now that he seemed to know what they are dealing with, and turned his head sideways over his shoulder to be able to look at his prodigy out of the corner of his eye. He let the girl share his suspicion. "Thank you, little angel. According to your description, we are facing an Aquatigeris demon. As animals, shades of blue and turquoise adorn their fur, but caution is advised, as their spiked tail fatally poisons anyone who comes into contact with it. They live both on land and underwater, but they have to surface constantly to catch their breath. A rare tiger subspecies that, according to records, is said to have appeared sometime after the apocalypse. Due to the change of world life and bodies, the aluminium structure is said to have changed in the direction of water beings in connection with its original origin, a remote island south of Halonia. At that time, there were too many tigers in this part of the world, and they crossed the sea to other places to escape the lack of space. Today, only a few of the original animals live on the island, as well as in the rest of the world, and the Aquatigeris are almost extinct. Too bad, if you ask me. They are very beautiful, intelligent beings, and their exploration is not yet complete. Be that as it may, under the fact that Aquatigeris are peaceful creatures and do not attack for no reason, this is definitely a demon. Confusion is impossible. We'll deal with that, don't worry. But this is interesting, because demons usually turn into a figure that is nearby, which means that there is a swarm of Aquatigeris living here somewhere. Just stay back, little angel, and let's take matters into our own hands. We'll send this troublemaker back to where he came from." Your beautiful, courageous, ingenious, and breathtaking hero Glacio will protect you, the angelic princess, and defend you with his life. As a thank you and reward for his priceless services, Her Majesty gives him a kiss and raves about how strong and wonderful her hero is. The princess then falls in love with her brave protector. He swears lifelong loyalty to her, and she marries him. What a wonderful love story, isn't it? Now watch and marvel at how your heroic prince protects you, little angel. Glacio's voice had a reassuring sound and took away some of Cheyenne's fear, which slowly turned into confidence and hope for a good outcome of this situation. On the other hand, he had ridiculed her situation a bit, but she believed that she had only done it to reassure her, because she actually had to grin and became more relaxed than before. Even the trembling stopped. Such a weirdo. Heroic prince, huh? Oh yes, really. Where is he supposed to be? I don't see such a dignified man here. And as if I was giving him a kiss. Pfft, never in my life. But hey, he called me a princess. Something new for a change. And I would never fall in love with him. How does he always come up with such things? He must be dreaming. Well, Glacio, hopefully the demon will really be as easy to defeat as he said. Sasha didn't seem to be at all enthusiastic about the healer's words, and Cheyenne realized that she would like to give him her opinion, but she had realized the seriousness of the situation and apparently tried to stay reasonable. But she couldn't resist commenting. There are so many idiots in the world, and we have you here. I'm really punished. Oh yes, and if you would simply call the animals you talk about all the time by their names in our language, everyone here would have known their way around from the beginning, without a history lesson and eternal talk that steals our time and robs me personally of my nerves. Can't you just say water tiger instead of some outdated name in the yin-yang language that no one here understands anyway except you? And please stop talking to Cheyenne like that. You can't stand it. You'd better concentrate on the fight because I think the demon is getting closer. Glacio winked at his prodigy and looked ahead, oriented towards the sound of the opponent. He radiated an enormous calmness and took the time to give Sasha a teasing answer. At least you have recognized the connection, although it was said in this language that is completely unknown to you, Sasha moused. If the kitten wasn't here and my little angel hadn't described it so excellently, you wouldn't know what to do with the technical term aquatigris anyway. Sasha loaded her weapon and poisoned the healer back. No, just shut your damn mouth and focus on the fight, you arrogant frostbrain. As soon as she had finished speaking, she fired a lightning ball at the demon. The surroundings were lit up by a purple glow. The enemy from Umbrara bared his teeth and leaped towards the four companions. Glacio seemed to have heard the dangerous movement of the demon immediately, and the sound of the swirling sand behind it, because in a flash he swung his right arm and pushed his prodigy backwards with an enormous force with one of the wide, smooth sides of his ice sword. Cheyenne staggered back a few steps, trying to find her balance, but the sand steadily yielding under her did not allow this, and she fell on her back. A few meters in front of her, she now saw the healer take a step forward. He swung his sword again and swung it vigorously, holding it with both hands upwards, where it hit the teeth and claws of the attacking demon. Glacio's feet gave way under the weight, but he managed to stop and summon all his strength to push the enemy still in the air above him a little higher with his sword. The enemy's load was thus lifted, and the healer was able to perform a half turn and also turn his weapon a bit. He was no longer facing the demon, but directly below him. Now Glacio used the recurring weight of the enemy to throw him to the ground with full force over his shoulder. The opponent from Umbrara hit his cat-like back and stirred up vast amounts of dusty sand. Then the healer snatched his ice sword out of the monster's mouth with a sideways movement. The sharp blade cut into the demon's throat, and black particles were released, which rose skywards. So demons don't bleed, but the damaged part of the body probably dissolves instead. In this case, therefore, Umbrara particles separate, and Glacio said that every single particle of the life force originates in the source of life and also returns there. This means that these umbra particles make their way to the Noxastrum vitae, which is why they rise into the air. Interesting. If this had been a real animal, it would be dead now and its jaw would have been severed to the side. Cheyenne had to swallow at the horrible thought of it, and was glad that her enemy was not a real animal. The demon lay only 2 meters in front of the girl and shook his mighty head. Then he stood up and blocked her view of Glacio. The monster let loose an angry battle cry and growled. It seemed to turn back to the healer because it was standing with its back to Cheyenne. She took advantage of the enemy's inattention to crawl a little further back and then slowly get up. Her fall had not caused any pain. The sand allowed her to fall gently. The girl turned her gaze back to the demon and saw that he was crouching down on the ground, ready to jump. At that moment lightning struck his shoulder and he flinched. Sasha stood a little further next to the monster and pointed the elemental pistol in its direction. Then she fired another bolt of lightning. This time it lasted, and Adocaz, who was standing on the other side of the opponent, cast his fairy magic, focused his energy on a point in front of his mouth as he had done at the laboratory in Luminastrel, and unleashed a turquoise beam of light that also hit the enemy with full force. During the attack, his antenna also began to glow turquoise. This is Adocaz's fairy beam, an attack of fairy magic that only fairy wolves and other beings of this kind can master. However, he cannot use any other kind of magic for this, but only uses his body as an additional weapon. The 2 powerful attacks caused the demon to cry out, and enormously amounts of umbra particles were released and ascended into the sky. But then he made a jerky movement and both attacks stopped. Adocaz panted heavily. His attack wouldn't have been longer anyway, but Sasha was visibly annoyed and loaded the pistol again. Before she could send off another electrifying lightning, Adocaz collected his fairy magic in his tail, and it began to glow turquoise, as well as his antenna again, which automatically did the same thing every time fairy magic was used. The fairy wolf ran off and jumped off directly in front of the opponent, performing a somersault in which he let the long magic-loaded tail bounce onto the enemy's back. The demon lost more and more umbra and became visibly weaker, thinner, and more blurred. Adocaz landed on the ground again, concentrating his magic from his tail to his teeth. They began to glow in the color turquoise, and he jumped towards the monster's head. The fairy wolf bit off one of the enemy's ears, which split into umbra particles and rose. The demon shook Adocaz off and swung his clawed paw to attack. Cheyenne's 4-legged companion was exhausted and unprepared to swerve, so the powerful paw of the Aquatigris demon hit him and hurled him with full force in Sasha's direction. The fairy wolf crashed into the young woman and threw her to the ground. The fall of the 2 whirled up a lot of sand and made them cough. Maybe they had also gotten some of the fine dust in their eyes. In any case, they were out of action for the time being. Cheyenne watched the situation tensely and sympathized with her companions. Oh no, hopefully the meeting of the 2 didn't cause too much pain. Where is Glacio? Does he avoid fighting and let the 2 do everything, or how? Such a complete idiot! But the girl's thoughts were interrupted when the demon moved towards Adocaz and Sasha, growling menacingly and in a belligerent crouching posture. Cheyenne's friend wouldn't even be able to defend herself, because her pistol was thrown a few meters away from her hand during the fall and was now lying in the soft sand. The enemy bared the now broken and patchy teeth and lifted the paw that was also missing some claws already. The demon is about to tear them to pieces. I have to do something to help them. Maybe I can draw his attention to me? Yes. Cheyenne raised her bow and took aim at the demon's head. A black arrow appeared and she drew the bow as well as she could. Then she fired the black magic and it hit the enemy in the eye with full force. The girl wanted to get him away from her companions at all costs. Hey, you, demon! Here I am! Now I've attacked you, so you should take me to task first. Leave them alone! The demon staggered, almost fell over, but stopped and turned directly to Cheyenne. He actually seemed to be more interested in her now, a still standing unexhausted target that had also annoyed him. But the arrow in his head was still stuck and didn't dissipate as usual. Also, no Umbraura particles came from the affected area. On the contrary, the black magic merged with the demon. What? Oh, that's right. Glacio told me in Saralay that these arrows were made of black magic. He also called it darkness elemental magic. He said that it consisted mostly of Umbraura and only a very small part of the element, because it's almost pure Umbraura if we sum up all your talk about it. And this demon consists of the black life force. So he takes up the Umbraura of my arrow. But why do other elemental attacks harm him even more than normal attacks with combat tools? After all, every magic consists of Umbraura, the respective element, which also consists of already reshaped life force, only transforms it and thus gives it a modified form. In contrast to Luminium, Umbraura can be changed at will, even if Glacio wouldn't call it that. He said that only the physical force has a structure, and the life force does not. Maybe he only means that in relation to genetics. In contrast to Umbraura, Luminium has one, if you think logically, but they are both changeable. Well, basically, Umbraura stays the same, doesn't really change, but just embodies something that is associated with life. This transformation, when the life force is used as magic or element, seems to radiate a strength or power, and that is what is causing the demon trouble. Since his own strength is almost the same as that of my black magic arrows, he can apparently easily acquire it and use it to his advantage. The normal elemental magic such as lightning seems to have a strength frequency that is not valuable to him, and more complicated embodiment. The attack was probably a bit too short and the injury too big to quickly convert the frequency and make it usable for the demon. In short, he may not have had enough time, or it was too exhausting for him. He really doesn't seem to care if he is defeated or not, probably because he knows that he will live on and return here at some point. Well, at least this indifference is an advantage for us, and I also found out another difference between the forces. Umbraura, the life source, has different frequencies that it embodies, and that can easily be transmuted through strong control of the will, touch of other frequencies that already embody elements, or it can change all by itself. Luminium, the power of forms, has a structure or genetics that represents all objects and bodies in the world. Everything that is tangible, and it is very difficult to transform it, usually only with the help of research, which does not seem to be advanced enough for it at the moment, unless it changes on its own, but it takes a lot of time. I think now I have understood everything about it so far. It's always better if you can explain things to yourself. I mean, Glacio has already explained it well, but only now I have really understood it. But that's really complicated. If there are really gods and they created our world and the forces, they must be geniuses. Umbraura is also much more complicated than Luminium, so the goddess of darkness should be smarter? No, wait. According to Glacio, the goddess created a new world on her own, but that contradicts itself then. Why would they make Luminium appear white? Strange. Maybe the gods are just really a superstition. The demon growled and tore Cheyenne out of her increasingly wandering thoughts. The enemy scratched his paw furiously on the sandy ground and hissed vigorously. The girl flinched. She had been so absorbed in her thoughts that she had almost forgotten what a disastrous situation she was in. However, time seemed to be her ally, because it seemed to her as if she had thought about it for quite a long time. So the demon would have had enough opportunities to attack, but it was still in the same place as before. Cheyenne was glad that she now understood more about the powers, but she was a little annoyed. Now it had often happened that she sank into thoughts in the most dangerous situations, and found out useful things on her own. When she thought, time almost seemed to stand still. The demon let out a powerful roar and would not stand still for much longer. The girl's heart jumped in fright, stopped for a moment, and then began to race. She didn't like to admit it, but now she was actually a little scared. Why do I always have to think in such situations? I don't understand it. I should actually concentrate. Why do I always come up with so much? It's almost as if danger is boosting my thinking. If I could think about combat instead of any other things, it would really benefit me. And either I think enormously fast or time slows down. No, that's impossible. I have to think of what's in front of me, the demon. So, I seem to have been able to draw his attention to me. Good. Well, at least for Adocaz and Sasha. Oh no, now he's coming at me. My arrows are ineffective. Dodging will be very difficult with this size, and otherwise I can't defend myself. That was kind of a stupid idea. So much for Sasha to think more before she acts. But I had to do that. Now at least they're safe. That's the most important thing. And what do I do now? I have to come up with something very quickly. Now I should come up with something as clever as before. But now that I have to think really fast, I can't think of anything. There must be something I can do. But Cheyenne put too much pressure on herself and became too nervous to think rationally and find a possible solution to her problem. The demon didn't give her any more time for that, because he crouched down and then jumped directly towards the girl. She followed the monster's movement rigidly, and there was not even a way to dodge. The enemy's paws were too big and enveloping, and the demon came too fast for her to run away. In view of these facts, it didn't matter what she did. Cheyenne only took a step back, narrowed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and gathered all her courage, then stopped and looked directly at her opponent. The only thing she could try was to somehow get so close to the head that the claws didn't catch her, and then quickly jump away so that the mouth couldn't catch her. I have to try, but it will never go well in my life. Why can't I just jump through him if he's made out of umbraura? But if that were possible, the demon would not have been able to hit Adocaz earlier and throw him away. It almost looked as if the two had not touched each other so directly, or only briefly. Maybe it works the same way as with magnetism, and the umbraura in us somehow repels the outside, as well as possibly the frequencies. Oh, I guess I can't get out of this situation. Now I'm really scared myself. But the others are almost never afraid. In any case, they don't show it, and Glacio certainly doesn't. I also want to be so brave, but I just can't do it. Maybe that will come with time, but that will probably be over for me in a moment. The wind played with Cheyenne's hair, and the demon's sleep seemed like an eternity. A tear flitted down her face. Maybe because she would now leave Adocaz and Xaver forever, or because she didn't live up to the expectations of her companions Sasha and Glacio, with everything that entailed. The enemy was barely a meter away and was still in the air. But then, shortly before he met Cheyenne, he completely shattered into countless umbraura particles, and 3 thin, enormously pointed icicles became visible, floating in the air in front of the girl. They had destroyed the demon and now apparently stopped. Behind them, a little farther away, stood Glacio, holding his hand, the one that did not contain his sword, parallel to the ground. In the palm of his hand, focused magic shone in a light blue hue. A magic circle at the healer's feet was also colored, and his eyes also shone in this color. He uses elemental magic. His eyes glow light blue. Usually they're not like that, that is. When you do magic, the eyes start to shine. Wow. And he saved me once again. Now I also know what saved me from this man with the double blade on the Beach of Light. Glacio's ice magic. I can't believe it. Again, nothing happened to me, even though it looked so bad. In the meantime, I really have to speak of a miracle. But I hate these situations where I depend on others. I really have to learn to fight myself. Somehow it will work, even without a sword. But for now, I'm just happy to be alive. The healer closed his eyes, and immediately afterwards the circle disappeared. The glow in his hands and the 3 icicles in front of Cheyenne shattered into millions of ice shards. It looked beautiful. Glacio lowered his hand and opened his eyes, which now looked normal again. Then he grinned mischievously at his prodigy. Sasha and Adocaz had got back on their feet, and the young woman knocked the sand off her. "Hey, Frostbrain, that was pretty close again. At the last second you finished summoning these icicles, but you've forgotten a lot. It has to be faster again. Like it was back then, you know that, right? But I know how much you love these performances. Such a last-second rescue action just makes more of a difference, especially when it comes to impressing girls, doesn't it? Complete idiot. But this is Cheyenne, and it's your job to protect her, not to impress her. Well, at least you managed to do it at all. Cheyenne felt the weight off her heart. Everyone seemed to be doing well, and the danger was averted for the time being. Glacio paid no further attention to Sasha and only looked at the girl. He certainly wants to hear a thank you. At least I hope so. I don't want to give him a kiss, as he said earlier. But Sasha wouldn't let that happen anyway. Cheyenne went to Glacio and, keeping enough distance, stopped in front of him. Thank you, Glacio. You saved me again. The healer tilted his head and came closer to his prodigy. Nothing to thank, little angel. Whereby, your brave hero has already actually earned a reward, if you're honest. What about a little kiss on the cheek, huh? Cheyenne blushed and wanted to run away. She would never give him a kiss. After all, Sasha had protected her too, and she didn't want anything in return. The healer was now so close that Cheyenne could feel his cool breath, and she thought he was about to give her a kiss on the cheek instead of the other way around. He even brushed a strand of her hair out of her face, but only touched her briefly with the tip of his nose and whispered the most revealing words Cheyenne had heard in a long time. I faked that again, didn't I? Your facial expression was always worth it. Little angel, Sasha would kill me if I seriously demanded a kiss from you. I just tricked you. Then he stood by her side and put his arms around her shoulders. Glacio hugged Cheyenne, and she sensed his winter-scented smell and cold body temperature. The combination had a calming effect on her, although until a second ago her heart had been beating up to her throat. The healer laughed amused, and Sasha came up to him with a dumbfounded look and grabbed him by the earlobe. Then she pulled Glacio away from her best friend and turned to her. I won't let him annoy and harass you. This complete idiot is so incredibly exhausting. Well, so I guess you're all right and the demon didn't get you? Good. Oh, and if the icicle does something like he just did, tell me, yes. Then he gets a kiss from a pistol. Cheyenne had to grin. She was amused by Sasha's statement, relieved that everyone was fine, and enormously happy that Glacio had only been joking, although she wasn't quite sure about it. Maybe he had just tried, and when he realized that his plan wouldn't work out and Cheyenne was hesitant, he changed his tactics. The girl would probably never find out what was going on in the healer's head, but on closer reflection she didn't want to. It was funny. Sometimes she thought she knew him, but in other situations Cheyenne found him very strange. The companions walked on, but it was clear to everyone that the demon from just now was not the only and last one they would have to fight. There were also wilder and wilder waves. Cheyenne dared to approach Glacio again and asked him about his elemental magic. She also paid him a serious compliment because she found his quick reactions and instincts breathtaking. Glacio, thank you again. If you'll allow me, I'd like to ask you something. You used ice elemental magic earlier, didn't you? How do you do that? Is it difficult to do magic? And how could you feel that the demon was leaping towards us when you pushed me backwards? Although you are not able to see anything at the moment, you knew exactly where it would land and intercepted it with your sword. That was really impressive. Can these quick reactions be learned, or do you just need good instincts for them? I know you don't like it when I'm so curious, but I would really be interested. Cheyenne averted her gaze in embarrassment, but she could feel that the healer was looking at her for a moment before he played with the handle of his sword in his hand and let it rotate elegantly with skill. He turned his gaze forward again, and the girl did the same shortly afterwards. In a calm and serene voice, Glacio answered all her questions. Little angel, I didn't mean that with your curiosity. I told you to rein them in, if it's not appropriate. This little lesson served to teach you to think better about your behavior and to choose a suitable moment for your questions. That was all I wanted to convey to you, but of course I had to express it a little more hurtfully, as you know now. Basically, curiosity in itself is not a bad quality if you can control it. Control, doll, that's what you still lack. You have to work on it, and there are certainly many people who will help you with that. First of all, I understand your curiosity and your statement as a compliment and praise, so you deserve my thanks. I will try to answer all your questions to your satisfaction. The first was magic with ice, if my memory is correct. Now, it would be easier to explain using a normal example. I'm a healer. As such, you can't actually cast magic except healing spells, because we have two less umbrauro in our bodies for this to be possible, so we can only repair physical damage and not mental damage. Our high luminium content limits the life force to the basic functions. An example, instincts, the soul, the feelings, and intelligence, which can be generated by both forces. There is no room left for excess umbrara that can be used for magic. If I hadn't taken part in this childhood experiment back then, I wouldn't be able to conjure up magic, and it also works differently for me than usual. While normal elemental magic is cast by umbrara, which you already are aware of, I use luminium. At least when I do magic myself. My sword uses umbrara, just like any other elemental weapon. Now you surely want to know how it is possible to summon magic with luminium, the power of forms and bodies, am I right? On closer inspection, my type of magic does not fall under the mentioned category. It is much more a gift combined by, more or less, luck and chance, rather than real magic. First of all, my body has not been able to store heat since the experiment, as you know. Then my element is ice, which means I can handle the cold well from birth. In addition, I am a healer and it is possible for me to master luminium surprisingly well. Last but not least, I am also incredibly intelligent. Now, when I conjure up ice magic, it's just out of a chain reaction of these things. I get luminium from a healing spell, the strength of which I choose, so that more or less ice, more or less powerful or weaker, should achieve the final result in the end. I concentrate and focus the summoned luminium of the unphysical form, as usual, on one place on my hand, if strength is needed in both. Then I think of the luminium structure of ice and the shape I would like. My brain sends out the information and sends it to the focused luminium point in my hands. The white power remains cold due to my heat-repellent body, and in combination with my element and the information, it is possible to make the whole thing even colder, and the shape of ice is created, such as an icicle, the simplest result. However, I can only conjure up correct forms and not hail or snowstorms, or the like. The latter is only possible with elemental magic with umbrauro. In addition, my magic only works if I don't touch anyone. If such a case occurred, it would remain a healing spell, insofar as I can unfortunately only cast magic with my hands, in contrast to the real wizards. Now to your next question. I guess all magic is just a matter of practice, and for some it's more difficult to conjure, for others it's easier. I had a lot of problems with magic when I started, and it really took years before I could master the ice as I do today. As a child, I always wanted to be able to cast other magic besides healing spells, so Adocaz, my parents and I came up with the possible technique, and it worked. Accordingly, it is difficult for me to judge the normal situation. But healing is also a form of magic, and I learned to master it faster. I would say that magic requires full concentration, also talent, an enormous amount of practice and patience. In a way, you can also answer the question yourself if you remember that your arrows come partly from your magic. Even if the weapon takes over almost completely, you have to cooperate. You said it took a long time for you to master it, so you have basically already received your answer. Your last curiosity is about instincts and reactions. It's actually just as complicated as with magic. Vast amounts of practice are your faithful friend and companion, and it is also partly due to birth. How you grew up also plays a role here. However, you can train instincts, but it is a difficult process because you are fighting against your own nature in a way. For example, if you want to train yourself off a little fear. But it is possible. The same applies to reactions. Just as with magic, a basic talent is not excluded. Of course, I don't want to say that I'm such a talented person, under no circumstances. But I have to admit I was flattered by your compliment, and to be honest, I think that we as the chosen ones have a fundamental advantage over others. This means that you could too train your instincts and reactions. It will take a lot of time, I speak from experience, but you are up to it. Although your lack of concentration in some situations could get in your way. For me, it was easy to learn all this. I had the best of the best as teachers since I was little. It would be an honor for me to teach you what they taught me, if you will allow me, and it is not a thorn in your side that they belong to the other side. As long as they are good techniques, you should make use of them, exploit them, and eventually beat the light knighthood with their own weapons. The demon was easy to see through among your detailed descriptions. I just had to concentrate and could guess what was coming. You still have so much to learn, little angel. But you have me. I'll be happy to instruct you. After all, I'm your heroic Prince Charming, aren't I? And Sasha Mouse is your faithful servant. We'll make a worthy warrior out of you, don't worry. Glacio grinned at Cheyenne and she smiled back a little timidly. Sasha, who was walking behind them, came to Glacio's left side and gave him a pat on the arm. Servant! Pfft! The healer winked at his prodigy and put on an unusually friendly look, which resulted in Adocaz, who was trotting next to Cheyenne, growling angrily at him.
Oh, Adocaz, he's not as bad as you always pretend to be. I think he's really behind us now. If not, he's really the best actor there is. I would love to trust him again, but it just doesn't work yet. Maybe that's a good thing? I don't know. I think now that I know him well by now. But is that really the case? In some situations, Glacio is still so inscrutable and quite alien to me. I guess he will also remain eternally unpredictable. What do I expect? That we become best friends? Pfft! He's the chosen one of light. I always forget that. I have to be much more careful in the face of that fact. At least, if I should really be the chosen one. Everyone is so sure, but I just refuse to believe it's true. Hopefully we will reach this Mount Nightblade soon, so that I can finally have certainty. I hate it when I don't know where I stand. Probably Adocaz is right, and I should be more careful despite everything, or maybe because of it.
Cheyenne turned away from Glacio again and whispered words of thanks. It would be very nice and helpful if you would let me in on the deepest secrets of martial arts as far as possible. I don't care where they come from. The main thing is that they work and they are useful. Thank you very much. The girl's words now had an undertone that brought a hint of suspicion, but she hoped the healer didn't notice. However, it did not seem to escape him. He sighed, turned back to the sandy path in front of him, and just nodded. Then the four went on without exchanging a word. The silence was depressing, but at the same time soothing. The sound of the sea sounded like a wonderful melody to Cheyenne's ears, reminding her of the old beautiful times when she had sat on the back of her beloved horse Falconheart every day and ridden to her favorite place with her faithful fairy wolf Adocaz at her side. The single tree on the secluded hill behind the small cozy village of La Sepia. The rising plain fell steeply down a few meters next to the green leafy branches of the large tree, along a natural wall of colorful stones mixed with minerals and colored crystals. The wild blue waves of the gigantic, beautiful sea whipped against it, and on lonely afternoons, together with the soft, wonderful music of the wind, were a song that spread the message of tranquility and invited you to dream. Cheyenne had often looked at the vast blue and wondered how big the world was. She had wished to go on a journey one day when she was older and to leave the capital. She only wanted to return there in her memory. Xaver would have gone out with her to explore the world. They had somehow done minor work and given the money they received to their families so that they could also flee from Excidoma Magna. Cheyenne's grandparents would probably have moved to La Sepia and would have been out of danger. The girl wanted to start a journey on her 16th birthday, but her grandmother had worried too much about it and made it clear that her granddaughter would not be allowed to leave home until she was 18. If the old lady had decided otherwise, she could probably be still alive. But Cheyenne would have been able to just run away. Then her future, which is now already present, would certainly look different. Her life would probably be still in order, but she didn't want to cause her grandparents unnecessary grief. The girl had tried to suppress her memories and pain of grief, but the waves of the sea tore open old wounds again. Maybe that was not the only fact, but possibly also that with each further step her life changed more. She left the continent where she had grown up. Everything she had lost in the short time since she had to flee from the nights a few days earlier, every single memory of it was anchored in the earth of this part of the world, and Cheyenne was afraid to wake up one morning and forget her past. It was very painful, and it would take a lot of strength and tears to recall it every day, but anything else would be degrading for the dead. She would love to forget the terrible events, but she knew that she was not allowed to do so, and would never dare. When she wanted to go on a trip, she couldn't wait for it to finally start. Now that she had to, and was already on her way into unknown territory, she would love nothing more than to turn around and turn back time with every step she took back. She wanted to change her past and thus the future as well. But Cheyenne knew that this was impossible. There was no way back, at least not one that would be suitable for her and that she could make use of. Only the path on which she walked, which pointed forward into an uncertain future full of danger and suffering, remained for her to choose. It was over.
I don't really have a problem leaving Luminous Trail if only it weren't for all those stirring memories. I want to get away too, but I just can't do it without being sad. Sometimes I wish I could interpret and understand my feelings better. I would give so much to sit at the kitchen table with my grandmother again and peel potatoes, even though I hated it because I always cut myself when I was younger. Just sitting in the living room with my grandfather and playing cards with him when it rains and drinking a hot cocoa at the same time. And in the evening before falling asleep, just once more to hear a bedtime story, and then let me give a kiss on the forehead. I would even let myself be pinched in the cheek for my sake. But that's all over, forever and ever. Never again will I see the warmth in my grandmother's eyes when she wakes me up in the morning and joyfully takes the blanket away from me, laughing because I don't want to get up. Never again will I feel the security that flows through me when my grandfather hugs me if I'm sad. Never again will I be able to stroke Falconheart's silky fur or let myself be lulled to sleep on his back. Everything I had and where I thought you couldn't take it away from me is now gone. Irrevocable. I'd love to turn back time. But if I could, would I really be able to do it? What if it wasn't possible for me to change something? Then everything would remain the same, and the same suffering would fall on all of us again. And if I could do something different, I would never have met Sasha. But she's just one person. My grandparents, Falconheart, and also partly Xaver are 3 lives more. I guess I'll never know what would happen. But I should take now Sasha as a role model. She has also been through so much, just like me, only that she has become stronger from it. I also have to be like them, especially if I'm really the chosen one. Then it would be selfish to sink into my past and ruin the future of the world. But I said I'm not strong enough for it. Why doesn't anyone see that? Why does everyone expect and demand from me? I'm just me, a weak, anxious 17-year-old girl from a slum without any idea of the world. I need to get stronger and more fearless, just like Glacio. He has to help me to become braver and more courageous. He just has to. And Sasha too. I'm pathetic. Always dependent on help. But there is probably no other way at the moment, unfortunately. Oh, if only Xaver were here. Yes, Xaver. If I can't pull myself together on my own, then at least I have to do it for him. I'll find him. Whether I'm the chosen one or not, he's a top priority. Glacio also said I shouldn't get so carried away with this whole thing, so my goal will simply be to find Xaver. Yes, if I have a precise goal in mind that I can work towards, I immediately feel better, at least a little. Cheyenne finished her train of thought but didn't know if she was actually feeling better or worse. She felt only now that she had been crying because tears rolled down her cheeks and were warm in the cold night. Adocaz pressed himself firmly against his owner and constantly nudged her hand, whining. He seemed to sense that the girl was sad. Cheyenne didn't know if Sasha and Glacio had noticed that she was crying because she hadn't sobbed. She turned her face away to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Even if her companions were still ignorant, the ice-blue glow of the elemental sword would have made the truth visible. The girl looked ahead again, but tilted her head to the ground so that her long silky hair could cover her face. The shallow waves flooded the sand passage at the point where the companions were at the moment. Cheyenne felt her feet get wet again and the pain return. The sound of the sea became louder and louder, and suddenly the water that flooded the passage withdrew completely. The wind became stronger, and for a short time the sounds of the waves almost completely stopped. On the right side of the path there was already twice as much sand as before, and the girl had a bad premonition. When the water retreats so enormously, this usually means that... Cheyenne looked into the distance and had to realize that she was right. A gigantic wave came directly towards the 4 companions and would swallow them all up and take them into the depths of the wide sea. The girl stopped and grabbed Glacio by the arm so that he also came to the stand. He turned to her and wondered about his prodigy's behavior. "Hey, little angel, have you changed your mind about the kiss, or why do you want to put down roots here?" Cheyenne looked at him for a moment, aghast and uncomprehending, then looked into the distance again and saw that the wave was approaching faster than she had thought. Glacio followed her gaze, but then turned back to the girl. "Doll, you know I don't see the slightest thing, so how about you tell me what attracts your attention so magically, huh?" Cheyenne sighed. She had forgotten that in her excitement. Sasha had stepped up to her side in the meantime and looked at her worriedly. The girl became nervous, began to breathe a little faster, and tried to explain the situation as quickly and understandably as possible. "If you don't see it, then you should hear it. There's a huge wave coming directly at us. It is very fast and will sweep us right away." The healer grinned briefly and bowed his head as he turned around. He stood in front of his childhood friend, his prodigy and the fairy wolf, and stuck his sword in the sand. "Oh, that's what you mean, little angel.
Of course I heard that, but it sounds like we have a few seconds left, so stay calm and put the matter in the hands of the heroic rescuer. Stand behind me and don't move from the spot. Now you see the craft of a legendary master.
Oh, if he says something like that, it will never go well in life. How can he stay so calm in such a huge wave? He even heard it. But he doesn't really seem that confident to me right now.
While Sasha looked away worriedly, Cheyenne dropped to her knees and hugged the whining, trembling Adocaz, holding him tight, so that if the wave caught her, he wouldn't be washed away from his owner. The wind blew through Glacio's hair as he pointed his hands forward, parallel to the sandy ground. Now he seemed to be calm personified again, and a magic circle appeared at his feet. This was white at first, as was the magic he focused in his palms. A healing spell. But then the colorless turned into a light blue. The accumulation of energy grew larger and it suddenly swarmed out, forming a rectangular shape that was twice as high and wide as the healer was tall. The structure slowly turned to ice and thus embodied a kind of protective wall. Not a second too soon, the spell was complete, because as soon as everything was frozen, the gigantic wave crashed against the ice wall. Vast amounts of water flowed past the side of Cheyenne and her companions, but did not touch them. The girl dared to open her eyes, which had already been closed before, and observe the situation. Apart from the danger, it was a beautiful picture. The cool water flowed past not only to their sides, but also above them. The small group was wrapped in an elongated dome of water, at the beginning of which stood a wall of ice. Colorful fish and sea plants passed by Cheyenne and revealed to her a part of the mysterious beauty of the sea. Suddenly there was a cracking sound, and the girl saw that the ice had taken a deep, long crack, and Glacio's hands were shaking. The weight of the water pushed him back, and the fine sand gave him no support. He slid further and further back. But then nature gave way, and the wave of the sea carried less and less water until it was completely silent. The ice wall shattered into thousands of sharp splinters, and Glacio breathed heavily. The danger was averted. The healer pulled his ice sword out of the sand and turned around before inquiring about the others. "Is everyone okay?" "This wave was quite unruly, but your powerful hero could defeat them and save you." He was visibly exhausted, and the words sounded only soft and powerless. Cheyenne and Sasha nodded. Fortunately, Adocaz hadn't been harmed either.
I somehow can't imagine that magic is so energy-sapping. Maybe that's because it's not a real spell and he's not actually meant to cast it. Well, but apart from that, everyone could see that the wave had an enormous power. Glacio saved us, that's the main thing.
The healer seemed to be slowly catching his breath again, and Cheyenne expressed her thanks because Sasha didn't make the slightest move to do so.
"Thank you very much, you have saved us again. That was really amazing."
The young woman only joined her friend with a nod, because Cheyenne knew that Sasha would never voluntarily compliment Glacio. But the girl was of the opinion that now he deserved one. Even if she couldn't trust him, it wasn't a mistake to keep up the facade and be friendly. The healer winked at his prodigy with a smile, even seemed to be a little happy about the compliment. "Does the hero deserve a kiss now?" "Oh, Angel, don't worry, I'm just joking." Pretty practical, such protective walls, huh? Even though mine is not really real, it does much more than a protective shield of elemental magic. They can only fend off other elemental attacks through magic or elemental weapons, but only if they don't have the same element. My ice walls can fend off everything and even last better and longer because they are made of luminium. Before you ask, yes, I created this protective wall in exactly the same way as my icicles earlier. My clever little angel.
Here again the frequencies are used. Interesting.
Sasha didn't seem to like the incident with the water at all, and she urged them to continue their journey. "Guys, I know we're halfway there, but how about you save your gossip for later when we're finally away from this cursed sand passage? Please? Thank you. If we don't hurry, another wave will come, and I bet that the icicle won't be able to build up such a strong protective wall again without sufficient rest. By the way, that was a little too short for my taste, you oh so big powerful hero. And now swing your hoofs and get moving. Cheyenne, you're going with me now, okay? Until the complete idiot learns to behave decently and no longer asks for kisses all the time. I feel really sorry for you. How can you stand it without going crazy?" Cheyenne couldn't help it. Again she had to grin at a statement from Sasha. Her friend simply managed to make her feel better in every situation, and was even able to make a little sadness disappear. There was also a little malicious joy, for the young woman always spoke so kindly and nicely to the girl, but when she spoke to Glacio, she was imperious, impetuous, and mean. The healer didn't seem to mind on the outside, but he himself had admitted that the heartless nature of his childhood friend was getting to him from time to time. He had probably just gotten used to it. On the one hand, Cheyenne found her friend's behavior a bit unfair. On the other hand, she was at least able to keep Glacio in check, and actually, if she was honest, he deserved it. The small group continued, Sasha and Cheyenne with Adocaz in the lead. Glacio followed behind. For a while everything was quiet and they made good progress. Then they encountered a seal demon from Umbraura, which was much easier to defeat than the Aquatigris demon they had destroyed, if Sasha and Glacio were to believe. Shortly afterwards they met a demon again, a giant crab consisting of life force, but even this was no challenge for the girl's companions. Cheyenne was glad that her friend and the healer were with her, because she wouldn't have been able to control these situations with Adocaz alone. She also watched the fights very closely to see tricks she could use one day. The girl felt safe and was enormously happy when she could see the end of the sand passage not too far away. The path widened there and turned into a grassy plain. Individual trees and flowers were recognizable, and in the distance a gigantic mountain towered towards the sky. Finally, they would all reach Halonia and leave the dangers of the sea behind. Only a few meters separated the small group from the desired continent.
Yes, we finally made it! Let's get away from the sand passage. And there aren't even any chroma stars in the sky, so we were pretty fast. I hope we'll take a short break then. I'm completely exhausted. But hey, we did it. That's the most important thing.
Cheyenne sighed long and deep. She was relieved, because she would soon be able to walk on normal ground again, and told her companions what she saw.
The sand passage finally ends up there. I see a mountain, grassland, and a few trees. So we made it to Halonia right away. Luckily.
The girl could not really express her enthusiasm, because she had almost no strength to speak. Her words sounded hoarse and soft, her whole body trembled with exhaustion, and her feet hurt tremendously. Sasha also seemed very relieved, but you could tell that she was at the end of her rope.
Tell me, am I dreaming, or did you really just say we made it? Oh man, I thought we'd have to walk around here forever. My legs are killing me and I could fall asleep while walking. As soon as we have solid ground under our feet again, we take a break. I'm sure no one has anything against it, and if they do, I'll give the person a little electric shock. Unconscious people can hardly mind a break, can they? But I think everyone here agrees with me. It's even still dark, so it wouldn't do any good to go on anyway if we don't see anything, and at least we don't have any time pressure anymore. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see land as I am now. I could even hug the icicle right now, I'm so happy, and that's saying something.
Cheyenne smiled and watched her friend stretch and yawn. But then she noticed that the light blue glow of the ice sword behind her was getting fainter and fainter, and that Glacio hadn't given a sharp answer to Sasha's statement. Either he was too tired and fell back, or he had stopped on purpose. Cheyenne was just turning to him when his voice rang out. "Hey, my bunnies, don't rejoice too soon. We haven't arrived in Northern Halonia yet. You'd better turn around and say hello to our nice friend here. I don't think he's in the mood for a tea party today, though. I guess he'd prefer blood." In front of the healer stood a gigantic sea spider, with 8 white legs and eyes made of luminium and a thick oval body made of umbraura. The spider's first 2 front legs, right and left, were equipped with blade-like claws that seemed to be as sharp as a guillotine. Under the eyes there was a small mouth-shaped opening, which was also decorated with scissor-like handles made of white. On the legs you could see hair from which water beads dripped, and when the spider crab lifted one of them, you could see how sharp the end was. Without much effort, the huge, disgusting creature could pierce someone's heart with it. It had many small spines on its hind legs, which could possibly lead to poisoning death if touched. The smell surrounding the arachnid stank of decay, algae, and stale water. Thick saliva came out of its mouth. It was a disgusting sight that one would even want to spare one's enemies. The spider crab grumbled and hissed quietly and menacingly. Cheyenne was wide awake now. She had forgotten her exhaustion, and a cold shiver ran down her spine. She got goosebumps, and a terrible stench caused a slight nausea. She had never seen anything so terrifying and absolutely disgusting. She had no problem with normal spiders, she was used to them, because in the Undercity you could find them in every corner and also in the houses. But this spider crab pushed her to her limits, and she believed that from now on she would have a real problem with the 8-legged creatures. The girl began to tremble and felt her heart beat up to her throat as the creature slowly but surely approached. It was not too far away from the healer and about 3 times as big as him. Adocaz pressed himself against his owner, whimpering anxiously and pulling in his tail, hiding a little behind her legs. He had never behaved so disturbed before, but Cheyenne could fully understand it. She was also shocked and paralyzed. She didn't know if it would be right to move, or if it would have devastating consequences. The girl swallowed and collected herself. She had to stay calm now, just like Glacio, and not panic, even if she had not the slightest idea what she and her companions were dealing with.
What the hell is that? It looks like a demon, but of both forces. That's not possible. Or is it? Glacio only ever mentioned Luminium and Umbrara demons when he talked about them, but never a mixture of them. In any case, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Why do such things always happen to us? How are we supposed to defeat the thing? Not only is it disgusting and smelly, it's also a gigantic giant. And that, although we are already as good as in Halonia. And Glacio, he stands there in front of the thing and doesn't lift a finger, as if it were the most normal thing in the world to face death. How can you always stay so calm? That's really incredibly enviable. Once again, you can see how close madness and courage are to each other. And he doesn't even see it. He probably only feels the breath of this monster, the tension and the presence. Oh, I just want to get out of here. What do we do now?
Out of the corner of her eye, Cheyenne saw how rigid and frightened Sasha was. 8-legged creatures were probably not quite one of the strengths of the tough woman. However, the girl couldn't say exactly if her friend was really scared or just overwhelmed by the horrible stench. An additional factor of uncertainty was also guaranteed, that Sasha could not fully see the extraordinary enemy. Presumably, with a lot of effort, she barely recognized the white legs and eyes in the black darkness. Cheyenne hoped that the demon-like creature would disappear into the sea again if everyone behaved calmly enough. But her hope was in vain, and the spider's grumbling fell silent. Then all of a sudden, and without any warning, it let the raised leg smash down on Glacio in a flash, but at the last moment he could obviously perceive it, reacted, and jumped back, out of the reach of the pointed foot. Cheyenne caught her breath. That had been a bit too short, and she was sure that the creature had brushed the healer's hair and missed him by only a few centimeters. Without giving the young man a break, the spider crab aimed its blade claws at the neck of its victim and wanted to separate head from body, but Glacio was just as fast as the 8-legged creature and dodged again. This time it was even a bit closer than before, and he could only save himself from the situation by a backward-facing rollover with a handstand face. If the healer had dodged in the same way as before, it would have cost him his life. The impact of the pointed legs on the sand whirled it up and benefited the companions, because the fine grains got into the 8 eyes of the monster, and it retreated a few steps. Glacio came to the stand in front of Cheyenne and seemed to be thinking hard. It was one of those situations where he was exceptionally serious and wouldn't think of making any stupid or funny remark. The girl actually wanted to give him the little time he had to think, but the spider crab had apparently been able to free itself from the veil of sand and lifted one leg and the claws on each side. The monster grumbled menacingly again, and the pincers on its mouth moved up and down. It seemed to be even angrier than before. Cheyenne became restless and tried not to panic. Nevertheless, she urged the healer to come up with a plan.
Glacio, it's coming back to us. What should we do? We can never defeat it.
Glacio seemed to be infected by his prodigy's nervousness for a split second, but then returned to his state of calm. Yes, we will defeat it. We have no other choice. Take it easy. Panic won't get us anywhere. Sasha, I know you don't like this at all, but you have to pull yourself together. Face your fear and overcome it. We all have to work together now, otherwise we have no chance. The following plan. First we surround the demon. Everyone stands to one side of him. Sasha, Cheyenne, you go to the side so that you have the legs in view. Adocaz moves to the back and I stand directly opposite the demon. This will make him feel insecure and slow him down because there's more danger lurking, and he has to be more careful.
This is an amazingly good plan, considering that he had so little time to think. If we all work together as a team, maybe we can really do it and bring this disgusting something to its knees.
Sasha shook her head and broke free from her rigidity. The healer did not wait for consent and ran off immediately. The ice sword began to glow more light blue and now also drew a glow behind it from which tiny snowflakes came. This had to be an elemental attack, a kind of ice slash. But just as Cheyenne and her other 2 companions were about to set off as well, the healer stopped and swung his sword around his own axis in a half turn, although he was still a little away from the enemy and would not hit his target. His good perception and amazingly developed instincts seemed to have left him, and he didn't seem to feel that his opponent was further away than he thought. For some reason, however, he remained in the position he had now taken, with his back to the enemy. The frontal attack, even if it went nowhere, caused the monster to feel enormously threatened and jumped into the air immediately after the attack. It now landed directly in front of Glacio again, and now stood with its back to the other 3.
What? Did he plan that? How did he know it was going to jump? Well, it's a spider, so maybe its perception is a bit blurry, and Glacio just faked the attack to do just that? He has also deflected and twisted it so that Sasha and I can get to the sides of the monster without any difficulty. I'm speechless. This intelligence is so enviable. But never mind now, no time for a touch of jealousy, perhaps. Glacio's wisdom benefits us, that's what counts. And we all have to be highly focused now to get out of this situation alive.
Without further hesitation, Cheyenne ran to the left side of the monster. Sasha did the same shortly afterwards and went to the right side. Adocaz had also shaken off his fear and stood bravely behind the spider. She no longer moved a limb and seemed to be frozen. Glacio took advantage of the enemy's confusion to give further commands. "All right, one thing right away. Don't let the last 2 legs touch you under any circumstances. This is not a normal demon, so unlike the others, he can really poison you, so watch out. The second would be that he would probably not only be able to attack with his body and umbrella, but could also use the element of a sea creature, for example water, as magic through this combination. So much for the information. Our plan is as follows. Cheyenne, Sasha, you take over the legs and eyes, the luminium part. Sasha, you try to paralyze it with lightning. As long as the effect lasts, shoot the legs. Your goal is to separate them from the rest of the body and make the demon immobile. Cheyenne, take your bow. Your goal is to hit the 8 eyes and blind the enemy. Darkness elemental magic should have a different effect on luminium than normal ones, so it would probably do more damage than the attacks of the rest of us, if not much more. When pure umbraura and pure luminium meet in battle, they do more damage to each other than anything else. But when this happens in an impact of the same kind, the opposite is true. Only when the forces are peaceful with each other, they can harmonize, as in our bodies, for example. This principle also applies to each other. That should be enough explanation for you, and before you feel sorry for the demon here, if you let him go blind and torture him in a certain way, remember that only one side comes out alive here, either us or the demon. I think our survival should seem more important to you. You can't feel sorry for the enemy now, do you understand? Adocaz, attack from the back there with your fairy beam. Be careful not to come in contact with the opponent, and aim for the center of the umbrella. I take care of the front of the black body. I hope everyone has understood. There was nothing to add to that, and Cheyenne wasn't even sure if there was a better plan than this. Not even if the smartest strategist were to work on it, because he might not even come up with Glacio's idea in such a short time, and would need significantly longer for exactly the same plan.
I think everyone understood their task. Glacio explained it in detail and precisely enough. Luckily, the monster isn't moving right now, so he had enough time to tell us what to do. But I don't know if this rest phase is so good. Maybe it's just gathering its strength. So, it's really a demon. I knew it, but Glacio said it wasn't an ordinary one. Oh, now is not the right time for questions, and I have to concentrate. On to my task of hitting its eyes and to blind the thing there. How cruel. But Glacio is right. There are only 2 possible endings. Either we survive or the demon.
Cheyenne grabbed her bow and took aim at one of the eyes. These were all different sizes, and since she was trembling, she chose the largest of them on her side for the beginning.
I can't miss the luminium eyes. If my arrows hit the umbrella area next to it, the monster will surely use them in its favor, just like the Aqua Tigris demon did earlier.
But as Cheyenne was about to fire the arrow, the opponent tore his front legs and scissors in the air and roared loudly. The scream caused pain in the ears, it sounded so shrill. Then the fight really began, because the monster fell into a wild movement. It didn't hold a single limb still anymore and stalked forward to attack the healer. It gave him no rest and let his legs crash down on him continuously. Glacio dodged skillfully but steadily narrow. It wouldn't go well for long, but he couldn't do more because a blocking maneuver would not withstand the strength of the demon. Cheyenne tried her best to lock onto her target again, but the blade claws kept getting in her way. The monster spun around in front of her eyes and made no move to stop.
That's not going to work! Hold still!
The girl didn't want to risk missing. The situation was too dangerous for that. Fortunately, Cheyenne was not alone, and her best friend was able to successfully paralyze the enemy with one of her lightning bullets. The latter no longer moved quickly, just twitched his legs a little and growled, incredibly angry.
The effect won't last long. The way I see it, I have to hurry.
Cheyenne walked a little closer to the demon and was now to the side in front of him. In this way she could put her eyes out of action without difficulty. She drew the bow with all her strength and fired a black arrow at the largest eye of the left party. The black bullet hit its target right in the middle, and a dull slippery sound was heard on impact. The monster screamed and tried with all of its might to shake off the paralysis and remove the arrow from its eye, which was already dissolving again. But it was too late. The round aluminium eyeball crumbled off and disintegrated into small white particles, which briefly remained on the sandy bottom and then slowly moved trembling into the sea, as if guided by a ghostly hand. Presumably after some time they would reunite and embody a demon again. The agonizing scream was almost unbearable for Cheyenne. She had resolved not to feel any pity, but now she threw this resolution far away from her. But she knew she couldn't stop. She had to hurt the creature further, otherwise it would do the same to her and her companions. The monster would certainly have no sympathy for her, but she just couldn't do anything else. Cheyenne was sorry that the demon had to endure such torment, even though she loathed him and wished for his death, because she herself wouldn't like it if she were blind, and she was already afraid of the insanely bad conscience that awaited her after the fight. It would be much easier for the girl if the enemy had no feelings, in this case, or at least did not show them so openly.
I have to pull myself together. It won't bother the monster later anyway that it doesn't see anything when it's dead.
Cheyenne tried with all of her might to convince herself of the correctness of her action, but she simply did not succeed. If she and her companions wanted to survive, she would have to pay the price of a tormenting guilty consciousness that added to the sins that she had already committed. Will haunt her forever and will grow over time. Compassion and good-naturedness stood in her way once again, but she decided not to hesitate in this fight any longer, even if the doubts would look over her shoulder. At least she could not abandon her companions now. Cheyenne fired another arrow at the second largest eye on the left side of the spider. Again, the target was hit. The aluminium crumbled to the ground and the dull sound was followed by a shrill, tortured scream. Meanwhile, the eight-legged creature was further weakened by Adocaz and Glacio's magic, and Sasha's lightning bolts were able to keep him in the paralyzed state. The young woman changed the type of attack at regular intervals and took on one of the two rearmost poisonous legs, which also carried a large part of the spider's total weight. She just shot a bullet at the leg, which exploded in a large-scale explosion, and thus finally separated the long, thin limb with the pointed lance-like end from the rest of the body. It fell down and split into aluminium particles, which danced on the ground and then disappeared into the sea. The spider crab briefly lost its balance and almost toppled over. Everything seemed to be going well, and more umbra particles rose from the middle body towards the sky. Cheyenne aimed again, and another black arrow hit an eye. Now it had become too much for the demon. He roared louder than ever before and freed himself with a jerky movement from the paralyzing lightning that surrounded him. He whirled with a pair of scissors and tried to hit Cheyenne with it, who backed away in fright, and so the target was missed by a hair's breadth. The girl felt the breeze on her skin that the attack had caused and shivered briefly. The spider now tore up the left blade scissors and focused Umbrella on this point, which became a large water ball after a fraction of a second, and threw it directly at her attacker. The blue accumulation of magic was approaching so fast that Cheyenne couldn't avoid it when she realized what was happening. There was only enough time to close her eyes, then the water ball hit her with full force and knocked her back a few meters. This time the girl hit the sand so violently that it could not cushion her fall, and she landed roughly. Her body slid back a bit until it came to rest on her back.
She couldn't breathe at first. The pain was hard to bear. The feeling was comparable to the one you had when you fell from a balcony, landed on your stomach, and then landed on your back again, when you fell again from a not so high place, or when you were pushed forward forcefully against a wall and someone then grabbed you and threw you to the ground with full force. Cheyenne was soaked from the stale, salty, and foul-smelling water and was gasping for air. She could feel every single rib, but she hoped nothing was broken. Her lungs hurt badly, and she could hardly breathe. The hard impact did not allow it. Her body was shaking, her heart started beating again after a dropout, but at a much too fast pace. In pain she tried to stand on her side and coughed up water. Slowly she got her breath back again, but her lungs remained in a bad condition and continued to torment the girl. Cheyenne's vision was blurred, and she only faintly heard the noise of the fight behind her. She felt dizzy and unable to stand up, but just because she was in a bad way, she couldn't abandon her companions now. She had to pull herself together and keep fighting. Oh, I didn't know the fights were so exhausting, and that magic can be so damn strong. Sasha and Glacio must think I'm a weakling when I say I'm in pain. I bet they've been hit by such attacks many times. I have to try to get up. I can't let them down now. Cheyenne was breathing heavily and panting. Willpower, greatest effort, and charity finally enabled her to rise painfully, raise her bow, which she had not let go of during the water attack and held in her hand, and aim at the last small eye on the left side. Her concentration had almost completely disappeared, and she still had a hard time seeing clearly. Her arms trembled and hurt too much to fire an arrow. The girl dropped her bow and gasped for air. If I get closer, it will be easier to hit an eye. Cheyenne, putting one foot behind the other, trudged slowly towards the spider crab. She didn't even know which pain was greater, the one in her back, the one in her legs, or the one in her head. After a few steps she couldn't go any further and had to stand exhausted. The limit of her strength had been reached. She coughed and flinched in agony. Then she heard, if only even softly and noisily, the whimpering of her fairy wolf and the clash of two blades. The situation seemed to come to a head. At that moment the first chroma star appeared in the sky. Its bright green glow covered the area with a pale veil that harmonized beautifully with the black of the departing night. The soothing glow made the poisonous green strands in Cheyenne's hair shine even more. Green, the color of hope. Now Glacio and Sasha can slowly see again, so we should have more chances against the demon. But it is a pity, and really enormously unadvantageous, that they only have an unrestricted view in the wonderful glow of the chroma stars, and not also in the incredible beauty of the night. In the darkness they depend on my help. And that's not so good. I actually am really lucky with my eyes. A single good sight of the chosen. The drops of water beaded from the girl's dress, and more chroma stars began to adorn the sky. The slowly emerging heat dried Cheyenne a bit, and the green color had inspired her, reminding her that she couldn't give up and had to keep going no matter how much pain she was in. Ignoring all of her physical limitations, she started running. Every step felt like she was walking over a nail board, its pointed nails digging through the flesh and scratching at her bones. The wet shoes seemed to her as if they were soaked in blood instead of water. The girl ran past Glacio and stopped. She was now standing directly in front of that gigantic sea spider demon and looked into his remaining white eyes. The beast's warm breath enveloped her in a cloud of stinking from the smell of rotten fish. Cheyenne raised her bow and made 3 arrows appear. Although her vision was still blurred, she could do it and would hit her target. She believed in it and relied on all of her instincts. albeit weakened, and many years of experience in handling her bow. She breathed in heavily, then out again. At the same time she let go of the arrows, and they headed for the 3 larger eyes on the right side of the monster. Cheyenne took a few steps back and was now a little to the side of the healer. The demon now had only 4 legs, 1 on the right, 3 on the left, because the front right scissor had been severed. He flinched and screamed in agony, his eyes crumbling and revealing more and more of the weakened smaller body of Umbraro, which steadily and incessantly released black particles into the sky. Full of anger, the spider focused again on a water ball in its remaining claw, and threw it back at Cheyenne. Exhaustion just caught up with her again, and she was unable to dodge. The girl closed her eyes. She felt how she fell into the sand, and her back hurt enormously again for a short time, but that was the only place where the pain increased. Cheyenne was lying on her back, and felt the weight on her left side. She opened her eyes again and saw Glacio half lying on top of her, who was looking at her anxiously. He had saved her from another hit of the attack by pushing her aside. Now she was really on the verge of fainting. The healer looked deep into Cheyenne's eyes, and his expression betrayed that he recognized exactly what a critical and exhausted stage his prodigy was in. At the same time he seemed to be more relaxed than before, now that he could see again. "Hey, little angel, hang in there, yes? Just a little bit more." If Cheyenne had been strong, she would have pushed him away from her, because even if he saved her, she didn't particularly like the fact that he was half on top of her and now was so close. Of course, she still would be grateful to him. After all, the situation did not allow for any other precision. Glacio's words let her draw her very last strength. He sounded confident and seemed to believe in Cheyenne. The calmness he radiated was once again transferred to the girl, and her concentration returned a little. The healer now gave his prodigy a kind-hearted, compassionate look, which at the same time made it clear how much he had respect for the perseverance and honored her bravery. Then he turned away and looked up over his shoulder. Glacio gave the girl another push, and her body whirled around in the sand. The healer turned on his side, not a second too soon, because suddenly the spider's pointed leg hit the sandy bottom between the 2 companions. The demon lifted it again, and the resulting cloud of dust disappeared. Cheyenne could see that Glacio had already stood up and had his sword ready to attack. The monster's remaining blade scissors came towards the healer and hit his elemental weapon. "What is he doing there? He can never block such a strong attack in his life." But Cheyenne forgot that Glacio's intelligence always allowed him to use good tactics and actions, and this time was no exception. Instead of blocking, the healer held the blade of his ice sword at an obtuse angle to the sea spider's guillotine claws hitting it, causing it to slip off, and the failed attack caused the 8-legged creature to lose balance. The opponent fell forward, picked himself up again, and roared angrily. Cheyenne tried to get up. She had to take care of the remaining 2 eyes and then help Sasha to put the legs out of action. When she had pulled herself together, she relied on her intuition again and shattered the last left eye with a black arrow. The girl's eyes went black for a moment, and she staggered back, seeking her balance. The blurred vision returned, but she was still dizzy and coughed. She also spat out some blood. The lungs hurt more with every inhalation, and Cheyenne could only breathe sluggishly. The unfamiliar and disgruntled state made her feel terrible, and her eyes involuntarily filled with tears. She gasped and tried to raise her bowed head to look at her enemy. "Only still a single eye." Suddenly her legs buckled and her body began to shake more than ever before, due to the enormous exhaustion. The girl had landed on her knees, but she did not want to accept her weakness and pulled herself together again. She knew that she was at the limit, but it still went against the grain for her.
to constantly lose control of her body. She was too stubborn to accept this condition. It just didn't work. After all, her companions were facing death up there. She didn't want to, couldn't, and wouldn't give up, and she wouldn't watch them fail either. When she stood again and was about to turn around, she heard Sasha's voice. "Cheyenne, watch out!" Cheyenne just saw a white leg coming towards her, but not the tip of it, but the flat side of the cone-shaped spider's foot, before she was hit with it by the demon in a turn. The girl hovered high in the air and was hurled out to the sea. The cool wind made her sleepy, and she closed her eyes when she saw the blue and the waves pass by below her. If the blow had caused her pain, she no longer felt it. She didn't feel anything anymore, and all the noises around the girl stopped. Only a very bright sound could be heard in her head. She alternately felt cold and warm, and she heard the beating of her heart as the only remaining sign of life. Cheyenne was in a trance. The water was hard, like concrete floor, when she came up, and the state of vanished sentience was over. The girl could not remember ever having had such physical pain, but the suffering she had felt in her soul when her loved ones died and still felt it was a little stronger. The seawater tasted enormously salty, but at least it would be able to wash off the stench of decay. Cheyenne tried her best not to drown, but it was difficult for her. Her body could hardly be moved, and she had no feeling in her left forearm. Her lungs could not withstand the pressure of the water, and the additional pain was too powerful for her to even try to breathe. The blue water surrounded her more and more until she was completely submerged. The salt content in it made the girl's vision even blurrier than before, and she didn't blink to improve the condition. She didn't see any point in it anymore. The water was cold and warm at the same time, enveloping Cheyenne in a comforting veil of security that invited her to finally give in to her tiredness and exhaustion and let herself be lulled to sleep. The song of the rushing sea rang in her ears and promised her that she would experience a dream that she liked. She could save her companions from death in this eternal adventure and would not have to give up again. The glow of chroma stars and the glow of the night eclipse bathed the sea in a wonderful aura, and Cheyenne now felt comfortable. Her sorrow was forgotten, her thoughts free, her soul freed from the torments of the past, her conscience cleansed, and her life as good as forfeited. Underwater, the chosen one of darkness, shrouded in a veil of irrepressible hope, brought by the green glow of the extraordinary chroma star, a fighter in the sky, and a messenger of strength and transgressive courage, given by the black aura of the unique night, a signpost of life and a lover of willpower. The depths of the sea pulled her down, opened the gate to death. Nothing stirred around the stunted body of this girl. No living creature was nearby. The blessed one was alone. Her hair slowly swarmed away from her body in a state of timelessness. They formed an angel wing-like shape of black and green. The last breath of a sign of life rose as an air bubble in the water as soon as it emerged from the slightly open mouth of the chosen one. The final breath was pushed down by a gentle wave and remained above the pale girl's head. It seemed to take the form of a halo, also immersed in hope and courage. A red veil emerged from the mutilated body, which surrounded her and made her appear dignified and reverent, despite the motionless rigidity. The blood-red cloak spread under the wings of innocence, and remained there by the pressure of the current. The blood that had come out of the mouth along with the last breath stopped its movement, and made the eyes, which shone in the same dignified, powerful color, merge the boundaries of life and death. Slowly, however, the red faded, and the emotions that had been there before were dying together with the chosen one, a beautiful angel on the way to the timeless levels of finiteness. The silence was broken by the last heartbeat of the chosen one of darkness. Solitude has been destroyed by a sacred voice that will long reverberate in the afflicted soul of the blessed one. Familiar and yet strange, she spoke to her. "You must not die. I will not allow it. Don't be afraid, my dear Cheyenne. Not yet." A completely black sea serpent appeared out of nowhere. Elegance and dignity accompanied it. She touched the chosen one of darkness, and the spirits returned to the dying body. Some of the pain was taken away from her, awakening Cheyenne from her sleep. The night black sea serpent had large wings, which the girl could see when she came to herself and tried to understand the situation. In her ears echoed the words she had heard in the dream she just had experienced. The eyes of the creature that swam next to Cheyenne and brought her closer and closer to the surface by some force or magic without touching were pure black. But when it looked directly at her with both eyes, she saw that around the pupil in one of them there was a green ray-like shimmer that glowed a little, and in the other eye the same, only with a red glow. Cheyenne didn't know if she was just confused and just imagining this, or if reality was hiding behind fantasy and delusion, and if there was actually a real water dragon swimming next to her, which had saved her from death. A sea snake would not have such beautiful large wings, but in contrast to this ancient creature, fins and a long whisker on each side of its mouth. The girl couldn't shake the feeling that the charisma of this dragon looked familiar to her. Suddenly the black creature flinched and fled back into the depths at lightning speed. The words still echoed in Cheyenne's ears. "You must not die. I will not allow it. Don't be afraid, my dear Cheyenne. Not yet." The girl was too powerless to think about it more carefully, and she thought she was dreaming when she discovered her fairy wolf. Adocaz came directly towards her, then his owner held on to him and let herself be brought to the surface of the water. "Thank you so much, my Adocaz." At last she had reappeared in the fresh air and could breathe. Her lungs still hurt, but less intensely than before. The other ailments had also subsided somewhat, but she still couldn't move her forearm, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her again. Adocaz swam back to the sand passage with his owner, where her companions were still fighting the demon. The monster was just a miserable sight and would soon die. Vast amounts of umbrara particles rose to the sky, and much luminium was no longer visible on the spider's body. 3 legs were still attached to it, the second scissors destroyed. Cheyenne saw Sasha fall to the ground, and the spider crab just smashed one of her remaining legs down on her friend. "No, Sasha!" But suddenly the creature stopped the attack and froze. The tip of the spider's foot was only a few centimeters away from the young woman's face. Cheyenne could see that much as she and the fairy wolf came closer, despite the blurred vision. Then she saw the reason for it. Glacius stood directly under the demon and had rammed his ice sword into the middle of his umbrella body. The cold blade emanated an elemental attack that looked like a giant tree of ice that pierced the monster in many places. Suddenly the demon flinched, letting out the most deafening shrill scream of agony Cheyenne had ever heard, before it completely shattered into particles of umbrara and luminium, each on its way. The healer sank to his knees and seemed to be breathing heavily. Sasha remained lying on the floor and did the same, but as soon as Cheyenne and Adocaz reached the shore, they both came rushing to the girl and the brave fairy wolf. The four-legged companion pulled its owner out of the water and shook himself. Now you could see how much he too was trembling with exhaustion. Sasha dropped to her knees next to her best friend as she couldn't really move and was so worried that she could only say the girl's name quietly and hoarsely.
Cheyenne! Cheyenne! Cheyenne!
Glacio came to the other side of his soaked prodigy and examined the situation. Cheyenne was lying on her back. Her vision became more and more blurred. Her eyes heard only a rustling, and her body was too weak to move. Again the words of the sacred voice echoed in her head, before it caused her so much pain that she fell asleep. The last thing she felt was Glacio lifting her up and carrying her in his hands away from the sand passage across the border to Halonia. "Calm down, little angel. Everything will be fine. Sleep now. We'll take care of you. Don't worry. Quiet."